Tonight is the night where two winners are going to be crowned as champions. It all comes down to this final day in Stavanger. Rain or sunshine, classical or Armageddon, we don't leave here until we have champions. So buckle up. It could get bumpy. It's our last day of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and it starts right now.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The two tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Ju Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and the legendary Anna Cramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
This is Norway Chess. This is the final day. Unfortunately, the final time we're going to see these beautiful aerial shots. Live from Stavanger is where we are, and wow, it is going to be a great final day. So much could happen as the chess players make their way into the playing hall on this final day of action. There's a million scenarios to break down. We could have multiple people win each respective division. We're going to unpack all of that and so much more. Fans are there. They're eagerly awaiting. We are up here in the studio eagerly awaiting to get started as usual. Thank you for being with us. International Master Danny Wrench, International Master Anna Rudolph, and Grandmaster David Howell. Here we go. We've been prepping now for a while. We got a lot to unpack to set the table for what could come down to all types of tiebreakers and thrilling action. But before we get into that, let me just ask each of you, David, round the horn the opposite way. How excited are you here for the last day?
I'm pumped, Danny. It's been a fantastic 10 days. I've enjoyed hanging out with you guys, but it's sad it's got to come to an end. Who's going to emerge victorious, though? That's the big question.
In the land of the Vikings, as a British voiceover would say. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss our viewers. This has been an amazing event.
I agree. I don't want to focus on the sadness yet because we'll talk about how great it's been toward the end of the show. But I'm going to miss you guys. This is going to be amazing. We're going to make sure that our final day here is special. I think the chess players are going to help make sure it's special given all the different things that could go down. Players fighting for their lives, others trying to fend off those chasing them. But before we get into all that and preview it, let's remind you of the amazing format. In fact, the thrilling format that makes sure we get hype on the last days because of the scoring system, because of everything that they do here in Norway. We're going to let our video explain it. Take it away.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions. He said it well. I'm going to miss that opener. I'm not going to lie. Just going to replay it over and over in my head. But let's replay real quick. A double round robin format means that everyone plays everyone with both colors. 2 hours per side, 10 seconds gets added starting at move 40. And as you know, if the game is drawn, we head to Armageddon, where the gloves come off. We've had the top players in the world lose on time, crazy scrambles that have you on the edge of your seat. But today, we really need to see some players get wins in Classical, because it's the 3 points you see right there that is going to be crucial towards saving some players' chances to win. Of course, if you lose in Classical, you have no chance. But at this point, really, for a few people, they know what they have to do. We're gonna dive into the pairings and talk about what the different matchups mean, what the scoring needs to look like for people to have chances to still win it. But before we do all of that, let's check in with Jovanka Huska, our 4th member. She's got a preview of the pairings ahead and all the hype they're in. Jovi, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Well, it's the last day and things could get super exciting. After yesterday, Magnus has extended his lead to a very comfortable 1.5 points, and he plays white against Fabiano today. Now, he goes into the game knowing that an Armageddon victory will at the very least guarantee him tiebreaks for first place. But whether he goes for this is going to depend on his mood and his risk assessment, because waiting in the wings, there are 2 players who can either tie or perhaps even overtake him. Hikaru is the closest, but he needs to win with the black pieces against the teen sensation Praggnanandhaa. Not an easy task indeed, whereas the pace of the game might actually be determined by Praggnanandhaa himself, because he needs those 3 points and he needs Magnus to lose in order to take shared place. Now, when it comes to Norway Chess Women, it's a touch more dramatic, because Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun is also nurturing a 1.5 point lead, but she will be playing one of her closest rivals, Liren Jae. Now, these 2 know each other incredibly well, having played a Women's World Championship title last year. And here it really is a rematch in terms of stakes, in terms of pressure, in terms of the adrenaline of the clock ticking. It's going to be a fight to the bitter end. And to add flavor to the mix, we also have Anna Cramling, who is in shared 2nd place. Now, she has the white pieces against Humpy Canary, someone she has defeated earlier on in the tournament in Classical. Now, in order to overcome Humpy's rock-solid defenses, Anna will have to go all out in order to gain those 3 points and try to secure that win. Today is the day when champions are going to be made. Back to you guys in the studio.
Today is a day where champions will be crowned. Jovi said it well. Ju Wenjun has a 1.5 point lead, but it's a little more dramatic for her than it is for Magnus Carlsen, because she's directly facing someone who could catch her with a victory. Liren Jae has the black pieces, but does control her fate, which makes us wonder how aggressive is that game going to be. But then, of course, she highlighted, you've got another person waiting in the wings, and Anna Cramling has already beaten Humpy Canary in this event. So much here in the women's standings. That's where we're going to dive in first in terms of what the different scenarios are. We're actually going to start by breaking down the scenarios for Ju Wenjun herself. Ju Wenjun controls her fate, so it makes sense that we should break down what the different predicaments look like for her. Let's dive into that right now. Ju Wenjun, the easiest path towards securing that you win Norway Chess is just winning in Classical. Let's go ahead and pull that graphic up so that everyone can see. We got Ju Wenjun with a 1.5 point lead coming into the event. And again, if she wins in Classical, it's over, right? If she draws Liren Jae in Classical, but Cramling doesn't beat Humpy in Classical, she also wins. Super important, right? She reaches a tiebreak if she beats Lei Qingjie in Armageddon and Muzichuk beats Humpy Canero in Classical. So a lot there. Again, we're going to break down Lei Qingjie's scenarios as well as Anna Muzichuk's in a little bit. But what's the mindset you have if you're Ju Wenjun? I mean, ultimately, you control your own fate. So how do you balance that, though, against someone who's going to be fighting for their life, thinking about the different odds you might have? Are you watching Anna Muzichuk's game, or are you trying to focus on your game, David? What do you think?
I mean, she's human. I think she will be watching Anna Muzichuk's game. She'll have half an eye on that other encounter. I expect a safety-first approach from Ju Wenjun, if not because she's the queen of Armageddon anyway. So a draw in the Classical, a win in the Armageddon, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would rule out Lei Qingjie from the title hunt. But yeah, anything's possible. And nerves are definitely going to play a part. And maybe Lei Qingjie with her opening choice.
Yeah, most certainly. I'm really curious about the opening choice in that game and who will want to risk more. I would predict the same, that Ju Wenjun will go for something more solid because a Classical draw is not a disaster for her. At the same time, if she doesn't win the Armageddon, she will not be playing tiebreaks. So it's tricky. It's very tricky. And that's the cool thing about the format here at Norway Chess, because in other super tournaments, you most likely would have a clear leader or someone who can just win the tournament with a draw in the last game. You know, the typical 12-move repetition draw in a Berlin. It's not even 12 moves. I am, you know, a bit exaggerating. It's less moves. But they cannot do it here. They cannot, because of the Classical 3-point reward and only 1 or 1.5 for if you draw and then play Armageddon.
It brings the drama full circle. You have so many different players who still have a chance to win. You called it. No last round protecting your lead, working on theory that secures a draw at the board, because too much of your fate is not in your own hands for that. So let's dive into the open standings. And we start, of course, just by reminding you of where all the players sit. Right at the top of the open standings, you have Magnus Carlsen. He's leading with 16 points. Out of over Hikaru Nakamura at 14.5 as well. So again, a player who controls his own fate, and maybe that's the mindset that he needs, right? Hikaru Nakamura, we know he has to win. It's an interesting affair that he's also playing Pragg. Pragg's chances are very outside chances, right? The fact that he would not only have to win in Classical, but then hope that Magnus Carlsen loses in Classical. It's pretty simple for Pragg. We'll get into that later. But if we talk about Magnus Carlsen and his chances, well, let's just break down what we think his mindset is going into the game here. Again, also in control of his own fate, not playing Hikaru. Is he keeping an eye on Hikaru's position versus Pragg?
I think Magnus will. Unlike Ju Wenjun, because of the fact that he doesn't kind of have an impact against the direct rival, it feels like Magnus, he'll just try to do his normal thing, keep his options open. If Hikaru fails to win, then Magnus would love to be able to bail out at some point. But of course, he needs to have a position where he can change gears, just in case he sees Nakamura doing well.
We see the breakdown right there, everybody. It's a little complicated if you're trying to read the whole thing, but simple enough as to understand. Obviously, Magnus controls his fate if he wins in Classical, but getting to Armageddon is a pretty good strategy as well, as long as Hikaru Nakamura doesn't look like he's on his way to beating Pragg in Classical. Multiple tiebreak scenarios could occur. Of course, if he beats Caruana in Armageddon, but Pragg does go down to Nakamura in Classical, we'll have a tiebreak between Hikaru and Magnus. And if he loses to Caruana and Pragg beats Nakamura in Classical, that would be a tiebreaker between Magnus and Pragg. So, again, there's a lot to this, right? Once the chess moves start being played, we're really going to have to unpack I guess, what the chess is telling us, right, in terms of what could happen. But checking in with Hikaru and Pragg's, as well as Lei Qingjie and Anna Muzichuk's chances for those who want to see the visual, we'll do that later today. But, yeah, it's drama, and the scoring system is delivering.
It is absolutely delivering. I think we have been just so excited every single day, because if there's many draws in Classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in Classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering, because there's still 3 players in both fields that could win the tournament. And of course, the rest of the places matter as well. The prize fund here is huge, and it's the same prize fund for both the Open and the Women's Tournament.
more prizes on the line than they've ever had in a tournament like this. Not that they haven't competed, especially those two women. They've competed in events with larger prizes in the Women's World Championship. But in an event like this, where you have elite classical chess, men and women playing side by side, you've never had this much on the line if you're a top woman player, and that's cool. Fun to see them just hanging out, by the way. There's a lot on the line. We're here hyping up the drama. Ju Wenjun, Lei Ting-Jie, Women's World Championship rematch. Lei Ting-Jie owns her own destiny, but they're just having a good time, David. Yucking it up. That's what friends do.
Yeah, smiling, trying to shake off those nerves. A big yawn, or was it a big roar from Lei Ting-Jie before that game started? A lot at stake. These two, Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja, will not have an impact on first place, but return of the Ding yesterday, that was nice to see. And yeah, we'll be following all the games. Yeah, a lot of action ahead.
Return of the Ding. Were you waiting for that all day? That was good.
Lord of the Dings.
Lord of the Dings. Return of the Ding.
I didn't even catch up on that.
There's a lot more puns there than are probably appropriate. But we're going to move on. But yeah, Ding Liren, if you missed it, did get a victory over Hikaru Nakamura in Armageddon. Praggnanandhaa with white against Hikaru Nakamura. This is an interesting spot, right? Both of these players want to win in classical just to really keep their chances alive against Magnus, but the risk versus reward trade-off that we talked about yesterday is very real, because if they get themselves in a terrible position, well, then it doesn't matter what happens in Magnus's game, really.
Yeah, and Magnus is controlling his own fate against Fabiano Caruana, so we shall see if he's going for something promising / aggressive, or is he going to stick to his usual approach against one of his all-time rivals, El Clasico? It used to be. Now also Hikaru versus Magnus is an El Clasico. So I guess these are the two El Clasicos in chess. Carlsen versus Caruana, or Carlsen versus Nakamura.
Yeah, huge day of chess, and promising. If we look at recent history, the last 4 times Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana have faced off in classical, there have been decisive results. Also, just a month ago, Nakamura beat Pragg with the black pieces at the candidates. So, recent history.
Can be done.
It can be done. It can be done.
I didn't know that. The last 4 classical games between Magnus and Fabiano have ended decisively.
3-1 in Magnus's favor. But last year in Norway Chess, with colors reversed, Fabi was the one to take the win against Magnus. And both players away from the board. We're being told that Magnus was a bit late. He had to run into the playing hall to make it on time. So still getting his game face on.
Getting his bearings. Is he getting his noodles ready? Is he also late to a meal? We know that happened all the way back in round 1 if you've been following the event the whole time. We hope not for Magnus, but you see Fabi's like, all right, well, Magnus is late. Whatever he's doing in the break room, I'm going to chill for a little bit because Carlsen's not at the board. But how's that stat? The last 4 games between these two guys has ended decisively, even though they're really well known for drawing all of their games in the Classical World Chess Championship. So will that mean fire on board between Magnus and Fabi today? We're going to find out.
Yeah, I believe they had something like 19 draws in a row a few years back around the World Championship in Classical, but that rivalry has really come to life. And the bird's eye view, I love it, and I'm going to miss it.
The last day with the bird's eye view.
Wow, and as opposed to yesterday, we see far more E4 openings. We see Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana there. That might be an Italian, might be a Spanish. We see a Spanish between Praggnanandhaa and Nakamura. The same variation Nakamura employed against Magnus in the first half of the tournament in Classical. A Catalan between Ding Liren and Firouzja. Exchange Slav between Ju Wenjun and Lei Ting-Jie. Maybe a sign of a bit of pragmatism there. Ju Wenjun keeping it solid with a very symmetrical position. And the other games, Anna Muzychuk against Humpy Kanaru, also a Spanish. What catches the eye early days here, Anna?
I'm just wondering if Ju Wenjun and Lei Ting-Jie are feeling in the mood for something extremely solid and therefore Armageddon. But Lei Ting-Jie, I don't think she wants that. Her only chance to win the tournament is if she can beat Ju Wenjun in Classical. So I don't know how she feels about how the opening is going, because this is very solid.
Yeah, and when those two faced off in the Women's World Championship in last year in 2023, there were no black wins in that match.
Oh.
So the stats not in Lei Ting-Jie's favor.
That's tough. Lei Ting-Jie up against a wall here in Ju Wenjun, having black. now a semi-Slav exchange variation. This is going to be hard for Black to get winning chances in that game. And like you said, a pragmatic approach from Ju Wenjun. So kind of hard for late J to control. The only other option would have been to just avoid d4, d5 and not have played the Slav. We'll break that down and give the specifics to what we're talking about. But if it's the best part of your repertoire and you're in a tough spot trailing the leader, maybe she just doesn't really know any other way. But Anna Muzychuk is going to get a spicy position against Humpy Canero here if this line continues. This is an aggressive line, and remember, if it goes to Armageddon, even if Ju Wenjun wins in Armageddon, Anna Muzychuk is in control of her own destiny. A win against Humpy Canero will tie for first. So if that game gets crazy and Ju Wenjun drives this one toward a draw, that doesn't guarantee her winning Norway Chess Women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Muzychuk, if she wins, she guarantees at least a playoff. Ju Wenjun would suddenly need to win that Armageddon. And, okay, she's got a great track record there, but suddenly pressure on, and who knows what could happen. So this game we see on the camera could be vital. You mentioned Danny. Yeah, imbalanced already.
Yeah, weird line. Let's go there first. Anna Muzychuk's game versus Humpy Canero. A fun line here in the Spanish. David, take us through the opening and just kind of set why this is not the line you see every day.
Yeah, so this is the current position. Let's backtrack all the way back to move 1. We see e4, e5. The Spanish is characterized by bringing the bishop out, putting pressure on the black knight on c6. The black pawn pushes back this bishop, so no exchange yet on the c6 square, and d6. This move has become trendy. I believe it's called the Steinitz deferred, when, named after former world champion Wilhelm Steinitz, when black just solidifies the pawn structure here in the center, freeing up the black knight, and that becomes relevant here after white castles, not creating a escape square for this bishop. And when the bishop is nudged back to b3, knight to a5, it really catches this bishop, gains the bishop pair for black, but at the cost of a lot of time and at the cost of development. If you look at the black pieces, they're all still fast asleep. White, meanwhile, has already castled her king. And normally that means, yes, you might lose the bishop pair, but you should accelerate the play while your opponent's king is still in the center. I believe d4 is the theoretical move. Clearly, Humpy has done her homework here, but yeah, she's taking risks with black. Maybe a good sign for Anna Muzychuk.
I think it's a good sign. It's actually what both of them want. I didn't expect that from Humpy. I guess she, of course, could still catch a better price if she wins in classical. We'll also need to take a look at what are the options for the rest of the players. We are mainly considering, of course, the first place, but every place matters, and the higher you finish in the standings, of course, the higher the price. Maybe that's why she thinks that this is also a game for her where she can and should play sharp and aggressive.
Well, you gotta love it, because no matter what, it means that she's up for a fight. She's not gonna give up her place in the standings and give Anna Muzychuk an easy ride. But that is also exactly what Anna wants. It's like, all right, well, good, because that's what I want too, is a chance to catch Ju Wenjun. And realistically, Anna can only do that with a winning classical. There are no other scenarios. I guess it's not true, because if Ju Wenjun loses in classical, no, but if she loses in classical, then she would tie late J as well. So anyway, yeah. There are complicated scenarios here, as you can see, and we're going to continue to unpack them and remind you throughout the day. So, all right, let's back up to the bird's eye view again, just because we've checked on this. We will keep our eye on a potentially sharp development happening between Muzychuk and Humpy Canero.
I figured it out, I think, for Humpy, because she's pretty much secured the 5th place unless Pia Cramling wins in classical. So I don't think she's feeling too threatened about her placement.
So she might as well risk it.
Yeah, and if she wins and Vaishali loses, then she could get 4th place instead of 5th.
Okay, that makes sense. You might as well risk it to get the biscuit, or a bigger biscuit than you currently have. And so she's going for it.
That's a dangerous opponent, someone with nothing to lose who just wants to have fun and play chess.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous opponent for sure. And I think we're going to get a wild one there. Again, we're hoping, just given the unorthodox, obscure kind of line there and how sharp those positions can get. The Praggnanandhaa Nakamura game is interesting. We have an isolated queen pawn early. Also, not a variation we see that commonly in the Spanish, but David, maybe you have some theoretical knowledge to enlighten me with. But yeah, let's head over to Prag's game as white against Hikaru.
Yeah, let's do just that, and we'll break it down. Hikaru, remember, he'll feel he needs to win in the classical with black, so he's keen for imbalances. Let's, again, go from the start. We see yet another Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, and this time a bit of a spicy version after bishop a4. Black plays the growing trendy move bishop to c5, so it can transpose to the archangel, but black's knight placement is still flexible. You can develop your knight depending on how white reacts. Pawn to c3 and knight g to e7. So actually in the Carlsen Nakamura game from earlier in this event, we saw white in that game castle very quickly. The black knight came to g6, and that led to some complications that actually favored Hikaru. He'd clearly done his homework better than Carlsen, but here Pragg, who's actually experimented with this variation himself from the black side, I believe, he comes well prepared d4. We see a trade. The difference between white's king having castled and still being on e1 is that black can now flick in a check. The bishops get traded, and d5 strikes at the white pawn center because, before it becomes too strong, and a trade. And I think big decision for Pragg. This type of position arises in various lines, and it's always a debate whether you should actually capture this knight on c6 while you have the opportunity. If you don't take now, you might never get that chance to double black's pawn structure, but at the same time, that would give black long-term total control over the d5 outpost, and the black bishop does still have some promising squares to jump to later. If I remember correctly from what I've studied, just bishop takes c6 is maybe the way to play for an advantage, but of course, there's other moves, and Pragg does take that knight. So he's going to get a better pawn structure. The white d-pawn, not as weak perhaps as black structure, but still a lot of play ahead. It feels like this one is anyone's game. It's a nice open battle.
Very nice, and both of them very well prepared. I wonder who will be the first to start thinking a little bit. I think the fact that Hikaru's clock is running... No, sorry, he's back. I was going to say, I think he's in the confessional, but maybe he didn't have the time to go just yet. He's clearly leading on our board for the confessional visits, but we're going to discuss that perhaps a bit later. There's so much going on. Everything is at stake.
Everything's at stake, not just Hikaru Nakamura's confessional dominance. We've got more stats to show you just how much Hikaru Nakamura intended to win the confessional battle, but we'll get into that a little bit later. All right, castles played quickly, and all right, well, we already set the table for what Magnus Carlsen needs to do. Simple story is he wins in classical, he wins 2024 Norway Chess. If he goes to Armageddon, some different things could happen, but let's set the table for these two guys. They both still have chances to be the 2024 Norway Chess champion. In Hikaru's case, it would be defending the title he currently holds. And as we break it down, it all starts if he can win in classical. If he beats Pragg in classical, that sets the table for what could happen. To start, if Carlsen loses to Caruana in classical or Armageddon, Hikaru wins outright. So if you beat Pragg and Magnus goes wrong, Fabiano beat Magnus Carlsen last year here. Yes, it was with the white pieces, not black, but it happened. So that's how you win it outright if you're Hikaru. But if you beat Pragg in classical and Carlsen, even if Carlsen wins in Armageddon against Caruana, which if you were really a betting man, I think a lot of these matchups go to Armageddon. And guess what? Magnus Carlsen wins a lot of his matchups in Armageddon. So if that happens, Hikaru still has to beat Pragg in classical, but that would get him a tiebreaker. And how exciting would that be for all of us? A Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen tiebreaker. And lastly, of course, if he beats Pragg in Armageddon and Carlsen loses to Caruana in classical as well, that is also a tiebreaker. So there you go. While we're here, we should quickly pay off how simple it is for Pragg. Yes, Pragg still has outside chances of winning 2024 Norway Chess, but as you're going to see here, not the same word wall. It's pretty simple. Pragg has to beat Nakamura in classical and hope that Carlsen loses to Caruana in classical. Any version of Magnus reaching Armageddon, and even if Pragg beats Hikaru, it doesn't matter. So, does that mean Hikaru is going to face a very, very motivated Pragg? I think so. I think Pragg shows up motivated to win every chess game he ever plays. But today, Pragg is bringing even more spice to the table, because if he wins, he still has a chance. You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, the fact that he's still in the race is impressive. It's a testament to what a great tournament Pragg has had, defeating the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. I know Magnus was extremely impressed by Pragg at the candidates. Recently, he said, he's leveling up, he's continuing to evolve as a chess player, always ambitious, as Danny mentioned. And Anna, maybe the two players, they can kind of play off that against each other. Both of them wanting to win, both of them wanting to take risks. That normally promises an exciting battle.
Yeah, we said the same in the Norway Chess Women field about Anna Muzichuk against Humpi Koneru, that if they both need that, it is the best possible scenario. In other tournament situations, you could have a player that only needs half a point and the other is in a must-win situation. And those create that kind of imbalance that the player that doesn't need to risk will go for something solid. But this is nothing but exciting chess here with the doubled pawns, weakened structure for Hikaru Nakamura on the queen side. The weakness in White's camp is the d4 isolated pawn. But I think because Black is still ahead in development, what we're going to see first is Pragg, of course, trying to see where to place the knight, where to go with the knight from b1. The most obvious square would be c3 or a3, c4, a5. Can we even make it to a5? I'm looking at all sorts of knight maneuvers, but he will definitely need to figure out what setup he wants to go for and then where to place the rooks. One obvious file would be the open e file and the other one is the c file with the doubled c pawns there.
Yeah. Early days, Pragg is the first to think. Hikaru's been here before, as recently as the candidate. It's a must-win situation with Black. It's going to be tough, but yeah, Pragg, it depends on what he chooses on his next few moves. We've zoomed out. He lands a knight in the center, Pragg, with his last move. Very ambitious. But the other game's moving very quickly.
Well, when you said Hikaru's been here before, I thought you were referring to the confessional booth, because I'm pretty sure he's there right now. He's out of his chair and likely setting things right for the fans, describing where he's at in the opening or what he brought to the table and what he thinks about his winning chances. If I'm guessing the things that Hikaru was talking about right now before he talks about renaming the confessional booth and giving his opinion on the other games. But it is interesting. 95 played. Pragg has a little bit of an edge. You already described it well. The doubled c-pawns are the first thing you got to deal with. But okay, like at least you have an imbalance if you're Black, right? You've got a bishop versus knight. You've got a strong post on d5. So we will definitely keep our eye on it as Hikaru comes back and gets his eyes back on the board and away from the confessional booth camera.
Man, it looks like he's munching on something. So he's certainly coming from the players' lounge. I had a chance to sneak into the room yesterday and I posted a reel about it today. If anyone is interested in the confessional booth / players' lounge area, it's actually amazing. It's so cozy. They have so many things there. And feels a bit like Hikaru missed lunch or maybe just needed a bit of extra boost with a bit of a snack. I wonder if this is still his preparation. Danny, what would be your thoughts on that when you look at Hikaru's body language and what Hikaru face are we observing right now?
I don't know. I mean, it's probably a position where he's pulling on some prep, but also thinking about how he keeps the game in murky waters, right? Because when you have preparation in a line like this, I think there's probably some lines that you know are the way you drive and steer the position if all you need is a draw. I think Hikaru's probably rethinking those right now, looking off to the right, if we believe David's theory. Looking off to the left is memory, looking off to the right is imagination. So Hikaru's probably imagining what he's going to have for dinner later, maybe some sushi. I don't know. I mean, we'll figure it out. But yeah, nothing else to translate there. Hikaru taking a look over. No, not sushi, Danny. Of course not. Oh, now he's accessing memory bank Nakamura, entering the passcode, bringing the opening theory to the table. But yeah, David, I mean, you got to be careful in a line like this because probably there are some ways that Black can, I don't want to say just like take all the life out of the position, but I would bet that most of the prep in these lines is like, all right, here's how you play this position. But you really, right now, you got to be thinking about how do I keep this game going and give myself winning chances?
Yeah, exactly. We see the head bob there. He's gone into that mind palace. He's remembering what he should be doing. The most natural move to my eyes to defend this pawn would just be to improve the Black queen. I'm not sure exactly which square. Queen d6, queen f6. One of those squares looks most natural. At some point, from my recollection, you can actually, as Danny mentioned, force the issue. You can often actually even sacrifice a pawn just to open up lines later for the bishop. Maybe not right now, but you can throw this pawn away because it is so weak anyway, just to open more lines. But yeah, I'm expecting Hikaru to go for one of these two moves. Which one it keeps more tension? It's hard to say. It's going to be about all the little nuances, details. Maybe he's going to try something a bit different. Maybe even retreating the knight, which looks very pretty on d5, but could later be repurposed to come round and attack White's isolated pawn. Yeah, a lot of choice for Hikaru. I recommend maybe we check back in a bit later.
I was going to say a lot of choices for us in the early portions of the final round of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. If you're just tuning in, we're just getting going here. We haven't checked on Magnus Carlsen's position versus Fabiano Caruana. We should probably do that just to at least have an idea of where this one is going to go. Remember, Magnus Carlsen really controlling his own fate here if he gets a winning classical, of course. But even getting into Armageddon, statistically, pretty high chances. Really put the pressure that either Pragg or actually at that point, Pragg is eliminated if Magnus just gets to Armageddon. Hikaru would have to win in classical as black. So you're anticipating that type of mindset coming in here in terms of pot odds. But let's dive into the position. What do we got over there?
Yeah, we have Fabi displaying his course. A bit of an advert here for his Chessable course. He's gone for at least a transposition to the Archangel opening. Yeah, Magnus hasn't played the most direct attempts. Still, I mean, it resembles an Italian, resembles a slower Spanish, with all the pieces pretty much on the board, just one set of pawns being eliminated. Magnus, this is one area he's been very predictable over the last year. Anytime a black bishop lands on the c5 square, he seems to these days put his knight on c3 and land it into d5. So interesting decisions at these early stages. Magnus has just made a move, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. What do we think? Recap to this position?
Yeah.
Very briefly?
Yeah, let's do it, just to make sure we know how we got there. Maybe there's some interesting prep that the players will unpack when they visit the confessional booth as well. So don't have to spend a ton of time. Run us through it.
Yeah, let's do it. And actually, it's the third Spanish of the day. That's been the trendy opening in this final round. We've seen this position before. This is where Hikaru Nakamura brought his bishop out to c5 against Pragg. Instead here, Magnus and Fabi walking down more well-trodden paths. Here, knight to c3, not the most popular, but Magnus against Pragg a couple of days ago walked into the open Spanish. He allowed black to take this pawn on e4 and didn't get any opening advantage. So maybe just trying to keep his opponents guessing. Bishop coming out to c5, very standard opening play. And to catch up with the live position, a4, black leaves the a file right now, allows a trade of pawns, but ultimately black is rock solid. Pawn to h6, the last move here. Yeah, Magnus seems to have moved. It looks like Fabi's on think right now, but we don't have an update. I think Magnus has just played the move h3, so a bit of copycat. Feels really tentative, just tiptoeing around each other. There we go. h3, d6 has been played, and I'm expecting Magnus soon to jump a knight into d5. Still well-known theory, and ooh, knight e2 instead. Keeping tension, he's going to park his knight over on the king side. Still a lot of maneuvering ahead, Anna.
You expected knight d5, but instead Magnus wants to keep more pieces on the board. Do you think that's because of potentially wanting to keep more winning chances, or do you think it's just to get Fabi out of the preparation that he would have predicted knight d5?
I think both. I think a bit of both. Magnus, he'll have half an eye on Hikaru's game. We've seen Magnus walking around the tournament. Oh, half the time he's blocking our cameras, but Magnus, yeah, he's definitely got a firm eye on the other game. And
maybe he'll be in the confessional booth first talking about it. But yeah, doesn't go for knight d5, plays knight e2. Do you think the top players are thinking at all, or did they look at all at Fabiano Caruana's Chessable course on the Archangel? Not speaking for Anish Giri. We know he did. He's talked about it often, and actually played an improvement over one of the main lines in that team chess battles we had. It was actually really funny. Lost in the banter of Anish verbally abusing me was that he actually improved on Anish's on Fabi's theory in one of the lines. You should check out one of those games. It was funny. But what do you think? Does Magnus stay on top of what content is being created by some of his rivals? And do you think he looked at all at the Archangel course?
I was watching that match, Danny. I was learning and enjoying.
Yeah.
I was Team Danny, though. Anish, naughty boy. But yeah, I think Magnus, he pays close attention to these things. I'm not sure whether he's watched all 48 hours of that video or whatever it was, but he will have played through some lines, or maybe his coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, would have played through some of those lines. The top players, they tend to kind of know in their peripheral vision exactly what everyone else has been studying, been playing lately. And yeah, I know that's why the top players, and historically, at least in the past, used to be reluctant to share their opening notes.
Yeah, I think it's great that we are living in the times of almost oversharing. Everyone's streaming, posting on social media, information in courses available as well. I'm hoping that there's going to be even more Chessable courses by these amazing players here, because we want the knowledge. We want it spilt.
We do. We want Chessable courses by Anna Rudolph, actually. She's going to be coming back and doing more. But all right, we're going to back up right now. come on back and take a look at the bird's eye view. All 6 games in progress. Again, we are in the final round here in Stavanger. So much chess ahead. We're going to grab our very first break to make sure that we're here with a special guest going to be joining us right at the top of the show. And then we're going to dive back into all the action. So there's Magnus Carlsen coming in late in a hurry was his action. He was hustling. It's 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and our coverage continues in just a few.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it, that's it?
You're completely right. That's what I felt.
Okay.
Like after my second round win, I crossed 2,500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, yeah, because it become Grandmaster. It has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully the childhood dream was also world champion.
Yes.
Because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So what are the emotions like?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. I mean, this candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster, 2,500 contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So
yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and he has got what it is today, and he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Bestbridge Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us, and yeah, as you say, like there are so many things. Like, Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more Grandmaster, one more. I mean, the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
you love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the final round here at 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We remain in Stavanger tonight, no matter what, until we get champions. But right now, we are joined in the studio by a very special guest. Her name is Anna Cramling. She's a streamer, creator extraordinaire. I don't exactly know how to introduce you other than saying you are Pia Cramling's daughter. Or as Pia would like to say, she's Anna's mom.
Yay!
What do you have to say about that?
I don't know. I mean, she's my mom. I'm her daughter. It goes both ways. But it's super nice to be here, Danny. I'm really excited to join the broadcast. I've been seeing you sitting here every day and doing a fantastic job, and I'm really happy to be part of it for a little bit.
You know, I talked to your mom about this, and she told me funny stories about when she first started getting recognized because people would come up to her as she's traveling in the airport hotel, and they would say, "Wait, aren't you Anna's mom?" And she's like, obviously through a great career that she's had. I mean, your mom has had an incredible career, world number one in 1984, and still crushing it at elite events today. But she joked that it wasn't until she became Anna's mom and you started covering her games that she started getting more recognized. And so, talk a little bit, if you would, about when did you decide to start doing that? Your mom's been playing in tournaments for a long time. You've been streaming for a few years. But at some point, you really jumped in to covering your mom's chess and that experience and bringing some of those stories and the moments to life. And people are loving it. So tell us a little bit about how that went down. And was your mom always excited when you decided to do it?
Well, when I started streaming, I didn't really think that much about bringing my parents. I was like, they're grandmasters. They know more about chess than me. I'm doing chess content. Maybe it would be cool if they had something to say because they know more what they're talking about than me. But then I started, more than anything, actually just filming regular videos with my mom where she would give some tips and, she would kind of be the good Cramling out of us two, the good chess Cramling. But then what I actually started doing was that I started competing at tournaments and she started commentating my tournaments. And that is, I think, where people know her from. Yeah. But my 10-year-old self would be so surprised about this because when I grew up, it was always like, "Oh, hi, you're the daughter of Pia Cramling, right?" And I would just be a little kid walking around in chess tournaments with a book and be like, "Yeah, that's me." So it's really fun to see the reverse as well. And I don't think she minds it that much. I think she's okay with it.
She seemed to love it. She was very proud. And yeah, I don't think she minds it at all.
She is just so proud of you, and the way you were describing 10-year-old Anna Cramling. I wanted to say, I met Anna when she was 5. I think she was 4 or 5 years old, coloring on the score sheet of her dad in Gibraltar in the middle of the playing hall. It was the cutest thing, little girl, big eyes, huge smile. She was like the most adorable kid, and the game was about to start, and she's still coloring on the score sheet of her grandmaster dad. It was adorable.
I honestly have come to a realization that every single chess person has seen me as a 5-year-old kid, and I wonder if when they see me now, they just think about me as a 5-year-old.
How wild is that, right? I mean, you've grown up in this world, and both your parents are grandmasters. I don't need to repeat everything you just said, but now you are helping to bring more eyeballs to this world than a lot of other people, right? We won't rank the list, but you're up there, and you're doing amazing things to help grow the game, and in some ways provide even more exposure for people like your mom and dad and the careers they've had. So does that feel awesome? Or what would you have told 5-year-old Anna as she was coloring that, hey, someday that's what they're going to be saying? What would have been that conversation?
I think that in chess, there's so many different characters and so many different stories that many people don't know about because, well, obviously people know Magnus, people know the people at the very top, but there's still a lot of people, a lot of chess players that have fought their way up in a way, and those stories are sometimes not talked about. So I think it's really cool that I'm able to tell the story of my mom. For her, the most important thing was to, well, get more people into chess, but also get more women into chess. And so it feels really beautiful in a way that I get to tell that story. And tell it through her words as well, because I a lot of times ask her, what do you think about this? I don't want to invent her story. I want it to come from her, even though it's through my platforms. So I think it's amazing. I am really happy that I get to do that and to see her at an event like this. I know how much it means to her. I know that this is like a dream to her to participate in this. So I'm just so happy to be able to do it. And for me, it's always also been one of the most important things to get more people into chess. So if I can contribute to that, then I'm happy.
It's amazing. And it truly is a special story. It's a very, very unique one and an awesome one that we all get to continue to watch and experience and enjoy with you. At some point, we want to turn to enjoying the games here with you as well and get your thoughts on your mom's position. David, you want to jump into that right now, or
yeah,
what do you think?
Maybe we do that. Anna, you've been downstairs streaming your mom's games. How's that experience been? How emotional has it been every day?
My heart cannot take this anymore. I do not understand how you guys do this. This happened to me when I was a kid, when I was watching her games, when she played like the Female World Championship and stuff like this. I could not sit at home and watch her games because I would get so stressed. Now I'm forced to. I need to watch every single move. I need to talk about every single move, and my heart cannot take this. So I'm happy that I have more people here, and I'm happy that I got some really strong chess players that can also tell me if I should be happy or not about her position. So let's check it out.
It's funny, by the way, and your mom has had some really dramatic moments in the event. She's had incredible. I'm not trying to give you any more stress, but I'm saying, like,
thanks, Danny, for telling me this.
She's done super well, which unfortunately some highs came with some lows, right? And we know there's also been some really amazing clips of you covering it. But I guess what I'm saying is you're right to feel stressed at times. She's had some really wild games, but this one here looks pretty tame. I like her position to start as black. Although she's going up against Vaishali as well, which means Vaishali's in for a fight because that's what she does at the age of 18, 19. But David, what do you got?
Yeah, this is actually interesting because I've played this opening from the white side my entire life. I know a bit about these structures, and I think Pia's in great shape. I think she's doing okay here, although she has to be energetic with her next few moves. White does have the center, so if I were in her shoes, maybe putting a knight on d5, hitting a pawn, a loose pawn on c3. The other tried and trusted method of kind of playing here with black would be to play a move like bishop d5, strike with e5 as quickly as possible, just before white is fully mobilized. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic.
By the way, apologies real quick. I know Vaishali is 22 years old. I was confusing with her brother, and I misstepped. But Vaishali is the older sister. Sorry, Anna, you go ahead. Thoughts on David's analysis?
No, David is a very strong grandmaster, and I actually realized that yesterday when we played a few games.
You were beating me in one of the games, Anna.
And David, I'm putting you a little bit on the spot here, but am I allowed to say what opening you played in that game?
You are, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Can I guess? Can I guess?
You can guess, Anna. You can guess.
Does it start with C?
It starts with C and finishes with a W.
The Cow opening by David Howell? Classic.
I couldn't believe it. We played first the game, you played the Grunfeld, I got crushed, and then you said, Anna, one more game. And I said, yes. And then you played the Cow opening. And I won a piece in the opening, and it was the greatest moment of my life until David tricked me because he's very good at chess. Yeah.
I can safely say that's the first and last time I'll ever play the Cow opening.
No, that cannot be true. I will convince you. Anyways, about the position, I think she's doing pretty good. I will obviously trust what you're saying. I feel, just like you're saying, this bishop on e6, it feels like it has to, at some point, go to d5. e5 also looks like it makes a lot of sense. Do you think, David, would you rather go knight d5 or bishop d5? What idea do you prefer out of those two?
I slightly prefer bishop d5 because knight d5, despite the fact it does have a concrete threat, if white is able to, for example, just solidify her center, bishop d2 bring rooks to the center, it's hard to know exactly how Pia is going to strike back. I think pawn breaks are the most important thing, and the biggest pawn break would be e5, if achievable. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, she's got solid foundations here, no weaknesses really with black. So I think she's going to be fine. But
speaking of pawn breaks, if white plays c4 after bishop d5, you can take f3, right, and win the pawn. And that's kind of the key for Pia, is that you don't want to allow white's big pawn majority to get rolling somehow. That would be a problem. Right now she's got a great eye on d4. So as long as c4 can't be played, you should be in decent shape. But moves like knight to b5 come to mind for Vaishali. So you got to be thinking about what tempo moves is Vaishali going to go for here? Knight b5 could be followed by bishop a3. That worries me a little bit, but makes me like bishop d5 even more. Just try to undo what's been done on the e-file so that you can get e5 at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is sometimes what happens. If you start pushing the pawns too much, it can also sometimes create a few weaknesses as well and remove a few squares for the pieces. So we will see here what happens. I am already now, I mean, it doesn't matter what the eval bar says at any point. I am stressed the whole game. It doesn't matter if it says that it's, you know, equal or whatever. But I do like this idea of bishop d5, e5. Do you think that do you think, Danny, that it will be a problem with bishop a3? Do you think she should move the rook first, the rook on f8, to the center somehow?
Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, knight to b5 is definitely coming next, which makes me think that maybe perhaps the reason why Pia hasn't moved, David, is she considering a6? Do you stop knight to b5? Bishop d5 is a great idea to slow down white's center, and then also, of course, prepare e5. But you can also play it next. And bishop to g4 is also possible, by the way, with a similar idea. You bring the bishop and pin the knight, and e5 comes next. So I have a feeling that what Pia is considering is, can she go aggressively for either bishop g4 or bishop d5 and allow knight b5, or does she need to stop knight to b5 first? So anyway, David, on to something there maybe?
Yeah, I think ultimately this is a good moment for her to have a think. She's just reached the end of the opening, and I'm sure she'll come up with a great plan. Anna, I just want to say as well, congratulations. Recently, not 100 million, 1 million, sorry, YouTube subscribers still. Super impressive. What's next for you now?
Well, I'm actually traveling to Madrid right after this.
Whoa,
because I am playing a chess tournament there. So my mom, she is playing right now, but she's immediately traveling back home to commentate my game. So there's going to be a lot of chess for her as well. But yeah, I am playing a chess tournament, and then I'm going to be traveling quite a lot this summer to film some special projects. So I'm very excited about that.
I am also very excited, Anna, about something that I think we might be able to officially leak today. I was teasing our viewers that we recorded something on one of the rest days of Norway Chess. Anna, do you think it's time for the world to know what we did?
I absolutely think it's time for the world to know what we did, Anna. This is your moment. Take it. I am so excited about this.
It's Anna versus Anna. Lie detector chess. Oh gosh, that was just so nerve-wracking. We were strapped up. We had like a thing on our arm, on our fingers. We couldn't move. And we had some really tough questions to ask to each other. We couldn't even read the questions before the recording. Everything was so secretive. Like, we didn't even know the questions we were going to ask to each other.
No, I was terrified. I never in my life thought that I would do a lie detector test. I've seen a bunch of videos on YouTube with it, but I never thought that I would agree to it.
I almost want to ask who lied more, but I actually don't, because I want to see it. I want the fans to be teased with that.
Yeah.
Who got caught lying more? Or who had the toughest question? But okay, I wasn't there for it. I saw some of the questions in advance that the team prepared, but didn't get to see it in action. So I can't wait.
No, the questions were hard, but it was really fun. And I have to say that I would not have done it with anyone but you, Anna. It was so fun. Anna versus Anna. You're in for a big surprise. You're in for an, I think, amazing video, and I'm really excited for when it comes up.
Likewise, Anna. Thank you. I already thought, like, beforehand that Anna versus Anna, how cool is it? And we get on so well. I feel like since the lie detector video, because we were filming for like 3 hours straight and sharing so many emotional things, it was very deep. It was like a therapy session.
It was literally a therapy session. This is not even a joke, by the way.
Yes.
I don't know what they're going to include. It was a therapy session for both of us.
I just feel like our bond has only gotten much stronger, and I feel like you're one of my best friends now, ever since we went on a lie detector together.
No, it's really, yeah, we've been hanging out so much in this tournament. It's been really, really, really fun. And honestly, like, it's such a great thing to do. Like, I feel like anybody has to get close to whoever they do a lie detector test with. I don't know if everybody will agree with that, but for me, it was that case at least.
Likewise.
I've had some stressful lie detector experiences,
I know,
to be honest.
Danny, I was gonna...
No, I'm kidding.
Me too, Danny. Me too.
Okay, maybe it's just us two. Maybe it's just us two, Anna, but it was great. I'm very excited, and you should be as well.
That's awesome. Well, all right. So surprises ahead in the lie detector content. You let us know what's immediately ahead for you. Madrid, your mom's going to be covering your games, and then some traveling over the summer. But you're about to go stream and cover your mom's game. Any surprises ahead today? It's your last show from Norway. Maybe I'll ask you with anything you want to share with the fans about the streams you're doing and or your experience here in Norway.
It's been an amazing experience here in Norway. I am live streaming every single one of my mom's games, and I'm going to start the stream in around 5 minutes, where I will be going through a little bit deeper what is happening. I will be supporting her, and we will all just be hoping that she gets her first classical win, because that would be just absolutely amazing. And I really think today she's going to fight. I really think that she's going to try to get that in the last day, because it's the final chance she has to do it. So, yeah, I'll be starting the stream just in a few minutes. It's been amazing to be here at Norway Chess, and thank you so much for having me in the studio.
Thank you for joining us. This has been awesome. Again, echoing David, congratulations on the benchmark, and we know there'll be a lot more ahead. So Go cover your mom's games. We're rooting for Pia Cramling for sure. Not that we don't love Vaishali as well, but Pia Cramling getting her first classical win, that would be a great way to end the trip here. And congratulations, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right. That was Anna Cramling in studio here. We're going to back up, and in a moment, we're actually going to get to a bunch of confessionals, so you don't want to go anywhere. We've actually got Magnus Carlsen, who visited the confessional booth during our interview, Praggnanandhaa as well from earlier in his game versus Hikaru Nakamura, and Ju Wenjun visited the confessional for her first time, so we've got a bunch to get into. Actually, let's just jump right in right now and see what Magnus Carlsen had to say about his position right now against Fabiano Caruana.
So I wasn't quite sure what to do before the game, but I ended up on something that was sort of very solid, quite innocuous. Yeah, usually I do quite well in these kinds of Spanish, Italian types of positions. Against Fabiano, it's a little bit more difficult. But then, right in the opening, I saw that Pragg and Hikaru were heading for this line that's extremely solid for white. Like I think it's more or less a forced draw, but black is definitely the one who has to prove it. And so I thought for a second, should I just like be even more cynical in going for the draw? But then I thought, yeah, whatever. Let me just play a little, and hopefully, hopefully I can stay solid and try and at least not lose.
Interesting stuff there, talking about the solid line he sees going down between Praggnanandhaa and Hikaru Nakamura and how that might influence his game, right? Anticipating what happens in that one is a big part of how he approaches Fabiano, because he has the white pieces. Could be more aggressive if he needed to, but what are your thoughts about what he thinks is happening between Pragg and Hikaru?
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear Magnus's thought processes. I think it's very logical, the way he's approaching things, having half an eye on the other game. Often we give the advice, just focus on what you're doing, just focus on your own game. But from my experience, it's tough. I've had many games in my career in final rounds where I just tried to block out the noise, and then I realized later that actually I could have made more practical decisions depending on what was going on around me. So yeah, Magnus, great at multitasking. I mean, this position, no forcing draws here, at least. Still maximum tension. I don't think he's risking anything at all. And we see him leave the board. He'll be checking out the other game. And Anna, maybe we'll see him change gears if necessary.
Yeah, he is keeping the options alive. And that's what you predicted, David, that he might go for this strategy. Not revealing his cards until necessary and keeping a close eye on Hikaru versus Pragg, because that game, that's all that can do any harm to Magnus Carlsen's title this year, which would be already the 6th time that he wins Norway Chess. I think he really wants it.
Well, and it's interesting. Chess is a unique game in that you can actually see what's happening in your opponent's battles as far as how they affect your fate, right? I mean, this happens in other sports, right? You know that there's in Premier League and in the NBA, you know, with playoff odds, it happens at times where you're scoreboard watching, I guess. But in chess, it's even more intimate because they're in the same room with you. And as much as the advice should be, hey, focus on what you can control, I think given that you can also control immediately what you're seeing in the boards next to you, it kind of makes sense, I guess, to be practical.
Yeah, and I mean, to contrast it with other sports, chess, you can actually see into the future. He's going to see at some point maybe that Pragg and Hikaru might fizzle out. Unlike other sports where if you're scoreboard watching, a team might score a goal, might score some last-minute points. So he's got a bit more control over his own destiny. I like what Magnus has done. I think Fabiano needs to be accurate here. Just to talk about the position, it's very, very symmetrical, actually, other than the fact that white controls the open A file. Nothing immediate there, no entry points, but maybe useful later. And white controls the center. White has the lock. Yeah, white has the key to this lock even in the center. White can trade off at will on e5, and it's black who has to deal with the tension. I don't think black should be rushing to capture because white would just install an even better pawn structure in the middle. So I'm expecting Fabi to keep the tension. I don't know whether it's bishop b7, rook e8. At some point you can challenge with c5, and yeah, it's very much onus on Fabiano Caruana to equalize here.
And he will try to, obviously, this tournament hasn't been the best for Fabiano Caruana, but the last round, I think, whether you're having a good tournament or bad tournament, nobody wants to lose in the last round. That's the worst thing that can happen to you at any level, at any tournament. No one wants to go home with that sour taste in your mouth.
Sometimes a bad tournament feels like a good one because you won your last game. And obviously these players are big boys and girls, and they're thinking about their careers beyond a single game for sure. But I think a lot of people can relate to that feeling. It feels good to end on a high note. So not like Fabi's going to lay down here. But all right, let's back up and look at the other games. We've got a lot to catch up on. We just had a great interview with Anna Cramling in studio. If you missed it, she is now going to be live on her channel covering her mom's game. By the way, Pia played Bishop G4, so interesting stuff there given the analysis that we were undertaking. But I want to get back into Praggnanandhaa's game with Nakamura, not just because Magnus talked about the fact that it was a little bit of a forcing line, but because we've had a visit to the confessional booth, and twist ending, it wasn't Hikaru first. Pragg has already visited the booth, and let's get caught up with him and see what he has to say about his current battle playing white versus Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, so I've come very early today. It's honestly, I don't know what to say, because it's kind of funny that I didn't really expect Hikaru to repeat the same line he played against Magnus few days back, because this is supposed to be fine, but also very, it could get unpleasant for black. I've played a game myself in this line against Ivan Saric in Grand Swiss in Riga, and I kind of saw it as an unpleasant line for black. So I didn't really expect Hikaru would do this, but because he has played like all the sidelines in the world, I was expecting one of those, and this came as a surprise. So I think I hope to put some pressure here, but I've just played knight e5, and I hope he doesn't remember all his lines, because otherwise it's kind of if he remembers, then it could be nothing.
Nothing like hoping your opponent doesn't remember all their lines. That rarely worked out for me. Although in this case, if Hikaru remembers all his lines, Pragg predicting that we're going to get a peaceful result in this one,
Yeah, this is what Magnus was also discussing in his confession. And all these confessions make me wonder, where is Hikaru's confession? The only way we could know whether he still is in theory is when he confesses it. But I think we'll get there. I think Hikaru will be going back to the booth. The fact that they both spent about the same amount of time, I think, signals that it is a territory they are familiar with, but not exactly prepared for today. Pragg was caught off guard. He expected other sidelines, and Hikaru must have prepared this some time ago, not for today, I feel like.
Well, we'll find out. Bishop f5 is played. I mean, should we point out real quick some of the obvious tactics on the board before we leave this one behind? And I do want to jump over to the battle for first place over in Norway Chess Women. Some interesting things happening between Ju Wenjun and Lei Ting-jae. But first, let's just pay off why knight takes c6 is not something white's going to do here, David, and what the tactical consequences of that would be.
Yeah, big question here, Danny, and maybe the key question in Pragg's decision on this move. Just to do a bit of analysis here, if he wants to keep it safe, there's a natural move at his disposal. He'll probably just develop a knight out to c3, maybe even knight to a3 if he wants to avoid a knight trade. Ultimately, there's still some questions for black, including how to defend this pawn. Now it's a bit safer for white due to the fact the rooks are connected, no back rank problems for the white king. If instead Pragg gets really ambitious and gets greedy, takes this pawn on c6, then firstly I was fearing there might be moves like queen to g5 in this position. I would be terrified here.
That was what I thought. Okay. It's not as winning as you would like to think, but we should still show the tactics. Whether white trades on e8 first or not, you can't take the queen because it's back rank checkmate on e1. Again, that would be the start of a puzzle rush tactic loading, and you see your opponent's going to blunder, so you're just ready to play rook e1. But white will play f4 instead of queen takes g5, I think, or maybe you just move the queen.
Yeah, I'm not exactly
Actually,
sure.
f4 would be super dangerous. So where do you... Sorry, I meant...
Maybe just knight back to e5. I guess the white queen is defended for now, so maybe you can hold the floodgates there.
Okay, so what are the consequences of taking on c6? Maybe this is it, and there's compensation.
Yeah, I mean, great compensation. I mean, the black knight is coming to f4. I mean, try defending this against Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, this looks absolutely terrifying. You have to weaken your own kingside by pushing a pawn forward to g3. I'm not sure there is a winning blow. The eval bar didn't slide down that much after knight takes c6. It still says it's playable for white, but the fact that it's still roughly level means that black must have great compensation. Maybe just a rook trade as well, and then a move like queen to g5 or queen f6, queen d6, I'm not sure. And either way, black is getting super active. There's going to be so many threats. White just not developed, and hence Prag's decision in the game to finally complete development and connect his rooks. Greed here not being good, I think.
Definitely not. Hikaru's knight could still jump to b4, but now that the white knight has developed, at least that knight fork threat on c2 is not that dangerous. You could move the a1 rook to d1, for instance, to step out of it.
Yeah, it feels like white's got a lot of centralization, and I agree with Pragg, it should be level, but hard to imagine Hikaru winning this one.
Yeah, this is a tough one for him to try to play it for a win, that is for sure.
Simplification likely coming here, and the kind of position where your pawns on c6 and c7 are the weakest pawns on the board, so you're kind of hoping you can trade them off for the d4 and the b2 pawns with some kind of pressure. And the reason I'm highlighting it that way is because if your hope is that you can trade off your ugly duckling pawns for two healthy pawns and just get to a drawn position, that's not a great hope, right? You don't have a lot of fighting chess. I think Hikaru would have loved if Pragg had gone for the sharper lines of taking on c6 and allowing some type of kingside attack. But unless Pragg is going to invite madness over on the right side of the board, then this is a position where Hikaru will be the one fighting for a draw at some point. Maybe not fighting, but you know, steering the game toward a draw at best.
Definitely feels that way. And Hikaru looking up at the screen for a second, just checking out Magnus's game potentially. Frustrating moments. We saw it in the candidates with Hikaru in the last round against Gukesh. Sometimes if your opponent plays well, yeah, hard to break down their defenses. Tough with black as well.
Very tough. I think he will hope that something could go wrong, but from what we can see right now, it really is more a two results position, and Pragg could try to play this for a win. And that is what Pragg wants. We discussed that if Pragg wins, and Magnus loses. I know it's a big if, but Pragg still has mathematical chances to win the tournament. And also, if you don't win, if Magnus draws or wins his game, by winning the game against Hikaru, Pragg would leapfrog Hikaru and get the second place. So I think that's quite some motivation there.
I think both of them would love to win and get in tie for first, right? But obviously, that's a big task, and the risk, as you said, of allowing the other player to leapfrog you is also material in terms of prize money. But we don't want to talk about second or third right now. You know, we want to talk about who's going for blood to put the pressure on Magnus Carlsen and get first, in the hopes that we might get a tiebreaker, because we want more chess. We don't want to go home here from Stavanger. But all right, I want to swing around to the board one battle and Norway Chess women. Purple power in the lower right corner between Ju Wenjun and Liren J. An advantage for Liren J in a game that at one point, David, you shared at the break, was following Cramling and Anand 2008 from their World Championship match. Liren J, I believe, changed the directions first. But let's talk about this position and the computer liking white with an only move suggestion to say that white could actually have real winning chances in this obstacle bishop ending.
Yeah, first we should say that Ju Wenjun is risking precisely 0, so I think Liren J isn't going to win Norway Chess Women, unfortunately. It's going to be tough to convert this. It's opposite color bishops, but white does have an extra pawn. Yeah, what do we think here? Do we go very quickly from the start, or do we just try to break down this position, because there is quite a lot to investigate?
I'd love to at least know where it veered from Cramling Anand 2008, just because it's an interesting theoretical discussion. And at one point, Magnus was really looking at their game closely, and you kind of thought that Magnus, a chess historian, right, always tracking and remembering in a scary way in terms of his ability to track chess games he ever saw. He was paying close attention to this one.
He definitely was, and I recognize this instantly from game one of that 2008 World Championship, where often players in the first round in such high-stakes games, they don't want to take too much risk. Same maybe in the last round here, and just backtracking half a dozen moves or so. This is before everything just disappeared, got traded off the board. White's queen putting some pressure on this black bishop, but it is defended by the knight on c6, so that knight was removed, hitting the bishop now. The bishop had to trade itself off with a check, and rather than take back on c6, and the black pawn structure being slightly imperfect there, a backward pawn, rook c8 was played, pinning, not quite winning the bishop back yet, because knight to e5 throws a bit of a spanner in the works. You want to take back on this square with a piece, not a pawn, so knight to g4, a trade happened. The white queen now, she's pinned, white is going to lose the piece she's up, but queen to b4 jumps out the way, black takes the bishop, white grabs a pawn, and this is where the two paths diverged in that game. Anand played the move queen to c8. I believe this is the remedy, at least the engine-approved antidote to what white is trying here, and a queen trade occurred in that game, and black's rooks very quickly came down into the second rank, picked off some pawns. The game fizzled out towards a draw very, very soon. Lei Ting-Jie tried the same. She tried to get the queens off the board, maybe remembering that game up to a point, but not quite perfectly, because after a queen trade, she now made what is, at least according to the computer, a mistake. Maybe taking back with the rook was preferable here, just because it gains time against the white pawn, not allowing white to get organized yet and connect her rooks. Instead, pawn takes, and the computer shows a blue arrow for the first time today, showing that that king d2 move is by far white's best. If we follow the line down, though, I'm not 100% sure that this is going to win for Ju Wenjun. And look at that, she's calculating clearly, Anna, on the camera.
Yeah, she is, and she must be comparing the position between rook takes b6 and a takes b6, how it certainly is beneficial to white that there is no hanging pawn on b2, that it is in her control now to be able to play moves like king to d2, which wasn't an option. It wasn't possible after rook takes b6. I wonder if Lei Ting-Jie just got a bit mixed up, trying to recall the game we were referring to, or trying to recall her own analysis overall of this line, and she confused when to take with the pawn.
It's a bit of a strange decision from start to finish. I mean, we were already questioning it in terms of the semi-Slav not being a line. Oh, by the way, Ju Wenjun finds the best computer move. Go figure. She is the world champion for a reason. But it was a semi-Slav, right? Then it was following this game, Cramling, which, if she kept on that path, would have also gotten her in a position where she didn't have winning chances. And then this line that we're getting on the board, David, is one that it's a two-result position for Ju Wenjun and an extremely safe two-result position. This is an opportunity for her to push and avoid any doubts and avoid the worries about what might happen between Anna Muzychuk and Humphrey Canero. And so I don't know. I'm liking Ju Wenjun's chances. I'm a little bit questioning as far as Lei Ting-Jie's approach. Maybe we'll get a chance to catch up with her at some point and kind of ask what her thought was coming in. And the last chess point I wanted to highlight is I also love how king d2 is not just the best move for all the reasons you highlighted, David, in preparing to bring the other rook over to c1. You have this 2-on-1 majority. But also, I think a lot of players might try to do something to attack the bishop on g4 rather than quickly making play about the other side of the board where that bishop is now empty, as we call it, an empty bishop attacking nothing but air. Any other move that would actually allow Lei Ting-Jie to put it on f5, you wouldn't have been able to play king d2 because the rook would be coming to c2. So I love that the way the series of tempo moves went and the force exchanges, suddenly white's bishop is perfectly placed, the rooks are coming to the c-file, and if you spend a whole tempo move on fixing the problem of your bishop, white's going to use that to accelerate something else. So that bishop is really just kind of lost at sea over there and attacking nothing and feels bad, man.
Yeah, I do wonder if we do some concrete analysis, whether the eval bar is misevaluating things. I don't know. I think by force we're going to get a pure opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah, with what we should show, right? With the rooks coming to the c-file and then black playing bishop f5. So the rook comes to c1, and then on bishop f5, because of the threat of rook c2, you have to trade. And then the rook comes to c1.
And if we trade everything off, yes, the eval bar says white's doing very well, but if the black king now makes its way over to c6, it's just a dead draw.
But I thought maybe you had a4 just in time?
Yeah, I was wondering this as well, Danny. The black king comes, and I'm one step away from
bishop c7?
Bishop c7, and now if I try to throw this pawn away and double your pawns in the process, are you in time here? Do you bypass me with a5 to try and push this pawn forward. If you take, your 2 pawns up, but I will blockade your pawn.
I thought about this, and I saw this line. I thought it was exactly the tempo I was going to prove that you have to spend as black to play bishop f5, but you're saying at the end of this line, black is getting there just in time. So maybe the eval bar is overrated, an evil eval bar here, but... So I guess we were both right in saying the line. I thought that white would get exactly this type of position with a4 and bishop c7 arriving before black can play king d7 and stop it. But is this just a draw? There's not. I mean, there's so many pawns on the king side. Can you go for f3 and bring the king up and try to slowly do things?
Yeah, maybe the white king comes around the other way while the black king has its hands full with stopping the b pawn. I also wonder whether, for example, white can force the black king back, like b4, b5, kick the black king back to b7, and then start running with the white king forward towards the other side of the board.
Yeah, this feels like it should be enough.
Maybe. It's really hard to tell, though, from afar, Anna.
Very hard to tell, but it's kind of the scenario that Ju Wenjun wants, isn't it? Like, it's risk-free, and she can push and press forever. She can test her opponent for like 100 games. I was going to say that was almost the World Championship match, but 100 moves in this endgame. And there's absolutely zero losing chances for her.
Yeah, this is the dream. I mean, we need a new word of the day. I was going to say fantasy again, but then I got flashbacks of being trolled about that one. But this is the dream. This is the fantasy. In a last round, zero risk. We heard Magnus talk about it in his confessional, but she's got her destiny in her own hands, Ju Wenjun. She's pretty much eliminated Lei Ting-Jie from the running for first prize because Lei Ting-Jie will never win this game with black. And it's huge pressure on Anna Muzychuk's shoulders right now.
A lot of pressure, and I think our feature chat was right. Lei Ting-Jie didn't go to the confessional, and Ju Wenjun did. For the first time during this event, the women's world champion visited the confessional. Is it a sign? This is the way to go.
So we're going to throw that right now. I actually just got an update, just because I want to be totally factually correct. It's actually the second time she went, but we missed it.
Oh,
it happened in round 8, and apparently we didn't catch it. But I think Ju Wenjun won in that round, so it was still good luck. But anyway, so...
I apologize.
No, it's not your fault. I already said it earlier. You were repeating what I said. It was actually my fault, and shout out to the team for bringing us all the stats and relevant facts. So, doesn't really matter, but Ju Wenjun has visited the confessional booth for her second time. Apologies for the past show. Apparently we missed that a couple rounds ago, but either way, let's see what the world champion had to say about her game and her experience here at Norway Chess.
Hi everyone, I'm back again, and today my game is about very equal. It's a very well-known line for Slav, and this also is the 10th round, the last round, and it might be my, last time in here. So anyway, I enjoyed both classical and Armageddon chess in Norway, and it's so good to play chess here, and also like the atmosphere here, and also because the game is still going, so I might just chill and just think about what about the next. So I will go back to think about chess.
I love it. And she did say she's back again. And apparently Fabiano Caruana also is back again in the confession booth. We're going to have that at the break. So make sure you subscribe now. Throw us your Prime if you don't want to miss any of that action. We will be going to a break probably in about 5 minutes. We've got Fabiano Caruana with his confessional, including his thoughts that Magnus surprised him in the opening, and we'll get Fabi's breakdown of the high-level preparation that he brings. Even though it was an Archangel, Fabi was still surprised. So can't wait to see what Fabi has to say. Again, do it, subscribe, don't miss it, and connect your account for ad-free experience on chess.com. All right, well, Ju Wenjun said she's going to go back to the board and chill. I think that's what she said.
Yeah, she said so, and now she's observing the other boards. You know, I'm just puzzled because we have a leaderboard for the confessional visits, and Hikaru Nakamura has been dominating every day. We thought during the last rounds he's going to be the only one who keeps going back because there's so much at stake. The other players will try to focus on the game while Hikaru is used to speaking his mind. He feels like he's at home in the confessional. He's streaming from there. But he hasn't gone yet today. He's going to lose his top spot against the world.
We'll see. We'll see if he does. But remember, though, someone shared that there was a line. So maybe the players are lining up. It's like if you go to the bathroom line and there's a long line, you might as well go back and wait, I guess. If you go to the confessional line and there's a long line, you might as well be waiting at the board. So, all right, but look at this. A lot of moves being played on the board between Liren and Alireza Firouzja. I'm not even sure we need to check on it, not because we don't love those players. And again, the return of the Ding yesterday, he did get a victory over Hikaru Nakamura. But the reality is, I think these players are playing quickly because they don't have as much at stake anymore. Are they, you know, I don't...
High pitch in your voice.
High pitch in my voice is down. I was pausing because I started to see, like, okay, maybe Firouzja has some chances with the outside pass B pawn, but just objectively think we're probably headed toward a draw there, David.
Yeah, actually, I think maybe Ding is having the more fun of the two. I say high-pitched. A draw should be the most logical conclusion to that game. We talked about that Catalan earlier, very forcing pieces, just flying off the board. And ultimately, okay, Firouzja's basically offering a draw with a threefold repetition right now if Ding wants to repeat and go back with his rook to check the black king. Firouzja looking up at the screen. That game might be over soon, but yeah, not impacting the top of our standings.
It's funny, but you like Ding's chances a little bit, whether he goes for or not. We're kind of disagreeing today a little bit. I don't know why. Like, I thought the obstacle bishop ending was... Yesterday we were finishing each other's
sandwiches.
Okay, we got to get back to it. No, I'm kidding.
I'm always just third wheeling here. This is terrible. Thank goodness it's the last day. No, actually, I don't want to go home. I think this has been an amazing tournament. But these two...
We're having a good time. And... by the way, looks like it is going to be time for a draw, and David called it. We might as well head over there and grab the handshake because I think that Rook F8 check comes from Liren one more time. Whether the players will look for an arbiter to come make the claim or just agree to the draw themselves because they are past move 30, I think these two are about to give us Armageddon.
Looks that way. Moment of truth for Ding, who we talked about ending a tournament on a high. His last few rounds have been a big step in the right direction, a big improvement. And the question now is, does he want to end Norway Chess 2024 in Armageddon, or does he want to play around a bit more in Classical? He did give an interview saying, you know, there were thoughts of withdrawal from the tournament, but he wanted to stay and fight. And it's been fantastic to see Ding back, Anna, towards the player we know him as.
Yes, and it's something that we should all applaud. The courage to stay and fight even when it felt like everything is going against him. Showing up is the first big step when things are not going right.
Mm-hmm. That's true, and well said. Showing up is the first step, right? And in this case, it's been tough for Liren, but he has continued to show up, and now he's showing a draw offer that Alireza Firouzja just accepts. Which means for us, the action starts early. We're going to be heading to Armageddon sooner rather than later, and that usually has us on the bumpy ride that is thrilling but also nonstop until it all ends. Because usually these Armageddons that start early get us through maybe some of the longer thinks by the other players, and before you know it, we have action everywhere. So the first result is in the books, not a big surprise. Magnus Carlsen currently looking up at the screen at this Archangel position that's getting a little more out of control. I'm also told that we have a Hikaru Nakamura confessional coming soon, but we're going to take it to a break right now and get a Fabiano Caruana update on his thoughts from Magnus Carlsen at the break, so last chance for subscribers there. Otherwise, we have a game in the books, 5 more rounds to go. It is the final round here from Stavanger 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We will have champions at the end of the day. Will they be new champions, or will Hikaru Nakamura somehow find a way to pull off a miracle here and keep his defending title hopes alive? Find out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after a very short break.
So Magnus managed to surprise me in the opening a bit, but not like a huge surprise. I mean, he likes these kinds of systems. I think we even played a few blitz games, more or less in the same type of position, but like slightly different. But so last year I recorded a chessable course on this opening. So like 45 hours of going through these kinds of themes like knight to e7, g6, and but still I somehow don't think I covered the move order that Magnus went for with like early knight e2. So he's saving on rook e1. Usually the knight goes from like d2 to f1 to g3, and now it's kind of taking a shortcut from e2. And yeah, I think like we'll see some knight g3, knight g6, c3, bishop b6, d4, c5, this kind of typical stuff. Like Magnus played some rapid game against Levon in a very similar position, maybe with like rook e1 included, rook e8 included, but like really similar type of ideas. And it's about equal, I think. Like it's more or less okay for black, but it's pretty safe for white as well. So it makes sense from Magnus's point of view. And yeah, it's a pretty decent opening for both of us, I guess. I guess we both sort of got what we wanted. And I'm not too uncomfortable with how the position goes, although it's not easy. I mean, these like I remember some games where black was struggling in these types of positions. Like Levon last year, he played against Sindarov. Okay, kind of similar. In that game, white kept a pawns on the board, and then at some point pushed a5, which is maybe more dangerous than trading the a pawns off the board. And Sindarov got some advantage. So there's some like hidden venom in these positions. But basically, if you're playing this Archangel stuff, then you can't really ask for something more than this. This is basically like the standard development, and you get all the moves that you wanted in the opening. And yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the final round, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We're really just getting going, although we have had one game in Classical already be drawn, which means Armageddon is just around the corner. But right around the corner from right now, we have Magnus Carlsen's first visit to the confessional booth, which is perfect coming out of the break where Fabi visited, talked about the opening, being surprised, gave some shameless plugs to his Chessable course, but then Magnus jumped in and gave his thoughts on the prep and a game that he remembered while he was at the board.
The funny thing about these positions is that it always seems to end up in exactly the same thing, regardless of the move order. White knight goes to g3, black knight goes to g6, then white plays c3, d4, eventually a4. Sometimes you go ab5, sometimes you don't. Black usually goes c5 later, and you end up in these positions that are basically equal. I think I've had this against Fabiano at least in some speed chess championship game I can remember that I actually I was slightly better than it was equal, and finally I swindled him in some endgame. Imagine that. Yeah, I mean, it's not tremendously exciting, but it's solid, so I'm not complaining too much.
Speaking of this VChess Championship, the SCC won't let Magnus be, and here he is defending his title. He won in a thriller last year versus Hikaru Nakamura, but that was after Hikaru had beaten him previously. What is in store when we have our first live finals for the Speed Chess Championship in Paris? It's going to be lit. It's going to be hype. Larger prize fund than ever. You can use the command SCC to get tickets. Expecting that probably both of those guys make it at least to the semis. It'll be the semifinals and the finals in Paris. You're going to want to be there. Check it out. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship is just around the way. So thanks, Magnus, for that natural segue. And let's back this thing up and hop back on a segue. We cruise over to the bird's eye view. And we know, as you can see, Liren and Alireza Firouzja will be starting an Armageddon battle in just a second. That board has been reset. But Magnus and Caruana, we've now had two confessionals, David. Do you want to summarize your thoughts on it? Fabi talked a lot more about the opening. Magnus said he feels like no matter what move orders you play, you always get this position. What do you think about their analysis?
Yeah, I think both spot on. Hard to argue with either of these two world-class greats right now. Magnus mentioned that he was able to get some wins, whether it's through swindling, whether it's through other means. I think white here is still the one who can enjoy kind of relaxing, just improving pieces, and very much the pressure on black to equalize. But Anna, Fabi, the fact that he knows this type of stuff, the fact he's in his comfort zone somewhat, surely that's going to stand him in good stead to equalize this position.
I think so. And I am impressed it's not in Fabi's course when the course is 48 hours long. Like, Fabi, come on. How did you not mention this exact position? How is that possible in 48 hours?
He spent way too much time just messing around. I was there in the studio coming in. I'm like, what are you doing? You're watching cat gifs again? You know, preparing some other line? No, but he did actually work incredibly hard. He was there late hours of the night, recorded in our chess.com studio. Shout out to the crew in Barcelona with the Chessable office, but he came to our hometown in the USA and recorded there. So, all right, well, you're right. If Fabi didn't cover this in his 48 hours of content, what in the bleep was he doing? Now he's got to figure it out at the board. Dead equal on the clock still roughly. So regardless of their thoughts on the opening, both players still have plenty of time to figure it out, and it's going to be a dynamic one for sure. Do you want to give us any lines that predict where the commonly traveled roads are before we back up and head somewhere else?
Yeah, I think Fabi has pretty much two choices right now from this type of position. I've had similar stuff through the Italian game, the Spanish throughout my career. Here, it's Black's move. If he wants to just maintain the status quo, just not kind of commit, not do too much calculation, then I am assuming Black will play a move like Rook to E8. If we jump in, we might be able to show why it's so tricky for White to make progress here. White has to commit now. If you ever step forward in the center, viewers at home might be wondering, why not block it up? Gain space. Ask this Black light squared bishop what it's doing actually on this diagonal now, staring against a granite statue here pretty much. But after the move C4, the other bishop comes to life. The structure on the queen side suddenly favors black. You could imagine a knight jumping round to a nice hole on c5. The black knight might come in later to the d3 square, a bit of an outpost supported by a pawn. So Magnus doesn't want to transform that structure. You can never really develop your bishop now because after a trade of pawns, you really have to watch out for e4 hanging, 3 times now attacked. So it's a bit tricky for Magnus. He might just kind of trade pawns in the center and argue that, okay, I'm slightly better in this endgame. Maybe he wants to trade queens first, actually. But this one looks like it's going to fizzle out, so symmetrical. So this is one for Fabi. If he wants to calculate, trade everything. The other method is a bit riskier, involving trading all these pawns. We say this is risky because black has 2 isolated pawns now, 2 big weaknesses, but black's bishops are so active. I wonder whether you just continue attacking the center or whether you can blow it open. Often you play the move d5 and it becomes a bit chaotic. You want to open diagonals here. If white tries to bypass you, you just drop a knight into e4. You don't even think about it. It might be a pawn sack, but ultimately, most likely, you'll win back a pawn in the near future. Actually, the more I look at this, the more I think this might be the path forward.
I love how you say that black just drops the knight into e4 and asks questions later, right? And there aren't a lot of positions where you have a move that is so important, but black's desire to open up those 2 bishops on the diagonal is worth everything, and the dynamic pressure that the bishops get almost always ensures that you will win back your material, potentially with interest, right? If the e5 pawn becomes a problem and you have the open diagonals along the way. So really great breakdown there of what happens with the pawn tension for someone who doesn't play this opening for either side, but loves learning. So good stuff.
Yeah, this is a crossroads for Fabi, but he'll take some time. The good news for him is that it's likely going to become a bit more simple over the next few moves, Anna. And yeah, a good moment for him to pause.
Certainly, and lots to calculate. I think if we just show one more time the variation you pointed out with the trades on d4, I was just gonna include that it looks like white could win a pawn by capturing the b5 pawn after d5, but you don't really gain a pawn because black will take on e4, and at the end of the line, the d file is opening up as well, so I don't think that white will ever have a chance to take on e4.
That's a very good point. It looks like you can grab this pawn in the center, but ooh, this could backfire really badly. You mentioned the d file check, and maybe we just capture this pawn. There's a pin on the first rank. The knight is hanging. There's going to be checkmating ideas against the white king. Magnus needs to avoid this one.
These positions are full of, I mean, okay, lines like this are probably pretty straightforward for guys who played the position before, but they're full of variations where the eval bar starts 50-50. Everyone's just maintaining the tension, and then at some point something happens, and if one person went one move deeper than the other, the house of cards can crumble, right? And so you have to be careful. It's a good point, Anna, that you just have to be always going all the way to the end of the line. Sometimes we have a tendency as chess players to stop once we feel warm and cozy and think, okay, that justifies the variation. But in positions like this, you have to go all the way to the end to make sure you're not missing some sort of tactic.
Yeah, the best coaches always say that, Danny. I remember having sessions with Yusupov a few years ago, and he was like, why are you stopping there? One move further. And I would be like, okay, this is the evaluation. One move further, keep going. And the more you train, the further you can see. That's how these players have such a kind of deep tactical eye. It's all practice. Okay, this one level for now.
Let's back up, leave this one where it is, and take a look at some of the other boards. Reminder that we're a couple minutes away at this point from our first Armageddon of the day. Liren and Alireza Firouzja have already drawn their game. Neither of those players were really in contention for first coming into the last round. A quick result there with some exciting Armageddon ahead is not a big surprise. Praggnanandhaa and Hikaru Nakamura haven't seen a lot of progress. And would you just spill water again?
Almost.
Nearly. Oh, I caught it.
That was
close.
My
God. The dad in me was just like, young man. No, I'm kidding.
Aquaman here. Sorry, everyone.
All right, no, that
I cannot believe it. We are never safe from David's water.
Everything's great. I mean, I don't know why we're doing this again, but we're doing it. So, all right, let's go back to the bird's eye view. David's okay. Everything's fine.
Deep breath.
We heard the glasses clink over there. All right, we will keep an eye on Ju Wenjun and Liren because if we get that obstacle bishop ending that David and I were analyzing, it will be super instructive either way, whether it's a win in the end for the world champion or a very well-defended and held game by Liren. We're in for an instructive treat. I could go anywhere. I mean, Muzichuk and Humpy Canero should probably we should probably check in with that. It also has a lot at stake in regards to the standings of Norway Chess women. The Armageddon game is the most exciting one. It's also the one with the least amount of stakes. I'm just being honest, right? So we should keep an eye on it. Maybe jump in if it's fast and furious and full of fun. But otherwise, I would actually go check on Musichuk's game and just at least assess her chances against Humpy Canero. And what you think her chances are to get a win in Classical, since she has to get one.
Yeah.
She has to get one, but I'm just like glued onto the Armageddon. Are you guys sure we don't have time for it right now?
I'd rather get to it because, you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. And looking at the openings to me is like, these guys are in Armageddon.
Okay,
I mean,
we assess this position and we go to the Armageddon then.
Deal.
My
We'll
request.
do it. We'll do it.
Awesome.
I just want to have an idea of what Anna's chances are, because remember, she has to win in Classical. Yes, Ju Wenjun might win in Classical. We're about to get an instructive obstacle bishop ending no matter what. But either way, if Anna doesn't win this game, her chances of winning Norway Chess Women go out the window. So what do you see about where this one could head, David?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'll say that I think Anna's slightly better. It's not much, just purely this pawn structure alone. White having a pawn on e4, controlling some very key squares. Often white is the one to choose when and where to push that pawn, blow up in the center. Black, in contrast, has a pawn on d6, a bit less flexible. I don't think it's like the Fabiano position where black can easily push the d pawn forward, because here, once white bypasses that pawn, threats come. White's so active and centralized that it's hard to imagine that favoring black. I'm wondering what exactly black plays. You really want to get this bishop out the way. You kind of want to drop it back just to open up pressure along the e-file. But anytime this black bishop moves, the white bishop will pin this black knight. At some point, maybe you just start pushing pawns. I'm not sure how, when, exactly which pawns to push first. But yeah, maybe queenside play here. Anna, it looks better for white, but planning is the hardest thing in chess, right?
It's really hard. I do think that from white's perspective, it is somewhat easier because of the space advantage in the center to maneuver, to improve the position, while for black, you were pointing at, David, all the factors that she needs to consider, but it's not as clear-cut as should she push a5, should she move the bishop, what other ideas she has. So I think for Anna, for her tournament situation, this is a good opening, a good start, where she is slightly better, but there's quite a lot of life in the position.
Yeah, I agree. And there are some ways that she can drive it toward an imbalance that she could push. You know, if she does try to put the knight on d5 and split the structure and have a pawn majority where the c7 pawn is backward in the endgame, it's a small advantage. But depending on what else happens, you might have one of those games where the bishop on d2 comes to a5 and a rook owns the only open file on the board, right? Open lines are like commodities. Supply and demand increases the value. And so if you've got the only target, even if it looks optically symmetrical or equal, white can win those endgames, right? So if there's a knight trade on d5 and the rooks do get the e-file, bishop a5 is interesting at the end of that line with c7. And the other idea is to play bishop g5, right? And trade it for the knight on f6 and have a knight versus bishop dynamic just to have something in balance. So if she could almost say pass and just take 30 minutes more off of everyone's clocks, right? If you're Anna, and just keep yourself in a position where you haven't fully committed to a line that might take away your own winning chances, then she should be happy. So she's looking up. If I had to guess, she's taking a look at Ju Wenjun's game and assessing whether she thinks that it's even going to matter. Because I guess if Ju Wenjun just starts completely winning, she might be like, well, you know, I'm not going to take too many risks here and risk my second place position. I'd rather just drive it to Armageddon. Huh? Speaking of Armageddon, Anna gets her wish. Fine, yes. Anna, we're here in the Armageddon. Ding Liren with a big time advantage over Alireza Firouzja, but not an advantage on the board.
Yeah, he dropped the pawn earlier in the center. There was an e4 pawn. There used to be one, and it ended up being gobbled up. So Firouzja up on the board, a material advantage, but time advantage for Ding Liren because of the Armageddon. I mean, it's great to be in a winning position when you have draw odds. Even if you spoil it, you are still doing well from black's perspective. But he needs to keep playing fast, Alireza.
Yeah, it's the fault of the London system. I thought that was why Danny wanted to go away from this game earlier. He saw the London appear on the board.
I didn't want to just be that, you know, open about it, but you know, the London strikes again.
Yeah, and it's just a case of how Ding Liren is ever going to create winning chances. Yes, he's got that extra 3 minutes, but it won't count for anything if he can't create any play I like how Alireza has just gone queen f4, queen f6. He's like, I'm a pawn up. Come at me, bro. You need to win. What are you actually going to do? And ding. Oh, he's got to face a queen trade potentially. The white bishop is also trapped. Watch out. There might be c6.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh, c6 is a major threat here. The bishop has nowhere to go, and Ding Liren resigns.
Wow, that was fast. Ding's like, all right, hey, you know what? Tournament over. I had some good things happen here, trying to rebuild my form as I prepare to defend the World Chess Championship title, and I'm not going to pretend I'm not busted here. So let's go have some snacks. That's what Ding Liren says with that. A little bit surprising, but also he was objectively in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, I think we should just show that final position and why he resigns, because yeah, he's down a pawn. The problem is not the pawn. The problem is the bishop that we started talking about. It just happened so quickly. I don't know if we can bring our analysis board back to show the trouble being, even though it's white to move, you don't really have a way to save that piece.
Yeah, this was the final position. Take it away, Anna. Explain exactly what Black was going to do next.
Yeah, he resigns here. The queen is hanging, so you either need to trade queens or you move it away. If you move your queen away, then c6 traps your bishop, so that's the most forcing line. You cannot move your queen away because you're losing your bishop immediately. You can win a tempo instead of moving the queen away by trading the queens. At least that's a check, that's a capture. So Black needs to react to it. And now it would be White's turn to do something about c6. But what is it? How can you prevent c6?
I don't think you can. I mean, if you play f3, it's the one move to kind of open up the e4 pawn. I think Black can just capture, and then the knight on e3 is hanging after that, right? And so you still have big problems. Maybe it's not a trap bishop, but all kinds of stuff is falling apart here. So, by the way, this really was... let's just back up, David, real quick to move 14,
Danny.
just so we can properly take a shot at the London.
Sorry,
because this
Danny,
really
I
was
just
a bad
wanted to
London.
add something there for the position of the e takes f3. I didn't mean to cut you off, but we were talking about the bishop that's almost trapped, and the knight on e3 is also almost trapped. So it's a disaster of a position for Ding Liren, unfortunately.
Oh, that's hilarious. The knight is actually almost trapped. No, yeah, it's totally done. This position's falling apart, and that's why Ding Liren resigned. And like we said on move 14, if you didn't lose the e4 pawn, you were just going to get rolled on the king side, because Alireza did find the best computer move, and you were about to go under a huge attack with nothing to do on the queen side. So Ding Liren played en passant. That's just the one thing I wanted to show, because the fans love it. Happy en passant day. Croissants rain from the sky. But jokes aside, Firouzja now captures back with tempo and then wins the e4 pawn, and it actually just was all downhill very, very fast from this. So, okay, well, the most irrelevant match of the day, respectfully, has come to a close. Alireza Firouzja defeats Ding Liren in Armageddon. We have 2 games still going in the open section in Classical, and both games have stakes that could affect who the 2024 Norway Chess winner and champion is.
Yeah. Big decision from both Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. They didn't go for that line with the center exploding. It was the other option that I mentioned, where Fabi just keeps the tension. Queens are off that board. It definitely feels like Magnus wants to play with a draw up his sleeve, just in case that's enough for the title. That looks very, very level to my eyes. Prag against Hikaru. A few developments, but ultimately the skeleton of the position still looks very much the same. Yeah, Anna Cramling. Humpy's been thinking for a while, but eventually made a move. Pawn to h6. Very, very solid stuff.
But Liren has actually improved on the line we looked at. And that's really key in terms of giving her chances to hold the draw, I believe.
She didn't play bishop to f5 as we expected, but she started bringing her king immediately toward the center to win a tempo for that king march toward the queen side.
Yeah, it's really key. And if you were with us earlier, we were analyzing a variation where white wins the b6 pawn, but still in a position that was debatable as to whether black could hold, but certainly much better for Ju Wenjun. Here, Liren is rushing the king to the d7 square as fast as she can so that there is no bishop to c7 at the end of these variations, picking off that pawn on b6. And so, so a4 now played by Ju Wenjun. And what do you think, David? If we want to go into the analysis board just a little bit, just to assess Does Ju Wenjun really have chances to put away Norway Chess women here and now, or is this one going to go to Armageddon?
Yeah, it's tricky. It feels like it's somewhere in between right now. If she's going to win this with white, she has to be very accurate. But first of all, just to show everyone at home, earlier transposition still possible, actually. After bishop to f5, this would lose a tempo in the quest to get the king over. This would force white's hand. Rook to c2 check would be in the air, so we would likely see a trade of all of the rooks along the c-file. And the reason it's so important to bring the black king is because now you're just one move too short. Bishop c7 would land, and the second pawn would drop. Yes, black could maybe give it away under favorable circumstances, but with the two-pawn advantage, it's going to be a tough defensive task ahead. So instead, in the current position, I'm expecting black to just continue her king's journey. King e7, king e8. I'm not sure if there's a difference, but ooh, the eval bar really reacts.
Why is it saying that it's a mistake to go to e8? It looks natural to go on the light squares when the opponent has a dark square bishop.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. I wonder if there's just some sort of concrete line where white can advance the a pawn.
Got to be something quick. So maybe you trade one set of rooks, I say with a high-pitched voice, and I'm not sure whether you open up a line to just
I was going to say maybe just a5.
Yeah, maybe a5. It's either a5 or it's b4. It's one of the two. Do you create a passed pawn, or do you go active with the white rook?
I have a feeling it's a5 because it actually is, now that you've committed the king, it might be harder to stop some of the threats of the rook checking and opening lines. Nope, I was wrong. I thought that maybe the rook would be coming in. It's still an advantage for white.
Big one with the rooks on the board.
And it's funny, even though the opposite bishops certainly hold better drawing chances for the defender than other endgames, with a pair of rooks on the board, like David just said, it's still very, very difficult to hold. And in some cases, if the rook and bishop can coordinate on dark squares, similar to what we talk about when you have an attack on a king side, your opposite colored bishop can feel like just a bystander. It's completely just witnessing the crimes against you and not helping on any level. And so this is still actually very dangerous for black. But is there something more concrete, Anna? Does the computer suggest you should keep the idea of a pass pawn with b4, maybe?
Wow. Yeah, the computer really likes b4 instead of a5, and it wants to push a5 a bit later. So it wants to take the rook. It wants to trade rook takes, and then b4. The idea being that, for instance, if black plays king to d7, you push first b5, chase that rook away, and then go a5.
Ooh. Wow. And actually, yeah, it's like a turbocharged version. Your pawn is 3 squares away from touchdown. It promotes on the same square that your bishop protects. Wow. And we're headed in this direction. If we go back to the live position, king e8 was just played by Lei Ting-jae. This could be the end of Norway Chess women if Ju Wenjun finds this idea. Rook trade, b4.
And it's quite a natural one. We started looking first at trade and a5, but the other very natural continuation is pawn to b4, also for the idea of pushing a5 and then taking back with the pawn. So b4 is certainly something that she'll be considering as one of the main moves.
100%. No, this is pretty concrete. It might even force Lei Ting-jae to play a move like e5 at some point, just sacrificing another pawn to make that bishop on g4 useful and give it squares like d7 and c8 to retreat and defend. But that's the kind of stuff that has to be on your brain at this point, right? A little bit of desperation, as they say. And this is definitely instructive in terms of showing the potency in some of these exchange semi-Slavs, right? You see it at a high level where it can be taken for granted, I think, at certain stages of tournament chess, that it just doesn't offer a lot. But players at this level who are used to squeezing water out of a stone can show you that even in an opposite code bishop position, nearly symmetrical, the smallest of advantages combined with a little bit of extra time, the tempi that white had, this could be lethal. And here she goes. She just looked to the side, takes c6, and if she follows with b4 right away, we could be watching, as you said, David, the final moments of at least the question, who will win 2024 Norway Chess Women?
She plays it immediately. Ju Wenjun, the reigning women's world champion, leader of Norway Chess Women, and she's going dominant in this final round as well. Of course, there's still quite some play ahead. It's not an instant win. It's not checkmate, but these were the first moves to a much better endgame version, and she found it.
I have to point out something.
Yes.
Ju Wenjun is playing a perfect game of chess. She's played 100% accurate.
This is the first time we have 100% for someone. Even Magnus Carlsen, even Hikaru, even Praggnanandhaa in their best games, it would be 99 point something, 98 point something. 100% accuracy? What?
Mind-blowing.
Incredible. I mean, great opening preparation from her. She was following the critical line of the exchange Slav variation, but she's backed it up. She's found all the critical moves ever since Lei Ting-Jie made a tiny mistake. She's increased her advantage, she's growing the advantage, and that would be a fitting note to end her tournament on.
If you win a chess game with 100% accuracy, I don't know what happens if like rainbows burst out of the chessboard or something. There may be an extra like emote available. Our developers have some Easter eggs from time to time, but that is absolute bananas chess right now. And you called it, David. It was a theoretical one, a well-prepared one that followed Crom-Nakamura 2008. And then with the improvements that she made and/or the subtle inaccuracies and mistakes from Lei Ting-Jie, Ju Wenjun is the world champion for a reason, and she's flexing right now. This is a perfect game of bleeping chess.
Yeah, perfect. And I mean, we can only commiserate with Lei Ting-Jie, assuming that she goes down to defeat. Now, what can you do when your opponent plays perfect? And she only took her eye off the ball for half a move, Anna. She just forgot to create a threat. A takes b6 just gave her opponent one tempo, and that was it.
Chess is so hard. She really just made a slight inaccuracy when she took back on b6 with the pawn instead of the rook, and that was enough for Ju Wenjun to
calculating something, appreciating it. Maybe she knows that she's playing 100% accurate. I doubt it, but she did just take a moment to find herself there, find some focus. Now we have a new storyline, a new reason to keep watching this. How long will Ju Wenjun keep a perfect game alive? That's a ton of fun, and I think she'll take the dub either way. I think she would take 90. She would take 80% accuracy to get a win here and just secure the tournament victory. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we might be watching a masterpiece and a model game of how to not just squeeze small advantages, but potentially win start to finish in some of these exchange Slav variations. This is real theory that might affect the way that these games are played.
Yeah, and when they played the opening, I was slightly concerned that we are heading toward a very solid, very drawish line, but no. Exchange Slav or not, symmetrical position or not, Ju Wenjun is playing perfect chess, and nothing can stop perfect chess.
Yeah. Incredible. As the feature chat says, she is the world champion for a reason, and it's something Hikaru said in one of his many confessionals earlier in the week. He said these top players, the world champions, the world number ones, they have this extra gear. In the money rounds, somehow nerves don't get to them. We saw Ju Wenjun with her head in hands, maybe just trying to kind of keep calm. She knows she's near the finishing line now, but depending on the tournament situation, they have contingency plans. They just know how to get the job done. Incredibly impressive. Looks like she's well on the way. That white B pawn just stepping forward. She might become a queen.
Let's back up and show that line one more time. We don't have a ton of action happening between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Don't worry, fans. We're going to get back to that. I do want to actually probably go to Praggnanandhaa versus Hikaru Nakamura first on our way back around the horn. But real quick, let's just analyze the line again and just show why we are so concretely close to Ju Wenjun wrapping up the title. Anna already pointed out the line of b5 being threatened. Is there anything else? Like, okay, let's say I played bishop f5 again instead of king to d7. Let me try some defensive moves. I'm re-threatening rook c2. Because if you play rook c1, I can trade and play king d7, still stopping bishop c7. Remember, that was the key idea of why Lei Ting-Jie's move order was accurate to get the king there. So now that I've shown my defensive idea, I will shut up and say that was all I had. I wanted to come here and show what if bishop f5, this might be the most accurate defense. What is the approach? Is it you're still going to play b5 and allow rook c2 check? I don't feel like, is it rook a2 maybe? Maybe that's the move. I'm guessing from the computer. I don't think you want to allow rook c2, but that's all I got. Anna, what do our artificially intelligent overlords have to say about my idea here?
The AI really likes your bishop f5. It's possibly the best defense, the best chance for late things here. But the computer is also cool. The cucumber usually nerves of steel or silicon or whatever the nerves are for an AI. Just wants to play a5 and claim that you can give me a check on c2, take on a5, maybe both. But the rook, it will not be able to stop the a pass pawn. So the computer takes back on a5 with the pawn, and if you give a check on c2, there's no way of blocking the a pass pawn, neither with the rook, nor with the bishop, nor with the king. You have 3 pieces that might try to stop this pawn, but none of them can make it back unless it's in the last possible square, the corner with the rook.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all you can do.
Makes sense. And for some reason, I thought when I first analyzed the rook c2 as a threat, I thought there was bishop d3 and you had time to get back. But you just don't. At bishop d3, a6, you still have to play rook a8. And ultimately, if that pawn gets to a7, we'll just show it on the board. If there isn't some other more concrete win, rook c8, a7, rook a8, you just play bishop b8 and you're just up a rook because it's trapped. And that's always a fun thing to get. You don't get positions like that often. But, okay, so illustration complete. Illustration complete. We appreciate why this is a tough position, why Lei Ting-Sheh just kind of was scratching her head there. And
just one more thought.
Yeah.
Because rook c2 obviously is not a good move. You don't need to give that check. But bishop f5, I think she should try. She should try to go for it because that forces a5. b5 here doesn't make much sense because of rook c2 check. So a5 has to be played. b takes a5. And the black rook possibly needs to stop this pawn ASAP on a6. And it's sad, but it's not as sad as once it gets to a7.
Okay. Yeah, White's king could now journey forward. Perhaps White's bishop could also try to close the door on that rook. Again, very similar. The rook in a bit of a jail here on a6. But yeah, maybe this is best. Maybe this would prolong the game. And Ju Wenjun would still need to show some technique. Ultimately, though, she's done the hard work. 100% accuracy. Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Cannot argue with the world champion. Maybe she's visiting the confessional booth for a second time. We could only be so lucky. We'd love to hear from her again. But either way, let's back up and see what's going on in the other games. Unless we see something that surprises us to take us a different direction, I'd like to head over to Praggnanandhaa's battle versus Hikaru Nakamura. Again, still roughly level, but keeping an eye on it, reminding everybody that both of these guys need to win in Classical in order to keep their chances alive. It is possible Magnus loses in Classical, and then they could still get there. We're going to bring it up and remind you of the different scenarios. Again, if Magnus Carlsen loses in Classical to Caruana, then Armageddon as a victory could potentially get it done for Hikaru as a tie. There would still need to be a tiebreaker. But to win outright, all things start by getting a dub in Classical and earning 3 points on the scoreboard. But it's a tough one now as we come back to the chess to consider how either one of these players finds a way to get a win in Classical without taking too much risk.
Yeah, and incredibly in the last, hour and a half, we've had only 4 moves. So you can sense the tension in that room right now. Both players thinking a lot. Both players trying to make something happen to create some magic here, Anna, but ultimately still the same pawn structure, still the same piece configuration. Who do you think is the happier of the two, just with the direction of the game so far?
Prague, I think it is a slight difference between the two positions, but White having the more comfortable, more, I was going to say ambitious. Can I call this ambitious? It's cozier. It's more comfortable. It's easier to play from White's perspective. He has just played rook to e2. That's usually a sign of wanting to double rooks on the e5, but also it stepped out of the knight fork because you don't really want to blunder knight c2. That rook was on e1 earlier, and the knight was going to grab one of the rooks. So multi-purpose move, defensive and attacking at the same time, making sure that the black knight doesn't have any good jumps. And for black, I think it's a bit harder to come up with those natural improving moves. So I like White's position because it's easier to do slight, tiny moves sometimes, but make progress in a natural way, while I think Black's position has to be played a lot more precisely.
Yeah, just judging on the camera alone, body language, Pragg looks very happy with this position. I think he's enjoying the way this game is going, especially considering what he kind of said earlier in the confessional. He feared it was petering out, fizzling out towards a draw. White has easy moves, like you said, Anna. Rook E1. At some point, you'll just play H3, give the White king some lift. Maybe at some point, you bring a White knight round to C5, another beautiful outpost. There are still targets. I don't really see what Black wants to do. There are also tactics that don't work in Black's favor already, and then you start to fear for your position. Queen to D6, for example, would be a nice way to shore up the pawn next to the queen. But Queen D6 walks into Knight E4, and do not take this pawn. There would be a knight check jumping out the way. The Black queen on D4 would be hit. So, yeah, calculating is always necessary, but I think at the top level, the more you calculate, the more you start seeing all these pitfalls, the more nervous you become about your position, Danny.
Yeah, I'm just listening to both of you break it down. Nicely done. And I'm having a hard time finding a good plan for Black. You highlighted why Queen D6 isn't a good idea because of Knight E4. Queen D6 would be a good move. It threatens F6 and be super helpful to maybe start to unwind this. But Knight E4 is too good, and you can't take the D4 pawn, as you said. You lose the queen. White is going to play A3 at some point here and attack that knight, and then the C6 pawn is falling and under fire. So just to prove the point, I don't think Black can play Bishop D5, which was a move that I felt was natural because I think A3 in response, and that knight just runs out of squares, right?
It traps the knight. That would be a very instructive position to put on the board. How Bishop D5 looks like a good move. You're improving your bishop, but you forget how they need to work as a team, all the pieces in harmony. This is not harmonious. The knight is trapped on B4.
Exactly. And so this was the line I was looking at. So if I couldn't defend the pawn with the queen, and if Bishop D5 was no bueno, yeah, indeed, a dead knight there. I'm like, so what is the move? Does Hikaru have to play a forcing move like F6 now? That's probably the kind of move he's considering, right? And look, the position is tricky enough. The D4 pawn is weak if you can get developed and coordinated, but probably there's a reason Hikaru has been thinking here for 22 minutes, which is not vintage Nakamura, right? I mean, more than 20 minutes on a move for a guy that not only is one of the fastest calculators ever known to man, but also even when Hikaru's wandering around in confessional booths, sometimes people wonder what he's talking about, but he's always thinking about the position in his head, and he does that, and he works incredibly hard while his opponents are thinking, which allows him to maintain that speed, right? So, long-winded way of saying, Hikaru doesn't take a lot of time on the clock, usually for good reason, because he works hard on his opponent's time, and he knows what he's doing. And so, you see there, so it's just hard to... That's what I was saying. I was listening to you guys. I'm having a hard time figuring out what the plan is here, and for Hikaru, it's a big moment. Still in a good spot. Has played an accurate game according to the chess.com engine running analysis in the background. Our accuracy scores breaking it down along with the openings that the book checks against, and then the accuracy according to the engine. But okay, here we go. Oh, so he goes back to D5.
And that's what the computer wanted to play too. I was just going to mention it, but he played it faster. That the problem we were talking about, how you want your bishop and knight at the same time on the same square, the only solution to it is that you trade one of them. He plays knight D5 to offer a knight trade, and if the queen moves away, let's say queen to F3, he possibly will want to take on C3 to then place the bishop on D5. So you no longer have the issue of your knight getting trapped. One pair of knights are off of the board, and you can finally place the bishop on D5, also guarding your C6 weak pawn.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right, Anna. That was the solution in the end, the only real solution for Hikaru Nakamura. I think he was just reluctant to play this move, hence the long think, because the knight did come from D5 just a few moves ago. And also, it feels like with the knight trade that's probably incoming, it feels like Black is very much settling down and committing to all-out defense, trying to force the draw here. I just wanted to point out a cool variation as well, that maybe Hikaru was calculating. If instead, if we backtrack just one move, if he had played F6, which initially I thought must have been the only alternative, then White would have had a trick up his sleeve, potentially. I'm not sure if it's that promising, but knight takes C6, forcing the black knight back, sacrificing a piece, but D5 here with a fork, winning the piece back with interest. If Black takes this pawn, rook takes rook, and White here, it's very much a two-result game, big weaknesses to be stared down at. So maybe Hikaru calculating some forcing lines and ultimately deciding, okay, it's time to backtrack, time to retreat. Let's try to at least go into damage limitation mode.
It's interesting, yeah, because he could have played knight e5 in that line instead of bishop takes d5, and maybe it's still okay. But ultimately, we're going to back up really quickly because we've had a draw agreed to between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, which breaks their 4-game consecutive decisive streak. If you missed that nugget earlier on, shared in the show, the last four times these guys had played, including a couple battles here at Norway Chess, somebody won, but not today. It is a draw, back to their old 2018 World Chess Championship ways. They're going to be headed to Armageddon.
Yeah, a fair result and unexpectedly sudden, we've got to say. We thought this game was level. I think we did for a long time, but we didn't expect it to end so abruptly. Maybe Magnus just assessing the Hikaru game as being roughly in the balance as well. A bit of a look at the screen there. He just wants to bank the points and bet on his chances. He will need to win the Armageddon, though, if he wants to keep his fate in his own hands, Magnus Carlsen.
Very true. Maybe we could rewind the last couple of moves on how they made the repetition, because they were only on move 25 when the draw happened. You can't even offer a draw in the first 30 moves here. It's in the regulation, so it was a threefold repetition that created the draw on the board. We missed it, but we're going to replay it now.
We're going to replay it now. We actually left the position after d takes e5. D takes e5. We talked about the symmetrical nature here. The queens also left the board, and Magnus pinned now the black c-pawn. This is slightly uncomfortable for Fabiano. He would love to push the pawn forward to c4, unleash the dark squared bishop, but he found a way to deal with the fact that that bishop was loose. He dropped his bishop back to c8. Sometimes you've got to go back in order to come forward. The bishop has a nice home, a nice perch on e6. Also the black bishop on b6 defended. Magnus jumped forward with his knight. This knight looks nice and pretty. It can be traded, but at the cost of the bishop pair. Fabiano said, nope, it's not actually going anywhere, that knight. He parked his bishop up on e6, and Magnus, I think just sensing the tournament situation, not spotting a way to improve his position, decided to drop his rook into a6. Pressure against the bishop, but a bit of a dance now. The bishop went back, kicking the rook all the way home. Bishop e6, rook a6, and rinse and repeat. 3 times repetition and a draw.
It's funny, I think what you said is really true. I think he was looking at the game between Pragg and Hikaru and sensing the tournament situation, felt like, especially maybe with knight to d5 by Hikaru before he saw it or not, maybe he's passed by the board and thought that Hikaru had nothing better than to play knight d5. If that game is most likely headed toward Armageddon, that puts Magnus Carlsen even more in the driver's seat, which is a dangerous thing. But all right, we are going to do the thing where we take a quick break and let everyone grab a snack, some refreshments. Get ready, because when we come back, we're about 15 minutes away from Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. As David said, Magnus still needs to get that job done. Can Anna Muzichuk get it done? Try to get a little more pressure on that woman right there who is currently playing a perfect game of chess. That's world champion Ju Wenjun. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, the final round, is here when we return.
This June, kick off the summer with some of your favorite chess bots. Have some fun with old friends, or maybe someone new. Play them all on chess.com.
Do you think there exists an alternative universe where you are better than I am at chess?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not really sure. Okay, cool.
It's a tough question.
Have you ever used slang or trendy phrases you didn't fully understand, hoping it will make you sound cooler? I really hope so.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Who hasn't, though?
Who hasn't?
Drake. Yeah.
Who hasn't?
I mean, I still don't know the meaning of half the words I say when I commentate. You can do better, Magnus. Hit me with harder questions.
Were you happy to hear that Nikita Vityugov started representing England?
Truthfully, no. Oh, I was, gutted. Still a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Just after I became #1 as well, it was such a kick in the teeth.
Would you rather be competing in events or cover them?
Oh, I would rather, these days, cover them.
He had to consider that, but he's telling the truth. Personal growth? Yeah. This is amazing. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. If you asked me this like 3 years ago, I would have said differently.
Yeah.
Definitely. Even 2 years ago. But
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, how much do I owe you for the therapy session?
I don't know.
Oh. Made you think?
Yeah. You wanted me to take the pawn, huh?
We're playing like grumpy old men right now.
Yeah. Do you wish you had learned more mainline theory as a kid?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
I mean, I wish I learned more as a teenager, as an adult. Can't believe you're going after my openings already. Like, you're not impressed?
Do you regret choosing chess as a career?
Took me a while to decide on chess, but I'm glad I did.
That's a lie.
Oh! There's other stuff I think I could have done equally well, but...
Wow, I feel bad now.
Yeah, football management is hard to get into, so it's...
What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you during a chess game? Okay, I gotta simplify the game a bit.
Once in a big money game, Armageddon game, I was so nervous I spilt water all over the board, fizzy water, and I went on to lose pretty badly.
Yeah, he's not really sure about that.
It's a hard question. It's a hard question.
Yeah.
I've never like wet my pants during a game or anything, like if that's more embarrassing.
Do you like your own posts on social media?
No, I don't.
That's a lie.
I swear I haven't. Maybe accidentally and then unliked me.
Welcome back, everyone, to our studio coverage, live studio coverage at the playing venue here in Stavanger. The players are downstairs. We are upstairs here with the action. We are about to get into some more Armageddon action between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. David, Anna, and Danny with you here. That game has us talking about the scenarios of Magnus Carlsen getting that much closer to winning 2024 Norway Chess. As you said, Anna, it would be his 6th Norway Chess title. You know Magnus likes winning on his home turf. Puts even more pressure on Hikaru Nakamura and Praggnanandhaa, who are both trailing. Pragg really has to win. We knew that coming in it was a long shot, which means we can say Pragg has been officially eliminated from potentially winning 2024 Norway Chess. By moving to Armageddon, Magnus Carlsen secures that Pragg can no longer tie him. But if Magnus Carlsen were to lose Armageddon, Hikaru Nakamura could actually still win it clear if he were to win in Classical versus Pragg. And even if Magnus wins in Armageddon, Hikaru Nakamura can tie with a win in Classical. So at this point, well, I guess we've got a little more clarity.
Yeah, we're getting closer to knowing the winner of Norway Chess. It's a 2-horse race now. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, but Hikaru needs to win Classical. That's the only way now. He knows it, and that might well affect some of his choices throughout the rest of his game in the Classical against Pragg. Magnus, he's put points in the bank. I think a good solution, good stage to be in, but Armageddon, there'll be nerves. Still jangling a little bit, Anna.
Yes, and Fabi does have quite something to prove here because he hasn't had a good tournament, and he did go down against Magnus earlier in the tournament in Classical Chess. I think he would love to take a revenge, even if it's in Armageddon, but it's still a revenge.
Pragg takes back the knight on c3, gets revenge there for the knight trade. Not going to go down a piece. And we're in a position where probably this is the reason Magnus Carlsen was willing to force an Armageddon so early. If you missed it, it was actually a very fast handshake, so much so that we kind of missed it because we were covering other games, and just like that, Magnus and Fabiano agreed to a draw. But again, from a practical perspective, it's Magnus Carlsen protecting his lead, doing exactly what he needs to do to force both Hikaru Nakamura and Pragg into must-win scenarios. Actually, Pragg is eliminated, as I said already, with the Armageddon there, and doesn't look like a position that's going to be too easy for Hikaru Nakamura to get winning chances as black. But we might as well dive into it and analyze now that we've gotten the knight trade and gotten a little closer to understanding whether Hikaru is going to come up with any way to spice this position up.
Yeah, I must admit, though, I am, well, somewhere between slightly and very surprised by Praggnanandhaa's last move. This pawn structure has changed now, and white does have a weakness on a2. I could see a world long-term where all the heavy pieces get traded off, so the queens, the rooks disappear. It's just bishop versus knight, but if the bishop is ever able to pick up this pawn, black's a-pawn will be hard to stop. White's knight will struggle to prevent that from rolling. And also, I'm not sure whether now or in the next few moves, but the weaknesses of these double c-pawns can now be remedied. Pawn to c5, even at the cost of throwing that pawn off the board, would change the pawn structure again. White's stability would be somewhat broken. Just to backtrack, if we jump in, I was really expecting queen takes c3. And somehow it looks like this grants white more winning chances. Maybe Pragg now, having seen Magnus draw, knows he can't win the tournament, so he wants to play safety first. But it feels like in any endgame now, the white knight will happily sit on c5. It's much harder for black to ever cure the problem of these pawns. Yes, you have a weak d-pawn. Yes, the black bishop will sit on d5. But it's hard to imagine, after a move like b3, white ever really being worse. I say that as the bar slides down. Queen g5 can always be met by queen g3 in certain lines. Maybe not here, actually. Yeah, maybe it's just this idea of checkmate, a very quick blitz attack on the white king that scared Pragg, but ultimately the structure change I don't think favors him. And yeah, I think Hikaru might well break out with c5 now.
I like c5 a lot because I was looking at, b takes c3. It's, I guess, overall is to, among other factors, to prevent black's setup with bishop d5. If black plays bishop d5 first, no c5, you cannot go c4 as white because there's a pin on the e5, so black would be able to pick up the pawn, bishop takes c4, and you cannot capture because your rook is hanging on e2. But I thought, okay, that doesn't matter. Bishop d5, I'm just going to double my rooks. And it looks terrifying, I think, that white could go c4. There can be all sorts of trickery. The pawn on c6 will be hanging. So I thought, this is it. This is the idea. And this position, I think, is quite hard, if not already worse, for black to play. But I think you're right, David, that after b takes c3, if Hikaru is ready to immediately push c5, even if it's to sacrifice a pawn, those pawns were already so weak, isolated doubled pawns. You may as well give it up and weaken your opponent's pawn structure.
I love it. I think you're totally right, Anna. C5 makes a ton of sense. Not just for the line you showed, that bishop d5 might be exactly what Pragg calculated when he went for it, even though, to David's surprise, mild surprise. What was the level of surprise again? It was somewhere between
mild,
slightly, mild. What are the levels of that? What are the medium hot sauces on that? There's the Vindaloo
at the top.
There's the like not surprised, little surprise, mild surprise. All right, just teasing. But anyway,
heavy surprise. And
so you were surprised about queen takes c3. Jokes aside, and yeah, but if Pragg played b takes c3 for the lines Anna just showed, then maybe that's not surprising, right? But if c5 is played, it also just makes sense. That's a Hikaru move. Play c5, open up the position. You have now pawns on both sides of the board, which, just in terms of chess classics, right, the basic principles, a bishop is normally a better minor piece if you're in a position that's open and there are pawn structures still on both sides of the board. So I like c5 a lot, and it's not like I would say that black suddenly has winning chances here, but it definitely has more life than it did before.
Yeah, definitely. I think Pragg, with this last move, just didn't want to see anything happen on his kingside, didn't want the black bishop to ever find a nice, stable outpost. So it is understandable. Maybe I shouldn't have been that shocked, but suddenly, maybe the surprise is that I was so down on Hikaru's position earlier, I thought, it's going to be so hard to win. And now there are worlds in which this could turn.
I think Hikaru is sensing it. He's very focused, very zoned in. Pragg looking to the right. Body language interpreters of our studio, Danny Wrench. What does this mean?
I was going to say, I think we know what our word of the day is. The word of the day is surprise. We're going to get that up here in just a second and throw to our social media. By the way, disappointed some fans. One person actually mentioned to me that we didn't do a word of the day yesterday, so shame on us. We forgot.
We need to do two.
But we're going to break down what the
today.
different levels of surprise are. But the body language expert, I guess, from my perspective, we talked about how Pragg has a little bit of a rock when he's winning. I don't know. I mean, I think that Hikaru is dialed in, as you said. We don't need to remind everyone what the stakes are, but we might as well. He has to win. Magnus Carlsen has pushed his game to Armageddon versus Fabiano Caruana, which means that even if Magnus loses that, he has a 2.5-point lead over Hikaru. So Hikaru is officially in must-win in classical territory. And Praggnanandhaa's outside chances, as they were, have officially been eliminated. So it's all down to whether Hikaru Nakamura can get a win as black here in classical in order to keep his chances for first place alive now that Magnus Carlsen has moved to Armageddon. And remember, if Magnus wins the Armageddon, then the best Hikaru can do, even with a classical victory, is force a tiebreaker, which we all know we would love. We'd love it. Who doesn't love a Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen tiebreaker? But okay, no, I think you both laid it out well. I mean, c5 looks like it's calling Hikaru's name in the current position. But we're going to back up and look at all the positions real quick and keep our eye on not just whether Hikaru plays c5, but on the Armageddon battle set to commence. We shallst commence Armageddon. We shallst. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. Do we need to remind the world that Magnus Carlsen just wins Armageddon games for breakfast? He just eats them for breakfast, and
Yeah, he does that even when he faced Alireza, and Alireza had a really good record. He won every Armageddon with the white pieces, but not against Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus is the king of Armageddon here in Norway. Will this change today? Can Fabiano go against someone that is clearly enjoying a lot the Armageddon format?
Yeah, Magnus, he's the king of Armageddon, but also with white. We saw a stat the other day. I mean, now I think it's 14 out of his last 15 Armageddons with white. Here in Norway, he's won. So Magnus has just incredible numbers.
By the way, speaking of winning, Anna Cramling is in a great position as black against Vaishali the Destroyer. Vaishali's struggles after the momentum that was crazy. It was 10 classical games in a row without a loss if you count the candidates tournament from Toronto. We talked a lot about it early on in the event. Vaishali now up against this incredibly strong field. She's still getting experience at 22 years of age. She's kind of run up against some tough momentum. And if Pia Cramling is to get her first win in the event in Classical, that'd be huge for her. I don't know how much coverage we're going to give that one, so I'll just give a shout out to the amazing guest we had earlier in the studio. Anna Cramling is covering Pia's game on her channel. I'm not saying we won't touch on it. I'm just saying that if you ever want more analysis there. The last analysis I want to give, probably before the Armageddon battle starts in like 30 seconds. Can we just quickly go to Ju Wenjun and Liren J? Oh, I'm wrong. Armageddon it is. Fabi takes off his jacket. But I do want to get Liren J's defensive effort against Ju Wenjun in the two-board view when we have a second, because Ju Wenjun has played the line that Anna called for, our Anna here in studio, and it's getting tougher, and I'm just fascinated by the conversation about whether Ju Wenjun ends up with 100% accuracy at the end of this game. So, wild stuff, and we are off.
That's something that we'll definitely need to check out, and we will also zone in on the opening choice here for Armageddon. Reminder on the format that white starts with more time, 3 extra minutes, but black has draw odds. What do you think of the opening decision, David?
Yeah, it's still early days. I think Magnus is now choosing a setup. He started with the Reti opening, bringing his knight out to f3 on move 1. It's now transposing back towards a Queen's Indian. This is a Queen's Indian position, which can be seen via 1d4 move order. So both players are really flexible, really agile. It's a bit of a hybrid here. Black's next move is bishop to b4, given the opportunity. So I have seen Magnus deploy the move a3 here. I believe this is the Petrosian system. Putting a pawn on the square, covering any potential pin. There we go. Magnus does play this. Still very well-known territory, and Fabi jumps in with his knight. Not the most common move, but a way of trying to trade off pieces because black is slightly cramped. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Magnus will have a long-term small advantage because he'll have most of the pawn center. We'll see a bishop trade now. So Fabi just needs to be solid, but he's been playing very quickly. So from that point of view, I totally understand Fabi's choice.
Yeah, great news for the speed of Fabi. Danny, how do you see these lines as in terms of, Fabi so well, and how comfortable will he be? He needs to only secure a draw. He doesn't need more than a solid position, right? And speed.
Well, I think you point out, I think the clock is the main thing that will determine how comfortable Fabi is, right? He doesn't want to get down that much on time. He's almost gotten that once 3-minute time advantage down to 2, so achieving his goal there. But I was going to say, I also think that Magnus is in a comfortable position that he can push. It's going to be a space advantage that he could write home about. It's comfy, it's cozy. He'll be in control of how aggressive he wants to play on both sides of the board. Like literally, you can play a4 and a5 in this position. You can play bishop b2 and play for e4 in this position. So Fabiano playing fast, and I like that. But Magnus also the king of Armageddon in a good spot.
Ooh, a5 stopping Magnus from getting connect 5. I was going to say maybe Magnus would play a4 and e4, get the 5 members of the boy band back together along the 4th rank. But okay, challenging White's pawn structure on that flank. I think a good choice by Fabiano, at least to clarify the tension, and you can't stay kind of suffocated for too long on your first few ranks. A set of trades of rooks might actually help Black. Yeah, it feels like Fabi is solid enough, but the key moment's still ahead, Anna.
Yeah, and I am curious if he's going to want to force that rook trade, or does he have something else in mind? What are the options here for Black, David? Oh, yeah. He doesn't want us to discuss other options. He is going for a takes b4 and potentially the rook trade, or queen b8 with the idea of queen b7 and then trade rooks, I believe.
Great choice. I think it was wise to open the A file before Magnus changed his mind and closed it back up again, because then the black pieces might be looking silly. But now it's pretty much guaranteed that one set of rooks minimum will come off the board. Magnus needs to find an avenue of attack. He needs to get in somehow.
Yep. This is a good hold by Fabi. I mean, I'm just agreeing that I think Magnus is going to have to find new lines. A5 was a nice strike, because I was talking about how Magnus was really in control of all the options, but A5 took it down some forcing roads. Fabi is a player who he's often talked about by his peers, looks for the most concrete solution to the problems he has, and then takes it in both strengths and weaknesses at times. But when Fabi finds a concrete way to set up a defense, he goes for it, and he did so here. I think everything's going to come off the A file. And how does Magnus open up targets? Well, maybe this is it. Maybe he's going queen e4, queen h4, queen g4. He's going to slide over to that. Okay, you've got queen c6 on the brain. I've got mate on the brain. Queen G4 and D5 and like the G7 pawn. Launching an attack like this that is dubious is exactly what I would do in a classical game, but is not always a bad idea in a blitz game where your opponent doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, it did stop Queen B7. That was the only thing I wanted to add to it. So it is stopping Fabi's idea, but the computer wants to actually make that happen regardless and would sacrifice a pawn to make it happen. Pawn to D5 is the engine's suggestion, because if you take on D5 with the pawn, then you can play Queen B7, and the pawn and spin you will capture back on D5 later.
That's really clever, Anna. Will he find it, Fabiano? A long think now for 1 minute. I think Queen C6 is such a big threat that you might need to take drastic measures anyway, so he might be forced to find this.
What a move. Oh, he does find it. Fabiano plays D5, the best engine move. Although another idea, both Queen to B7 was possible because of the pin. That was Anna's line, which I think was even better. But Knight F6 kind of does the trick to get the queen out, though Magnus saw this coming and immediately retreats to get the C6 square back on the agenda.
Ooh, and this is the other reason maybe the Black Knight should have stayed on D7. Now the White Knight has an entry point, huge outpost. You cannot, for example, take this loose pawn on B4. That would fall to a knight fork. The knight would land on C6, hitting the Black Queen, hitting the bishop. Still solid enough. Fabiano's piece is controlling some key squares. It's going to be hard for Magnus to break in, but the White Knight will look very pretty on this C6 outpost, supported potentially by a pawn on B5. White has to be careful, though, of some counterattacks against the kingside if the White Knight journeys so far from home.
And this shows you why Anna's idea of Queen B7 was actually even better. Instead of Knight F6 by Fabi, it would have coordinated Black's pieces and not seeing Queen C2 with tempo and then Knight E5. I think this is now getting a little tricky. Okay, the queen slides over, but it's passive, and Magnus is definitely going to get some long-term chances with a nice outposted knight on C6.
Yes, it's getting harder for Fabiano. Magnus is calculating whether he should take on A8 or something else to do. He does go for the rook trade and then brings his second rook, now only rook, onto the open file, the only fully open file.
Wow, and offers a queen trade, Magnus Carlsen. Makes sense. I guess Black might have had some counterplay on the kingside if the White Knight sank its teeth into that square. Magnus's queen instead is the one to post up on C6. The plan of improvement, though, it's not obvious. He's really trying to enter the Black camp, but Black's got everything covered. There's only one weakness. It's held by the bishop right now. How does Fabi try to break out? The 3-minute time deficit is still intact. H5, when in doubt, push the H-pawn. I think Magnus
do
might
the
do
alpha
the same.
0, push the pawn to H5 or H4 if you're playing with the white pieces. It does look scary though from if you're playing this with the black pieces. H3, what a classy move, making sure that there's no knight jumps to G4, making sure that there's no back rank issues. It's just a multi-purpose move in general.
I love it. Do the alpha 0. That sounds like a dance. We should come up with a dance for do the alpha 0. But no, H5 in this case freed the back rank for Fabi as well. But it's not enough to free up his position overall. Find me ways to improve Black's pieces here, right? And you don't really want to take on E5 because then the C7 pawn is super weak. So now Queen to C1. By the way, immediately threatening the fork of Knight to C6. So Fabi gets out of the forking way, as they say. And now after Queen E6. It's up for Magnus to try to undermine that bishop on D6. Is he going to go for bishop A3 at some point? You don't really want to let Black take E5, but if you get rid of that bishop on D6, Black's position crumbles, and the C7 pawn goes first.
Yeah, that's the glue that's holding Black's position together right now, so it would make a lot of sense to force it off the board. First, he moves his knight, so not allowing the bishop for knight trade. And next, Magnus is, there we go, going to play bishop to A3. Very logical, very kind of thematic stuff, step by step, these small steps kind of building up to potentially a big advantage.
And he finds it. We were calling for it. He's undermining the linchpin, the key piece to Black's position. It's now been traded, and C7 is in Magnus's eye there, Anna.
It is, and Black has a choice here. 3 pieces can capture on D6, but it feels like neither of them will be the full solution to Black's issues. It is very unpleasant to have to hold on to that C7 backward pawn, but the alternatives weren't better either.
Yeah, and look at this, Magnus ganging up. It's that one weakness. Fabi's desperately trying to keep things tight here, just shutting out the white pieces for now. But the suffering might continue. Not clear what Black's next move is, but can white make progress? That's the big question. Maybe given an opportunity, black will start coming in with his queen, so Magnus won't want to allow any counterplay. Ultimately, though, Fabi, we've seen him crack in this tournament in Armageddon when the clocks tick down, and not great news for him that he's still significantly behind on the clock.
Yeah, this is only move 29. A reminder that they only start getting increment from move 41 onwards, and even that is only a 1 second increment. So Fabi really has to speed up, and the time will be a key, crucial, decisive factor in this game.
Yeah, it's a good point, because now that you've gotten the game to this point, Fabi about to get under 2.5 minutes, you don't even have to improve your position too much over the next moves. F3 is a risky move for sure, especially with Fabi having already played H5. H4 is coming next. That's a surprising move from Magnus, and Fabi doesn't take long to pop the knight into G3. I really don't like that move. That created mating nets for the white king. The alpha 0 pawn now lives. That's the whole reason you play H5 instead of just H6, is the opportunities to get things like this. So that was a really surprising move from Magnus, a very rare mistake, just to be honest.
Yeah, madness from Magnus. That's very unlike him, I've got to say. Normally king safety, we've heard it before, that's his #1 priority in Armageddon. As long as his king is safe, he'll grind down opponents in the endgame, he'll go in the attack himself, he'll do anything. But Fabi, yeah, great chances the rest of this game now.
Yeah, F3 is also... it seems to be questioned, obviously, by a computer, too, for all the many reasons that you guys mentioned. And David, I was recalling, you mentioned the king safety factor, how Magnus really always tries to make sure his king is safe. You also talked about pawn pushes, how he wants to force or provoke his opponents to push pawns, because pawns don't go backwards, so he can create weaknesses. But it feels like now he did both to himself, and he might be regretting it because he's in the tank now.
I think he's totally regretting it. It's a great call, and no, he broke Magnus Carlsen's own rules. Magnus Carlsen broke Magnus Carlsen's rules, which don't push unnecessary pawns, don't get your king safe in these Armageddon tiebreakers. David, you said it, and it's actually the opposite point I was about to make. He played F3 while I was talking, because I was going to double down on what Anna said, which is now that Fabi's under time pressure, Magnus didn't even have to prove his advantage necessarily. He could have kept squeezing. The black queen and black rook are totally stuck to that C7 pawn, as you could see, but F3 was a just completely non-Magnus Carlsen-like move. And by the way, there's a fork on E2. If the knight goes to E2, that's a check, the king and queen, and it's a problem. So you're going to see Magnus stop that. But Fabiano Caruana is right back in this game. And by the way, Ju Wenjun is still playing a perfect chess game on the right-hand side. It is 100% accuracy, no jokes, according to the chess.com engine analysis and the computer aggregated precision score, which is CAPS for those who speak old chess.com before we just changed that bad acronym to accuracy. But the computer aggregated precision score, a little bit of the secret sauce that goes into some of our fair play. Not actually very much at all, for those who wonder. There's so much more to it. But a little bit of accuracy goes a long way, and in Ju Wenjun's case, it's 100% accurate and crazy. So we'll come back to that in a minute. Right now, we're going to focus on the Armageddon battle and whether Magnus can make up for that mistake he made.
Ben Feingold is having a meltdown right now, no matter where he is. White just played F3. Black's like, oh, I'll copy you. I'll play F6. Don't try this at home, guys and gals. That white knight is kicked back. So actually maybe a decent move from Fabiano there, but ultimately both kings now, for the rest of this game, Anna, are going to be facing all sorts of headaches.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting game to follow, with now the time situation also being a lot more balanced, since Magnus Carlsen's last few moves took him over 1.5 minutes of thinking.
Yeah, and look at that beautiful black knight. The white knight was glorious on c6 just a few moves ago. Suddenly it's not sure which way it's going. The white king now steps forward. And, okay, can Fabiano continue the momentum in his favor? He also moves his king. He was just reacting the first half of this game. Suddenly, Fabi might kind of change the pace and start attacking. But watch out. The white queen lining up against that black king on the diagonal.
Discover checks on the agenda unless Fabi steps out of the diagonal or blocks it with one of his pieces.
By the way, just to remind everybody of the stakes of this game, Magnus Carlsen only secures at least a tie for first if he wins this Armageddon battle. If he loses it, Hikaru Nakamura can still win clear first, which, by the way, last year he won in the last round and ultimately took home the victory. And we're not going to get into it right now, but Hikaru has achieved the moves we talked about with c5 and queen d5. So no jokes, Hikaru's chances of pulling a come-from-behind victory as black against Praggnanandhaa are still alive. And that just sets the table that if Magnus loses this Armageddon battle, he might lose the Norway Chess title along the way.
And nerves are creeping in here. The clock is ticking down. Inaccuracies starting to appear. Magnus is eyeing up that weakness we talked about on c7, but there was a discovered check available. He didn't go for it. He didn't jump with the white knight. Watch out, the black king feeling really uneasy, and Fabi's playing with fire.
I feel like you almost fell out of your chair there after rook to e7. You weren't on camera, but you're feeling uneasy, although Fabi pointing out that, okay, you got a discovered check, and then what? I'm actually fascinated by it. This is great content.
Just looks like checkmate. I mean,
yeah, does he just want to push f5? So if the knight goes to, let's say, f4 check, he will push f5 and say you don't have any attack. Is that it?
I think you're right, Anna. He'll have to, but f5's an ugly move to have to play. Magnus jumps in with his knight. Fabi only has one move to avoid instant checkmate. He needs to block with his own knight with a check. There we go.
Wow.
Knight's disappearing. Look at the center of the board now, suddenly. It's a discovered check. Fabi blocks.
Fabi saw all of this. He's responding instantly, down to 35 seconds to 1:10 for Magnus. But Fabi in a better spot to draw than he was before in a queen ending that could get perpetual check for Magnus.
Wow, it's deja vu. Magnus ground down Fabi in a queen endgame earlier in the tournament, but the blue arrow appears. Only one move to keep it. Magnus is going to win a pawn. He'll be a pawn up, but black has a passed b pawn. If Fabi finds this move, he might well just draw.
He has to speed up. He's going to flag if he doesn't.
He doesn't find the move. He plays the obvious and human check. Apparently, it's not enough. Magnus picking up pawns, although I'm also scared if I'm Magnus, because that b-pawn is running, and if you check the black king forever, it's just a draw.
But now the d-pawn. This is why Fabi needed to put his queen on d3 earlier. He would have gained a tempo in the process. He's allowed the white pawn to run as well. And white's d-pawn, one step closer than black's b-pawn to promotion.
Oh, this is really such deja vu for what you mentioned, David. Fabiano already went down in a queen endgame earlier in classical chess. And this is happening now in Armageddon. Fabi is a couple of moves behind.
Oh, and he just looked over the clock. He's got 5 seconds. He's got 4 seconds. He's going to flag. He's got to move. He's got 2 seconds. Oh, and he knows it. Queen e7 check, and here comes d7. And he's run out of time, and Magnus Carlsen, the king of Armageddon, does it again, winning on demand and securing that he will at least tie for first here at 2024 Norway Chess. And Hikaru Nakamura needs to win in classical to force a tiebreaker.
Wow, I think we need a rewind on some of those last couple of moves, David, if that's all right with you, to just quickly go through what was the key mistake. You pointed out that Fabi had to play queen to d3. It was on our board as a blue arrow, meaning that was the only way for him to hold this queen endgame. He didn't have that much time to think it through, and he went for the natural check. Queen b1 check seemed like the way to go, and it was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a mistake. This was the final position. Fabiano resigned because white's about to make a new queen. Simply no counterplay here. Not in time to promote the black pawn. Let's backtrack to the key position. It actually started all the way back here. There were discovered checks galore. After rook to e7, nerves are still from Fabiano. Magnus jumped in with a check, and the blue arrow appears. Fabi did find the best move. This would have ended in checkmate instantly, pretty much, if the black king had moved. So black's knight jumped back, and after a set of trades, this is where we saw everything fizzle out, everything come off the board. Another discovered check, the white king dropping back, black picked up a pawn, white picked up a pawn, and this queen endgame, we talked about that queen d3 move here, now. This is the moment to drop your queen into d3. And in terms of the race, here black is simply one move ahead. The black queen actually came to d3 a bit later, but now you get a bit of extra time. It's harder for white to push the d-pawn, first of all, with gain of tempo, and black's b-pawn will run. If we compare it to the game, first Fabi gave a check, driving the white king where it wants to go anyway, a safer square, and only after b5 did he now realize, after the white d-pawn pushes, that he now has to bring his queen to d3. But it was too late. A check and another check, and Magnus's queen came in, a flurry of checks, and the queen supported the pawn forward, and clearly white was ahead in the race here. Fabi, it was the clock in the end.
You called it. It was deja vu. I forget which one of you said it. Now I just had a deja vu because of it. It's deja vu. Magnus Carlsen beats Fabiano Caruana in another queen and pawn ending, just like he did in their classical match many rounds ago now. But Wow, he has put a ton of pressure on that man right there. Hikaru Nakamura fiddling the pieces as we join the board, but as we look at the board, I think better chances than maybe he had before. The position is opened up, the queen is centralized, and if you're Hikaru, you're ready to work super hard because you have a chance. If you win in classical chess, we have a tiebreaker, and what a thriller that would be.
Yeah. That would be huge. And if we go back to the analysis board to show the last few moves, it's exactly what we were talking about, that b takes c3 by Praggnanandhaa allowed a pawn sacrifice with c5. Hikaru immediately grabbed the opportunity, and that's why the current position is down a pawn for black, but black's pieces have gotten more active, and you've gotten rid of one of your really, really weak pawns.
Yeah. Talking of weak pawns, both sides have their selection of weak pawns right now. Black's pawns maybe harder to get at. White's pawns intact just about. C6 will drop long term as soon as the white knight is driven away, but maybe you don't want to rush with that. You don't really want to play f6, or do you? Judging on that last game, Black's queen beautifully centralized. I wonder whether he's going to just improve his rooks. I'm not sure what's next for Hikaru. He doesn't necessarily enjoy being pawns down these days, but he knows that long term, yeah, if the queens come off especially, Black probably has the advantage. We talked about the bishop versus knight, but especially with some easy food sitting down there on a2. I think Hikaru even fancies his chances.
I agree with the featured chat too. We want tie breaks. We want tie breaks. That would be a wild, wild finish. Magnus Carlsen doesn't want tie breaks. He did his job, showed up, took it to Armageddon, but did get a win, putting maximum pressure on Nakamura. But will it be enough of a job to stop Hikaru from giving us a tiebreaker? He at least he controls his own destiny. It feels good, right? And I think Hikaru will be all out trying to win this thing until the bitter end.
Has he even been to the confessional today? He's so zoned in that he forgets about his
Apparently
full-time job.
Apparently he went once, and we may have missed it. We may actually have a Hikaru Nakamura confessional at the next break. So I'll check in with the team here on that. But I think he's only been once. Maybe a good time to quickly show everybody the stat we brought here. We talked about the total visits by Hikaru Nakamura to the confessional booth and the fact that he was leading on the scoreboard. But in terms of total time spent in the confessional booth, that's an even scarier way to look at it as far as the amount of time Hikaru Nakamura spends away from the board, yapping away. We'll get that up here in just a second. But yeah, it's crazy because today that's not the case. He's really trying to get this win. Not so many confessional visits for Hikaru today.
Yeah, he wants this badly. He wants that playoff against Magnus Carlsen. The world wants that playoff against Magnus Carlsen. That would simply be incredible. Hikaru drops his queen back. I quite like this, actually. We talked about endgames favoring black. Now f6 might be more appealing in certain variations because the queens are staring off against each other. Hikaru gets up, maybe headed towards that confessional booth. But yeah, this one, long way ahead. And Hikaru, this is his moment. He's got to seize it.
Maybe he will go to the confessional booth, so let's show everybody that we'll have to update the total time spent if indeed he is, because Hikaru Nakamura has spent more time than everybody else combined. So even if the total visits somehow keep it close, I think game, set, match, Mr. Nakamura defeats the field in terms of total time spent in the confessional booth. That is an insane amount of commentary that he delivered for our show up here, so I guess we owe him for that.
Hour and 27 minutes. An hour and a half in the confessional booth in 9 rounds of Norway Chess.
That's literally a full-length feature film. I mean, you could go to the cinema for an hour and a half and watch a movie, or you can stay tuned with Hikaru and his confessionals. Impressive. We love it.
Yeah, this is incredible. I didn't realize how much time that is. The number of visits was already impressive, but this is even more impressive. And he did say they don't get paid for it. He does it for the love of the game, for the love of streaming, for the love for his fans, and because it's great to hear it. It's great to hear the players' thoughts, and we just hope that more and more tournaments will feature a confessional because it's such an exciting element and insight to us and to the viewers to be able to hear the players as they are playing those moves and what is going on during the game, not just a post-game interview.
Yep, it's crazy. Honestly, it adds so much value. Hikaru Confessions, the movie. I agree. I would buy a ticket to that. Like, literally go see it in theater. twist ending. I don't even know what he's confessing. Now I'm going to write a movie script on that. All right, let's back up to the bird's eye view real quick. I feel like we should probably run over to Ju Wenjun's game versus Lei Ting-Jie, not just to get a look at the potential 100% accurate masterpiece on display, but now that we've had a lot of clarity, we see what the winning plan potentially is now for White. Maybe we should go over there and just quickly analyze and make sure that we're paying off the maybe final moments of Ju Wenjun winning 2024 Norway Chess Women clear with no tiebreak doubts at all.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Danny, look at those stats. No longer 100%.
Oh, man.
Man, what is she doing now? Oh, my God. A 97.
Terrible.
That's
How
terrible.
can she do this to
All right.
us?
Well, let's back up and analyze real quick how we got here.
Let's go back to the moment we were last here. We mentioned rook to a6, and this was a line Anna had showed, and White here clearly has a decisive advantage. Black's rook is just so passive, pawn down as well, and the technique she showed here was really impressive. Bishop c7 first, closing the door on this black rook, defending the pawn, her passed pawn. King d7, kicked this bishop to a square it probably wanted to sit on anyway. Huge threat for White's rook to come up and enter, so Black's rook had to give way, had to break the blockade. Now rook to c1 would be met by rook to c8. A rook trade would actually give Black a draw, opposite color bishops, light squared blockade, but a6 now, you can push that passed pawn forward. The bishop dropped back, and now the pawn only one square away from touchdown. If we catch up, Black actually threw a pawn away with this last move, because here there was simply too much of a threat. I guess if you trade, maybe White's bishop will take back, and the White rook, if it ever gets to b8, this would be game over. The Black rook would struggle to hold the fort any longer. King b7. Ju Wenjun simply snapped off another pawn. She tries to go active now, counterattack against the White bishop, but rook to a5. Consistently precise here, not allowing the Black rook in. The Black king replaces the rook as a blockader, and to catch up with the current position, this is it. I'm not sure exactly the cleanest kill here, but Anna, it looks like it's pretty much certain. It's hard to imagine Black ever saving this.
It's really hard to imagine, and we could probably highlight some of the potential approaches here from White's perspective on how can you make even further progress. The rook trade, for instance, if you were to play rook b5, rook b7, is that something that would help save the situation for Black, or is that still lost because now there's also more pawns on the king's side?
I was analyzing that position while you guys were breaking down the excellent commentary, and I'm pretty sure it's still winning for White. Just looking ahead, using our dream position calculation technique, which everyone can learn from. You don't have to calculate I go there, he goes there, I go there, he goes there, or I go there, she goes there in this type of scenario. You can really just look far into the future and imagine that White's king will wander to the king's side, and at some point Black has to have the setup of f7, g6, h5 with the pawns. This is the only way to defend because the bishop has to guard f7. And in that scenario, the White king can even come to a square like g5 and orchestrate pawn to h3, pawn to g4. When the trade happens, you get f4, and then you get f5. And once that happens, the bishop has to move, and you will get a majority breakthrough. And there's no way for Black to stop this. I see you nodding your head, Grandmaster, right? That this should be good enough. The point is, once that happens, the Black king was stuck on a8 or b7 the entire time to stop a queen. So, if what I'm describing is correct, I don't think that even a rook trade would save this position for Lei Ting-Jie. Although Ju Wenjun wants more, she's bringing the rook to d6, and it might find a different way to the 8th rank. So I think no matter what, this is going to be a win for Ju Wenjun, which will mark her first 2024 Norway Chess Women title, and ultimately it'll be a clear first situation, not even having to worry about Anna Muzychuk anymore if she wins.
Yeah, the latest feather in her cap would be impressive tournament victory. Yeah, and it feels like all roads lead to Rome or Stavanger or to victory in this case.
Yes, and that would be huge for getting the first prize at the first ever Norway Chess Women. With the exact same price fund and exact same prices as the open section. So Ju Wenjun, in case she wins this, she will be guaranteed the exact same price as Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura. Whoever will be the winner, shall there be a tiebreaker in the open section?
That's a big deal. I mean, honestly, it's awesome. And she's obviously, I don't know the stats on this, as she won more prize money than any woman in history already. She's won a few world championships, right? Ju Wenjun she's done well for herself in her career, but never been in a situation where playing alongside an open section, the women's section is delivering equal money. And that's it's a nice payday and well-deserved and such an awesome sign for the future. So great stuff, right? And I think we've established enough of a clear view on not just the dream positions that White could accomplish to win here. There's probably a win that happens before that kind of long, convoluted king walk I was talking about. But all right, so let's back up now. We're actually going to get set, go to the bird's eye view, let you have a peek at where all the games stand before we ultimately take a very, very quick break. Our next break, we're going to have, what do we have? We're going to have confessionals when we come back, so no one's going to miss any of it. Don't you worry. Apparently, we have another Prague confessional when we come back. He's going Hikaru today. Hikaru is at the board. Prague has visited the confessional booth for the second time. We're going to get that when we return. But the big question is, can Hikaru Nakamura win and tie Magnus Carlsen? He's the only one who has the potential to tie. Now that Magnus has won an Armageddon, Praggnanandhaa's outside chances are gone. It's all down to whether Hikaru Nakamura finds a way to win his game as black versus the young superstar from India. We're going to hear from that young superstar from India on the other side as our show continues after the break.
Yeah, so I played this rookie one, and I kind of remembered this more. I don't know, maybe I'm mixing up things, but at least it got him out of prep. And yeah, right now I just played rookie 2. I spent quite some time in the last 2 moves. Actually, I was expecting queen f4, queen f6, and I wasn't really sure what to do because I thought black is fine here. I was still planning some rook e2, and there were a lot of tricks after I get my rook to e1. But yeah, I went bishop e6, rook e2, and yeah, here I'm calculating funny line like f6. If I have to come back knight f3, then it's not really ideal, so I have to take on c6, knight c6, d5, and yeah, I don't think he can save a piece, so bishop d5, rook e8, queen e8, knight d5. First I thought maybe queen e2 is accurate, but then kind of happy to find this knight c3 move. And after queen b2, queen c4 check, king h8, rook b1. I think I'm getting the piece here with if knight e5 there is queen e4, and if knight f5 also queen e4, and if rook e8, you can't really threaten back rank because I have queen f1 always. So I think that should be the position with knight takes d5 should be good for me. So feeling good if I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so this is the first game I'm coming for third time here, and I kind of overestimated my position last time when I was here. After I went to the board, I realized knight d5 is actually kind of equalizing, and I think instead of c5 he could have gone just queen d6 and next move c5. I didn't see any problem for him, but right now after c5 takes queen d5 c6, I think it's not very easy for black. I always have knight f3, knight d4 at some point, and it starts to get tricky, and he's also getting low on time, so I'm still optimistic. So let's see how it goes.
Are we nearing the final moments of 2024 Norway Chess? And Norway Chess women Magnus Carlsen has already secured at least a tie for first in the Open. Ju Wenjun seems moments away from clinching clear first without any doubts in the women's division. And Hikaru Nakamura doesn't look super happy about what just happened on the board with Pragg. But we're still happy in here. Thanks for being with us, Danny, Anna, and David. We've had a great show. It's been a great time. Still so much more to come. We will probably be joined by some special guests, so you're not going to want to miss any moments of the action. But let's go into the bird's eye view and show everybody where we're at. Remind everybody of the positions as we left them. We actually did hear from Pragg at the break, but don't worry, fans. We have a Hikaru Nakamura confessional coming up, so you will get some content here in just a second. We'll probably throw to it in a few moments. But Ju Wenjun is nearing victory against Lei Ting-jae. Dominant as ever right now at this point in her career, putting on a show. It was a nearly perfect game of chess. It was perfect for a really long time, but it's still pretty perfect as far as we're concerned. And Praggnanandhaa has played knight to d4. He talked about this idea when he visited the booth team and knew that he always had this in the back pocket. But now it means he might need to exchange on e6, which means we're headed for a draw. That would not be really what either of these players wants.
Yeah. Anna, it looks like he feels a bit guilty, Pragg, that he's going to stop Hikaru from having a chance to challenge Magnus in a playoff.
I don't know if it's guilt or disappointment that he himself doesn't have chances, because his confessional sounded a bit more ambitious and also more optimistic about his chances. I think optimistic is the word I was originally trying to recall in my vocabulary. What's the word of the day? Surprise. It came as a surprise to me that the game is fizzling out and neither of them want it. Both of these players came to the game today with the intention of playing for a win, because that's what brings in the big bucks here. That's what could bring in the title here in Norway. In case of a draw, there would be an Armageddon, but that means that mathematically Hikaru cannot catch Magnus Carlsen, and for Pragg it's already decided since Magnus drew his classical and won in Armageddon. Disappointment for Hikaru that he cannot continue playing for, I was going to say playing for a win, but playing for something, playing for a playable position if things will start trading off.
Hikaru would love if Pragg comes up with any ideas not to take on e6. Because if he keeps the bishop on the board, moves it to anywhere, even if it comes with leaving Pragg with winning chances, it avoids the dead-drawn major piece endgame that would come if everything is traded exactly. Bishop d5, bishop c6, whatever David highlights, I'm into it. Anything would be better than trading everything on e6, so I'm sure Hikaru would be happy to see that.
Yeah, I mean, if white brings a rook to e1, you even have ideas like bishop takes a2 available due to some trickery on the e-file. So, yeah, right now it looks like both players clearly visibly unhappy on the board. Just a quick recap of how we got to this position that looks likely to fizzle out. After c6, we saw the move queen to d6. I said, I quite like it. If queens come off, if black can win the c6 pawn in the near future, then it is promising. But you need to keep the one imbalance in the position, that is the bishop for the knight. And this is where Pragg decided, okay, safety first, retreat the knight. Now the queen trade is possible. I was slightly surprised we didn't see Hikaru go for this, because this is the only way to keep any winning chances alive. Queen takes queen here, and maybe putting a rook on the b file, maybe putting the bishop on d5. And yes, you're a pawn down, but still some chances. This one looks far more promising in terms of gambling and kind of keeping all three results open than what happened in the game. What transpired instead was queen takes c6, knight d4, and just to put it on the board, we're expecting knight takes e6. Maybe even a slight bit of suffering here for Hikaru. It should still be a draw. I'm assuming you take with a rook first, and then now you can take with the pawn, but at the cost of having a weakness, or you take with the queen, go for activity, and you should be able to hold this one with a draw, but still some work to be done. Pragg, he's just choosing the way forward. He has to take this bishop, though. It would be crazy to keep these pieces on the board.
All right, well, regardless of whether Pragg decides to keep the pieces on the board, crazy or not, or whether this game goes to a draw, we want to get to Hikaru Nakamura's last visit to the confessional booth and the kind words he had to say about the world number one, regardless of what happens in his game against Pragg.
All right, everybody, only the second time that I'm back today. So as expected, a couple quick draws, Ding and Alireza drew. I did not find that surprising at all. And Magnus and Fabiano made a quick draw, and then Magnus played another typical brilliant Armageddon game. Just so good. It looked like Fabio was hanging on with knight g3 and h4, but Magnus is Magnus, and his technique is simply unparalleled, frankly. I think that's all that needs to be said. So then, yeah, it comes back to my game, and I thought that after c5 I was actually drawing very easily when I get this pawn. I did not expect Pragg to take with the pawn. I was sure he would take with the queen on c3, but he took with the pawn, and then after c5, queen e5, c6, for some reason I thought I could go bishop f5, and I just overlooked queen f4 completely. So then I had to revert to this queen d6 idea. I think I'm okay here if I had to guess, but I think I'm going to need to make 2 or 3 more precise moves. If I make 2 or 3 more precise moves, I think I should draw quite easily. If I don't, I could potentially lose or end up much worse. So very critical moment. But I would say that I'm probably not going to win now. So this means Magnus will win Norway Chess, unfortunately. Not to do the jinx or anything, but very unlikely that I'll generate any chance to win. Now it's mostly about trying to hang on and not lose this game. So it is what it is. But still a little bit of work left to be done before the tournament is actually over for me. So we'll see how it ends.
Kind words there from Hikaru, acknowledging that it's more than likely that Magnus Carlsen is gonna win Norway Chess. And apologies to the fans that we missed Hikaru's first visit. There was a problem with the camera in the confessional booth, we learned, but the organizers, on top of everything, did manage to fix it. So we had videos throughout the rest of the day, even though we missed apparently Hikaru's first one early. Well, that's tough. It's going to be really unlikely that Hikaru Nakamura finds a way to win this one as black, whether Pragg takes the bishop or not. But again, he's sitting here hoping. Is there anything Pragg would do besides take that bishop and have a pretty clear 2-result position, David?
I don't think so. I just can't see it. Just to show one thing that Pragg should avoid, I mean, he could play moves like h3, h4, but if he wants to improve his rook and plays a move like rook to e1, we could see suddenly tactics appear. I was going to say bishop takes a2. I mentioned this move earlier just to do with a pin along the e-file, but just while Hikaru was in the confessional, I realized that Trickster gets tricked here. White cannot touch that bishop due to some back rank issues, but Black also has back rank problems, and knight to f5, threatening checkmate, trying to deflect the black queen away. This would have turned things around, Anna.
That's absolutely beautiful, the idea of a double back rank threat. Can we put both of them on the board? When you played bishop takes a2, of course that bishop was untouchable because of rook takes e1, checkmate. But it's the same threat, the same tactical pattern that white can use with the move knight f5, since the queen is overloaded, cannot take on f5 because then the e8 rook will be gone. You take twice on e8, and that's also a back rank checkmate. Beautiful double puzzle rush here between Pragg and Hikaru. Meaning that, what is the valuation of that move then, David? Can Pragg go for it? Is this something that he's calculating right now? Could it be the line that he's considering?
That's the only feasible explanation I can come up with, Anna, because pawn to h3, pawn to h4, you allow the black bishop to move, no problems, a trade of rooks, and if anyone's minor piece is better long term, it will be the bishop once the queens come off. Due to this weakness, the knight not totally stable in the center, I think this would grant Hikaru some winning chances, so I can't see this happening, but you mentioned the other line, rook to e1. Yeah, so bishop takes a2. Don't try it. That would backfire. Maybe the black bishop can move elsewhere. I'm not sure exactly the best square, d5 or c4. Let's assume maybe c4, hitting this rook. And again, due to the back ranker, white doesn't have time to go pawn hunting in this endgame. Queen takes c7, not possible due to the black queen coming in. But after h3, I can't see Pragg going for this simply because, I mean, it's irrational. This pawn would be dropping. There's c5 to calculate. I don't see the reward for the risk you're taking, but this is the only trap that I can see in the position right now if Pragg wants to tempt Hikaru to get greedy for a second.
Will he do it, Danny?
I don't think so. I think he's too bouncy for that, as we can see. He's too bouncy in his chair for that. No, I don't know. I mean, I think all players have just their their habits at the board, the things that either help them get dialed in or they just do when their brain is deep in thought. And as we've said, often they're playing chess and we're playing checkers. Uh-oh, but hold on.
He's going for it.
He goes for it. Okay, that could mean we have a lot more chess ahead here in the final round if anything close to the line David was showing gets on the board. I don't think Prague blunders checkmate, but just the fact that the pieces are on the board means that this will have a lot of chess to go.
This is game on, and we love to see it. It's great for Prague, great for Hikaru, great for the fans, great for us. We want more chess.
Yeah, and Prague wants to win. I just realized that in that variation we were showing, there's pressure, huge pressure now on the black bishop. Assuming Hikaru moves it, there's still knight to f5. There's still this back rank tactic threatening checkmate. As we showed, you cannot touch this knight. The black queen has to stay defending her rook, defending the back rank. You have to play g6, and suddenly, I mean, there's knight jumps, there's a check here, there's a check there, there's a check everywhere. The white rook could even jump into e7, and watch out. Hikaru Nakamura, I mean, fighting for his life in this position, but the fact that pieces are still on the board gives him long-term chances if he can weather this storm.
Yes, this is risk and reward, and Praggnanandhaa is assessing it as this is something that he is willing to go for. He is evaluating his chances as better instead of wanting to go for a draw, trading everything on e6 as he could have done so.
It's crazy, though, because if he goes for that line, I mean, he may get rewarded, but also you pointed out every long-term feature of the position favors black if Hikaru can just survive the threats, right? The bishop will be better than the knight. There are pawn targets on both sides of the board. The a2 pawn is literally on pre at some point if the rooks are traded. And when we went into that line, it's not like the eval bar was announcing checkmates for white. So let's show it again. Bishop c4. We're in analysis mode. We might as well go for it. Bishop c4, knight f5, g6. And these moves look incredibly scary, but if Hikaru can calculate accurately that he survives on the dark squares, white could blunder this too, right? There's back rank problems and the a2 pawn is hanging, so...
Yeah, who's attacking who? It's unclear here, Anna. This could definitely go in 3 directions. I mean, a huge, huge kudos to Prague, though, for going for this, for summoning the courage and spotting tactics. Whether he'll be rewarded, a huge question. But suddenly Hikaru must be feeling a new lease of life.
Yeah, this is great. This is great news for how this game is 3 possible results still. Both of them are trying to win, and that's what you love to see.
Who's better? I don't even know. I mean, I'd have to calculate for ages here to figure it out. I was wondering about a knight check, for example, but the black king just moves, and ooh, maybe not to that square.
Oh.
Queen e5 now?
Queen e5. Oh my gosh. Wait.
That will be checkmate after king f8, so you need to
f6.
do something else. Like
but f6. So wait, now black wins. The material's following the rook's hanging, so not queen e5.
Not
what?
queen e5.
What is the? It's
rook e4 maybe to gain a tempo against the bishop.
Okay.
I was going to say the bishop drops back and the white knight is trapped, but I've miscalculated
the
something.
computer now maybe has
Now queen e5.
Now queen e5 because if f6 the bishop falls.
Wow, f6, the bishop does fall on e6, and if the black king goes back, what's the knockout blow? The white knight is all in. The knight is trapped. Oh my god, is it queen f6?
Queen f6.
Oh
that is
God.
so beautiful.
Oh my god.
That is the definition of a, what is it? Maybe not even a puzzle rush, but a puzzle book mate. That is an amazing move. Sorry, Anna, go ahead, show it.
So pretty. I just couldn't not. Like, I'm stunned by this move, and you're offering the white knight as a sacrifice to the checkmate gods, because any piece that takes it, you have queen h8, checkmate.
It's literally a Trojan horse right now. You don't want to touch this knight. You get checkmated just to put it on the board. This would be fatal, and Magnus Carlsen will start to get nervous. I mean, this is just a crazy position right now. That black king, not a happy camper. And this is so natural, this whole variation. We mentioned the knight check following that variation. I mean, you could easily imagine putting the king on g7 and relaxing and saying, okay, there's no checks, but there's no good checks at least. But rook e4 and this tactic, oh, queen f6. And black is just stalemated. The white rook will just take its time, meander over.
Well, no, you're even just threatening rook takes e6 too.
Oh, as well as that. Yeah.
Right away, and it's rover right now. Rook h4 is probably just as good, but yeah, I mean, so backing up, king to g7, not the best move for Hikaru. Apparently it needs to be king f8.
King f8. is their mate. I mean, this still looks scary. All these, now I've seen it, I don't want to unsee it, all these ideas of coming in via h8, but yeah, I guess the rook is hit, and a bit different this time after rook e4, the black bishop will drop back, I'm assuming, and the white knight is caught. I mean, this one is just the three-result game.
This is amazing. This is going to be a fun game, and I love that Pragg went for this. Whether he, I mean, who knows how many variations he calculated. He is a calculating monster. It's one of the things he relies heavily on and does it pretty well, so he can keep relying on it. But as for, stylistically, for those who don't know, Pragg is a great player on so many levels and will be great for years to come, but really relies on his ability to calculate through the mess, the smoke and the mirrors. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's looked at all of these variations and more and knows that he's going to put Hikaru under a lot of pressure if he gets that knight to f5.
Quite possibly he has, and if it wasn't already exciting enough what's on the board, the time situation adds an extra element of pressure on both players. This is move 24. They need to make it to move 40, complete move 40 to get any sort of increment. So huge time pressure and time trouble possibly lurking in a very sharp, complex position.
I'm going to go ahead and jump in and try to shower this board with gold coins because rook e1, that's the money move that all the fans want to see. They want to see this tournament continue. They want to see the intrigue continue.
Yes, let's go.
Anna, this is brilliant stuff. Game on.
I am so happy to see the fighting spirit and how both of them need this. Because for Hikaru, yes, he needs to be like super precise here, not to go down. But as you said, Danny, if the attack of white doesn't succeed, and according to the computer, it shouldn't. There should be a normal defense if Hikaru finds the right moves. And then black will also have chances because that bishop is still alive. There's chances on the board for Hikaru as well if he doesn't fall into any of those attacking ideas that we showed.
He's calculating Hikaru. What face number is that right now?
I don't know, but it's a deep in thought, Hikaru. He is not seeing the present. He is deep in the future. Some say he time travels. We're still looking into that. But yeah, by the way, a reminder, only Hikaru can tie Magnus. So Pragg's fighting spirit is for the love of the game in many ways, right? And that's awesome. Pragg, his chances to win Norway Chess and tie Magnus disappeared when Magnus went to Armageddon, win or lose. So
yeah, but second place.
Second place is great. Second place is great. But you just love that he's fighting. He wants it all. And in the process, he might get all that he's asked for because Hikaru Nakamura has played bishop to c4. Boom goes the dynamite on c4, and we've got action. Will Pragg play knight to f5 and get the lines we were just analyzing on the board? This is going to be crazy. Let's go. Let's go.
Game on. Hikaru didn't need to do this. His last move shows he suddenly feels he has a chance to win the tournament. He could have actually just left the bishop on that square. We neglected to mention, if he just moves the black rook, probably Pragg would have to trade knight for bishop at some point. Probably still a draw with best play, but Hikaru is inviting the fire now because that's his best chance of striking back, counter-attacking play. And Pragg now, is he all in? Knight f5. And I mean, this is going to be crazy, Anna. There's going to be thrills, spills, twists, turns ahead.
This is going to be wild. I am just literally on the edge of my seat here because I think we're going to get some of those variations. And Pragg may have made a decision to believe that the pressure would be so much that there must be something. But we have the luxury of the eval bar and the computer analysis that says, actually, with best play, black is not checkmated. Black is okay. And that would be a big turnaround with mutual time pressure, maybe for both players in our future here.
Definitely. I could see Pragg investing a chunk of his time right now because it is very committal. You pretty much play knight f5 and you're all in. You probably have to jump into e7 in some variation and risk the knight getting trapped. Maybe you have enough attacking compensation, but so precise you have to be right now. Yeah, I mean, trading the rooks doesn't give safety either. We mentioned if the rooks come off the board, white has back rank issues. The a2 pawn will drop. Watch out. The black a pawn will start running. Hikaru, he wins that in his sleep in Title Tuesday, and we're getting down to that rapid portion of the match.
It is rapid already, and it will remain rapid and then blitz for the rest of the game, because even the increment, once it kicks in on move 41, still far, far from now, it's still only a 10-second increment.
Man, does Hikaru win games while sleeping in Title Tuesday? That is yet to be confirmed, but you're streaming for sure. This is so crazy. If you're just tuning in, we've been analyzing the move knight to f5 by Pragg, a way to threaten checkmate on g7 and overwork the queen on d7 to the back rank. But as scary as that move is, accurate play from Hikaru, which he may have just calculated deeply. He took a decent amount of time, looked off into the corner a few times as well before playing bishop c4. He has decided to risk it, which makes a ton of sense. He has to win in order to have chances at defending his Norway chess title. Remember, Magnus Carlsen has secured at least a tie for first already.
Risk it for the biscuit, as once you said, Danny.
This is really good. This is going to be a game now. This is not petering out to a major piece endgame or a draw where we're just sort of biding our time, trying to pretend like there's chances. This is going to be double-edged as whatever the kids say.
Yeah, this is the last chance, I'm going to say, for Pragg to try to bail out, but I don't think he will. He's got no reason to try and suffer in an endgame now after trading all the rooks off the board. Just to put it on the board one last time, this is a fork in the road. There's two ways he could go, Pragg, right now. Just rook takes rook. All the rooks fly off the board. There's a back rank checkmate threatened, so I'm assuming white pushes the h-pawn. And now bishop takes a2. White will restore the material balance with queen takes c7, but this pawn guarantees black great winning chances long term if the queens ever come off. No guarantee that the queens do come off, but yeah, I think this is a huge turn of fortune for Hikaru Nakamura. The other path, as we mentioned, is to go all in, to jump with the white knight, threaten checkmate now on g7. When the pawn steps forward, there's choices. We mentioned knight to e7 check with some flashy variations. There's knight h6 check to consider, there's rook e7 to consider, there's a bunch of options, but only fun ahead for us at least.
Yeah, very much fun ahead, and a very exciting, sharp position that we were rooting for, and Praggnanandhaa chose to do so. Instead of trading on e6 earlier, he chose to play rook e1 and enter these muddy waters, both of them wanting the win in this game. Only Hikaru can catch Magnus Carlsen, but for that, Hikaru needs to win in Classical.
He does, and it seemed like just a few moments ago, his chances to win in Classical were non-existent. But despite what was on the board a few moments ago, we now are going to have a few moments with the guy in waiting who's already clinched at least a tie for first. Magnus Carlsen, world number 1, is here, and you took the game to Armageddon against Fabi. Congratulations on securing at least a tie for first. How did you feel about your match with Fabi? And then we'd love to get your thoughts on what's developing in this game between Pragg and Hikaru.
Yeah, obviously I don't love it. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to do today. I mean, most of all, it's hard to know what to do against Fabi, since when he wants to be solid, it's quite hard to beat, and also I was not in the mood to take risks, obviously. So it ended up with something that was like really neither here nor there. I did feel like I was close to getting some slight edge, just like position that we've seen a lot of times before. That is nothing special, but it felt like I got a little something, but it wasn't so easy. Then I saw that there was a repetition. The other game looked drawish to a little bit better for Pragg, so it felt like a reasonable thing to do. The Armageddon game wasn't great, but yeah, I got the job done, and I felt really good about it at the time. Now is probably the most concerned I've been the whole game. There was a bit of a strange turn of events. Like, I know this is not all about me, but just to give my perspective on the turn for the last few moves. First of all, Hikaru could have gone queen d6 instead of queen d7, and this would not really have been a thing. I don't know if Hikaru consciously wanted to provoke rook to e1, but to me, like, rook e1 just looks insane. Unless you think that some tactics will work with knight f5, then you're basically just you know, playing for a win without any risk for your opponent, which is not the situation. Which is not a situation you want to be in. So yeah, maybe he was hoping for bishop takes a2, which doesn't seem to work. But it was a bit surprising. I had sort of already chalked off this as a draw. I assumed white would take on e6, everything comes off, and it's a draw. Yeah, I think there are still solid ways for white to play. I especially like maybe provoking g6, put it in the knight on e3, which seems like a nice and safe square. Yeah, and then giving your king some air, which this should be quite equal. But yeah.
Who would you take here? Maybe a little bit better chances with the A pawn versus the C pawn.
Yeah,
or?
I mean specifically here after you provoke g6, and here I don't think black has anything at all. But otherwise, yeah, I would generally like slightly prefer black. If you take a position like you don't take on a2, you do something like queen d7. I don't know. White goes a3. It doesn't seem like white loses a pawn, but yeah, maybe queen e7 is more precise actually. You know, queen e7, there's queen f4 to a4, so that holds for white. I mean, I would guess like a slight preference to black. There's this whole thing where queen and knight is supposed to be a bit better than queen and bishop, but that doesn't really bear out in practice in general.
Is it harder to be here right now on the sideline? Would you almost rather have the game with Fabi still going than be in a spot where, yes, you tied for first, but now your fate a little bit not in your own hands?
No, but 1.5 points is a good result for me. Like I've secured at least playoffs. So
yeah,
I mean it's not a bad situation to be in, but yeah, could have been even better.
Well, it is. We talked about it, and we also thought it was moments away from a draw. We thought knight takes e6 would happen, but it's kind of how you drew it up at home, right? If you get at least an Armageddon, and then if you win Armageddon, it's maximum pressure. So regardless of what happens, you feel good about the approach to the day.
Yeah, I was also excited to be done with classical chess, to be honest.
Yeah. Talking a little bit about that as we wait to see what happens with Prague and Hikaru here. This is a classical chess event. Obviously, last year didn't go well. You completely turned it around this year. But of classical chess events, if you have to choose, what is it about Norway that you like? We talk a lot about the base time control. What about the confessional booths? Do you think more classical events having that would help as well? But what is it about this format that keeps you coming back?
Well, it's in Norway, right?
I mean, I was not going for the obvious, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, of course. But, there are definitely a few reasons. I think for classical, this is an excellent format. I love the extra excitement of the Armageddon games. I think having one time control is a good thing to make it also quite challenging for Rook e7.
Ooh. Is that live, David? Yeah,
this is
happening.
It's happening.
This is live. King g7.
Only move, apparently.
Yeah. What's the idea here?
Again, who would you...
Seems quite risky.
For white?
Yeah.
Trapped knight.
Does he want to just go a3 or something? I mean, queen e5, f6, I don't see anything. Maybe you can go h4.
Yo. h4 feels a little slow.
I don't know.
Bishop e6 is coming, maybe.
No, bishop e6.
Oh, bishop e6, queen e5.
Always runs into queen e5.
Okay, yeah.
And the same with rook e8 runs into either knight f5 or queen e5, which both should win. So he doesn't have, but I guess his next one is rook d8. Yeah, I don't like this at all.
Is it possible Prague is just kind of just overestimating White's attacking chances, and he loves the idea of h4?
I don't know. I think he's usually not that excitable. He usually like keeps his composure well in these situations, but yeah, I guess he really wants second place.
There he goes. He's fighting for it. We talked about it because we said he actually is the one who kept the game going, even though he was the one who was eliminated from first place just by you making it to Armageddon, even if you had lost. So I guess the fighting spirit is there. He really wants second place.
Yeah, and he's a fighter
as
well. It's his style. So, general, you love to see that. Just specifically when you're in my situation right now, it's not ideal. But
quick congratulations, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. Ju Wenjun has just won her game against Lei Qingzhe, so she is your Norway Chess Women's Champion. Wins it clear, and congrats to Ju Wenjun. So, sorry, we'll continue. Just wanted to acknowledge that the game just ended.
Yeah, she managed to grind out a rare win in the exchange love, so that looked like a good game. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think you're probably better off consulting an engine here. I mean, to me, yeah, it looks a bit risky for black, but also I'm not sure quite what White is aiming for. I guess it's h4. But I feel like White is taking more risk than black. So I'm not thrilled.
Yeah. What do you do in this spot if you obviously you would rather be celebrating or counting down the moments to it, but how do you keep yourself in the right frame of mind knowing that there could be, even if it's still an outside chance, a tiebreaker coming?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not easy.
Not enough time for golf. Not enough time for golf. Do something to relax.
No, I should try and get something to eat probably since you know, a possible tiebreak is not going to be until 10. Apart from that, what's the time now? Yeah, I got some time. Yeah, he's going to h4. The evaluation bar did not move. Yay.
I'm just going to mention that the computer really likes h4, but of course also wants to play h5 as black. And then starts...
I think h5 is pretty much automatic here.
Yeah, it starts going into a line with h5, rook e4, bishop e6, then queen e5 check, and after king h7, knight takes g6, yes.
Oh, and then we make a draw somehow.
Rook ending anyway.
No, but no, now it's a perpetual.
Okay.
And then the celebration.
Are these moves forced?
It's what it's suggesting as one of the main lines. I don't know if the rook e4, how can Hikaru deviate from this, Magnus?
I don't know. Okay, so I guess bishop a2 is conceptually a mistake because you're allowing c4.
That does look scary with the bishop offside. And assuming the bishop goes back, does White have anything better there? Queen e5?
No, I really don't think so. Oh, the king has h7. Queen f6, there's rook e8, so yeah.
Wow.
Okay, I mean, but this... Okay, let's also point out another line there. Queen... No, forget about it. I thought Black could insert queen d1 at some point, but...
But okay, if h5
well,
is
at the
played.
very least, as a chess fan, the position is extremely interesting now.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting a little bit invested.
We love to hear that, and we want to see more analysis. So h5, rook e4. Should we go for that bishop a2 line? What could Hikaru do there?
Yeah, then he has a passer, and that will win the game unless he gets checkmated.
Yeah, it's only a small if there.
But if c4, I mean, conceptually, now that you're playing without a bishop and the attack continues for White.
Yeah, it looks extremely dangerous. I don't know, bishop e1, trying to get the bishop back.
Yeah, bishop e1.
I assume rook e1 is a move. I mean, this looks very unpleasant for Black. You can try and bail out with bishop f5, which is apparently losing blunder. Okay, let me see if I can find this. I guess
Puzzle rush.
probably just, yeah, just queen c3 and knight d5, yeah.
Yeah, and then rook e7 and queen f6 coming.
Also king h7, and there was knight d5.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very risky to take on 8.
Okay, I
it
mean,
seems.
it's a cool concept. I guess I underestimated it at first. Since like your hand really just wants to take on e6, eliminate, because like positionally you feel pawn on a2 is weak, pawn on c3 is weak, the bishop is better than the knight. Let me trade it off. I have no advantage. But yeah, I mean it's calculated extremely sharply, and this could go horribly wrong for Pragg. Don't get me wrong.
Hikaru has played h5, it looks like.
Yeah.
The thing that could go horribly wrong might be on the clock, too. That's the only other part of being nervous there.
Yeah, don't say that.
Just doing the drama thing, you know? But yeah, no, this is...
Yeah, and I think rook e4 screams out to be played here, preparing the rook lift, and this is why really, like, you don't get here without a plan. Maybe queen f4 is also playable. I don't know. With the same idea. But I cannot say that I love it.
Yeah, the engine likes it just as much. Queen f4 wants to put something on the fourth rank, whether it's the
Yeah,
or the
no.
queen. Yeah.
You don't really have time for a null move here.
Yeah.
As white, so it's the same idea. And now this is much better for white somehow.
Oh.
Where's the difference?
Instead of perpetual, does the rook come to e? No.
No, I think you still have to take on g6.
And if king takes...
Yeah, I was thinking at the end of the line, does white have rook e5?
No, queen e4, because there's
you win
no
the rook
on e4.
Duh.
Brilliant. So what is the defense for black after queen f4?
Wow, queen f4.
Maybe just rook e8, actually. Yeah, just rook e8. That's a draw. Okay. Okay, let me test out queen f4 and then bishop a2. Okay, bar didn't move. C4. And then rook e8, knight f5, and perpetual. Shake hands, game over. Okay. Nice. It should be mentioned if queen f5 instead of gf5, there was queen d4.
Important. I think to put it on the
so
board,
it
David,
seems
is too pretty.
white has two very concrete ideas in order to... Okay, so let me check. How about a3? Is white worse then? No, I think chess is a draw.
Chess is a draw. Especially
Why is
classical
worse?
chess. Not Armageddon chess is a draw.
Never thought of that before.
No, it can't be.
A3 and Magnus versus the bar. He's holding level versus the engine.
So you still have the opinion that maybe easier to play with black with clocks, everything considered. The trend.
No, I think this is all pure calculation now. And honestly, I think, I don't know. I think queen f4 would probably, that would really force Hikaru to make a draw. But the thing about queen f4 is that it allows rook e8.
Oh, we have queen g5, a move we didn't consider.
Not allowing rook e8.
Okay. What is the point?
Knight takes g6, maybe?
That is the point.
That's quite a strong point, David.
Yeah, it's a very strong point. So bishop e6, we already know, loses to queen e5. So what is the idea here for black?
That's beyond my pay grade. Queen G5, really sneaky from Prague.
Yeah, this is
maybe rook E8 is actually okay. Knight F5, King G8, no biggie.
You're right. It holds.
Nerves of steel. And maybe a draw after knight E7.
Knight E7, King H7. Game goes on.
Game goes on. No more checks. Okay, so Queen G5. If Rook E8 is forced, that's at least a question to ask, right?
Rook E8 is forced?
If it is, I mean...
Oh, Hikaru's about to move.
looks like he's reaching for that rook. Some head bobbing first. I mean, what else?
Rook E8, Knight F5, and then King G8.
Yeah, with Knight F5, King G8, there's no forced draw there. Oh, there is takes, Knight F5, Bishop A2, Queen A5. That should be quite clean.
Go again, Magnus. So
yeah, Knight F5.
Knight F5, King G8.
Yeah, King G8, chop on E8, Knight E3. Knight E3, yeah, takes A2, Queen A5.
Yeah.
But what if Prague wants more? What if he doesn't want it to peter out?
Well, then I'm very curious as to what his idea is.
Yeah, now that black has gotten the rook to E8, are you running the risk of bishop E6 again?
Very much so.
So Prague may not have a choice anymore.
Well, I can see that the engine says that white is very slightly better, so evidently...
Ooh.
Okay, he gave a check. I think he's done now.
What's interesting is that possibly he had rook E4 just like before, after rook E8, with the same ideas, and...
No, not... Oh, no, Queen E5 and then Knight D5, that's the idea.
Ah, because the bishop's pinned now, so it still works.
But there was King F8 there. King F8, Queen F6 is always the... Oh, yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Where's the save for black? Was there King H6? No. Really don't think so.
In this position. Wow, Bishop E6. How is the bar still in the middle? This is crazy.
Is it F6, then you have King F7 at the end?
No, that's not a draw.
No, okay. Oh, yeah, you win A6, yeah.
Maybe it is a draw. You take with the king and... No. This is very dubious for black. Was this really the best line for black after rook E4?
No, I think bishop E6 seems to be worse. The engine is giving only bishop takes A2 or queen B5 as the only two that hold.
Oh. Queen B5 is hard to spot there.
Okay, so I think Prague is bailing out.
Worried about his clock.
Didn't go for this and instead gave a check on F5.
Strange point to start thinking. Rook takes E8.
And Hikaru is into his, damn, why couldn't he have played for a win for one more move?
He was one move away from maybe blundering. But it seems likely now. In fact, how does Prague secure the draw with, I guess...
I think Knight E3 and Queen A5 is really straightforward.
Okay, bishop.
Because also if you put the bishop on E6, Queen A5, like, black is not better.
Okay.
I mean, I suspect that's what he's gonna have to do, but you put the queen on A5 and the pawn on A3, and there are just no targets. Maybe you go to Queen D6, C5. I don't know.
Hikaru looking off, knowing probably final moments of keeping his hopes for a tiebreaker alive going away.
Okay, give me... okay, I want to check out Knight E7 after this. King H7? Yeah, this is pointless.
You're hoping for King F8, Queen F6 again.
Yeah.
Just to point out to everyone at home. Checkmate.
Can't get enough of this trick.
But okay, strange point to start thinking unless Prague's offered a draw.
Do you think so? We missed it if it happened.
Yeah.
It's move 31, so it's finally legal to offer a draw.
First moment it's been legal for white to offer a draw. Why else would
It doesn't
Hikaru
make any sense for him to accept, by the way. Like, he's not worse anymore. Or anymore. I shouldn't say that he's been worse in a while. I don't think he'll accept. I don't think he'll win the game, but I don't think he'll accept either.
Prague was staring him down for a second, so maybe a question's been asked.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Well, congratulations, Magnus. It is official. Thanks for being with us all the way to the final stretch. I guess that's what they call scripted, you know? Scripted. Apparently, you were in studio with us. Now we get to officially say, congratulations on winning 2024 Norway Chess.
Yeah, thank you. And I said Hikaru was not going to take the draw. I'm very glad that I'm wrong.
It's good to be wrong sometimes, and a good event for you. I feel like we already asked you all the pre-game questions, and you helped us bring it home there. So, what's next for Magnus, or what else to say?
Yeah, no, you know, this is a relief, of course. And I can say all the things I said earlier. It was a good performance, not a sparkling performance by any means, but I feel like I was quite professional in the way I handled at least the last 7 games or so. It was good to get a win, and yeah. If you're going to play classical, we might as well win the tournaments.
Well, now you get to celebrate. I guess I will ask one question then, since you just kind of touched on it. The last 7 games for sure. You were with us after you beat Fabiano Caruana following the loss to Prague. Did anything happen for you differently that kind of poked the bear a little bit? Was it the #1 spot on being on the line? What happened between the first 3 rounds, Magnus Carlsen, and the last 7?
I guess my mindset just changed in that against Fabiano, I just wanted to be super, super solid. And I was really focused in that game. And it went from, you know, trying to play sort of fun chess, which wasn't fun at all, to more of a, you know, more of a slow grinding style where I was just, you know, trying to see if I can pick up some scraps here and there, you know, trying to win the boring way. I think that's what's changed, which, you know, I guess it's not the most enjoyable, neither for me nor fans, but, you know, it got me a tournament win, so I'm happy about that.
I think the fans like when you win, no matter how you win, if I'm speaking for the fans right now. But I don't have any other questions for our champion. Go ahead.
Magnus, I just want to ask, you're the king of Armageddon. Your stats in Armageddon are crazy. Do you have any tips for how you kind of keep up such a high win rate there?
I don't know. It feels like very few of the games are convincing. I just out-hustle my opponents. It feels like the stats are a bit inflated, though. But like it's very important. It doesn't feel that important there and then, because it's only half a point. It counts 1/6 of the classical games. But when you count them up, like it's so crucial at the end of the tournament. So yeah, I mean, any tips? You know, be really good at chess. Get invited to Norway Chess, which is currently the only tournament that has this format. And then draw your games. I have no idea.
I was just going to ask you about your upcoming events, because we have a banner that we keep showing on the stream that you're going to be playing right after this event.
He's not playing the Bullet Championship, actually.
Oh,
That's
no.
breaking news.
Spoiler.
Yeah, but he is
We have
going to
your
play
photo
he's
on
going to
it.
play the Speed Chess Championship.
He will play.
Yeah, I'm going to play the
Speed
Speed
Chess
Chess Championship. I don't know. I never confirmed the Bullet Chess Championship, and honestly, like last year, it was like okay to play, but I don't enjoy it that much these days. Also last year, like I was hungover for 90% of the Bullet Chess Championship, so that didn't help either. But yeah, I think that's Hikaru's turf, so I'll be following it intently as a spectator. But yeah, I don't enjoy Bullet much these days, so I'm happy to let others fight that out.
And most importantly, Magnus, how are you planning to celebrate tonight?
I'm gonna have myself a little bit of dessert. that's going to be nice. With very good company.
That's
Well-
the most important. And speaking of good company, other than Ella, you also had two of your best friends here beating the Guinness World Record. How did that feel to you, and how did you prepare your boys for it?
I can take absolutely no credit for preparing them. Askild and Odin did an amazing job. They are some of the, they are some of the laziest people that I've ever met, except when they want to do something. When they want to do something, they're all business. That's what Askild, for instance, does. Like, he's mostly business these days, but at heart, he's still lazy. But what they did, the preparation they did, and the execution was incredible. And I'm really excited for them to be in this elite company that they are. And we had a great lunch, Askild and Odin and a bunch of us earlier today, and I'm sure they'll be back to celebrate tonight as well.
That's great to hear. Lots to celebrate for you and for your friends. Congratulations again, Magnus. And we hope that this was not your last classical tournament this year. Can it be the last question?
No, it wasn't. But we'll see how much there was. But it wasn't the last.
All right. Well, definitely won't be the last. We don't think that you might be winning Norway Chess here. But congratulations on your 6th title, Magnus. And
Thank you.
Enjoy the night.
Congratulations. I think we have a crowd here, so an applause is well deserved for the 6th title of Magnus Carlsen here at Norway Chess. We have both our Norway Chess Women and Norway Chess Open section winners confirmed.
They are
Ju Wenjun
confirmed,
and Magnus
and
Carlsen.
We're actually going to be joined by Ju Wenjun in just a moment. We're going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, the winner of Norway Chess Women will be with us for the first time. We haven't had Ju Wenjun in studio just yet, but we will in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere. The final moments of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women ahead. we now have our champions of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. If you've been with us, we just had Magnus Carlsen in studio, in fact, in the final moments where it happened. And now, stay with us as we are joined in studio by Ju Wenjun, Women's World Champion and winner of 2024 Norway Chess Women. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That was a very convincing win, we thought. You went into today's game with 100% accuracy. Did you know that for the first many moves, you were the only one with 100%?
We'll take a look at it, but you were playing a perfect game. It was insane. There were no moves that the engine didn't think were the best moves for a very, very long time.
Well, because it's very easy for white to play, and also I think black is... this should be a drawish line, but she was not playing well in this game.
Were you surprised she went for that line, knowing that she needed to win as black?
Well, I feel... okay, so I feel in general she wants to play the game, but I don't know if she wants to win that much because, I mean, after knight g4, it's clearly a drawish line, and maybe knight e4 or something like b takes c6 can still keep the game playing. After knight g4, it is, should be draw. After when I play queen b7, queen c8, it's just a famous drawish line.
So it was okay for you to have a drawish line even if the game went to Armageddon in terms of thinking overall?
Yeah, for me, it's a draw. Draw is a fun, satisfied for me.
That makes sense. We want to go through your game a little bit here, if that's okay. We've got it pulled up, and we can follow it on this monitor here. I guess I'll ask, which position did you feel first represented that you thought you could start getting winning chances?
I think maybe after this king to e7, king e8. Yeah, king e8. But that's after this. I mean. This queen b6 first is okay, something interesting, maybe still equal but unnecessary. After this, just rook c6 and b4. I don't think I don't think black is easy to defend anymore. I mean, after this, just push and rook must defend on a6, and white just have everything under control.
What did you expect? You mentioned this. That if we go back, king to e8 maybe was the decisive mistake, but what did you expect instead?
To be honest, I didn't see clearly draw for black, but maybe just the rook c1, just exchange everything, and maybe now king bishop e2 or king d7. I think anyway, not easy for white. For example, if now king e7, bishop c7, and but b5, a5 is the move, and the king d7. Let's say bishop e5, f6, and a6. Now king c6, a7, king b7, bishop b8. Yeah, this I don't know if white can win. And also, I think after a b5 is should be draw for white. So now if a b5, I think it should be equal, like this. Oh, just king d7, or just bishop e2. Well, you have bishop on b7. I don't think it's winning, but yeah. But game will continue.
Yeah. After that, it looked like a very convincing performance. Looked like you always had everything under control. And
after that is difficult for black, especially she's running out of time.
Yeah, before the key move, and very convincing after that. How do you feel about your play in the tournament in general?
Well, I enjoy both in classical and the Armageddon. Well, I think in the second half, like after the first 5 rounds and the 6th round, I started to get in good shape, and also some decisive game against Vashali and also Apia. The games are very complicated. I was lucky to win.
It took you a while to get your first classical win, but you were unbeaten, and you were taking a lot of matches to Armageddon.
Yeah.
Do you like the format now, having played it? I mean, what would you say overall about how you managed to approach this event?
Yeah, I like the Armageddon. I mean, it's new for me, and also I find it very interesting. I think actually maybe I have better performance in Armageddon than in the classical chess somehow. Well, I think my opponent are also strong, and they play well.
What do you think of this event, Ju? I wanted to ask. Obviously, it's the first super tournament in classical chess that has the exact same prize fund for the Open tournament and the women's tournament. And you have played so many women's World Chess Championships where the prize fund is oftentimes 20 or 25% of the Open World Chess Championship. How does it feel that here it's not the usual much smaller prize fund, but equal? Everything is identical as the players are being treated equally.
Oh yeah, this is like a huge success for promoting women chess, and also at the first time it's at the equal price for the Open and women. And also I feel very honored and excited to play in Norway women chess. And also I think it also motivated more girls and women chess players to play chess in here.
We definitely hope that this is the start of a bigger change, and Norway Chess will lead by example, as they always do, and more events should follow.
And you appeared twice in the confessional booth. It seemed like you were enjoying yourself towards the end of the tournament. Is that something you want to see at more events?
Well, okay. I think the last two games is like solid, and for me, and I just try to use the opportunity to share how I feel in here, and also I think many other players went there, so I should also try. Yeah.
That was great to see.
It is great to see, and you did ultimately enjoy the end of the tournament. Looking ahead, what's next for you? You have a World Championship match coming up at some point later on. What is the rest of the year here for you? When's your next event?
Well, okay. This tournament is a very tough game, and also I think I need to get some relaxed after that, and just have some couple of days just relaxing, and then I'll have playing Chinese League. It's like the end of the June, so not taking too long. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, this has been wonderful to watch you play. You said it was an easy game, or the position is hard to make mistakes, but still it was quite a masterpiece to see you convert it so well today. And we're super excited to watch you play, and happy for you with the victory.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good work. Congratulations.
Congratulations against you. And Magnus himself said it here in the studio that he liked your game. He was talking about it.
Oh, thanks.
Pretty impressive.
Oh, my pleasure. Okay.
Thank you for being with us, and again, congratulations. Celebrate and get some relaxing time, as you said, and hope to talk to you again later.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
All right. Ju Wenjun with us. We have now had both of your 2024 Norway Chess champions in studio. The chess on the board is for entertainment and for prize money, with what's at stake, and of course a lot at stake for actually both of these games. You have Pia Cramling wanting to get her first classical win, and she might be on her way to doing that, which would be, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen on Anna Cramling's screen, when it happens, but you probably want to be watching as Anna celebrates Pia Cramling's first classical victory, should it happen. And then for Praggnanandhaa and Nakamura, there is second and third place. Although, as I say it, I do the quick math in my head. I believe Hikaru has actually already clinched second place even before the start of the match. So up on the left side, it's pure entertainment, pure fun.
It is. And a London system, so might sound like an oxymoron, but it is a very exciting version of a London system. Anna, though, I can't take my eyes away from the Pia Cramling match. It looks like she's getting close, but starting to get complicated, maybe.
Yeah, I I am just trying to figure out what is happening here with so many hanging pieces. And also the time situation, Vaishali down to 15 seconds. There is a 10-second increment, but that's it. 10 seconds is what she gets per move for the rest of the game.
And she's got to move. Both of Vaishali's rooks are hanging right now. The white knight is not coordinated with the rest of its pieces. She drops her rook back. The only move to stay in that game, Vaishali. She found it with only 5 seconds left on her clock. Impressive stuff. 10-second increment for those players in the classical. Pia Cramling, can she convert her advantage? She gives a check.
Seems to be a good way to start. She gets an exclamation mark for it actually on our chess.com board. I don't think it appears on our screen, but I can see that it was the best move. And then she gives another check.
Now the white king drops back. There's a pin along the third rank. Otherwise, Pia would have won this game a long time ago. But she's a pawn up. Can she convert the advantage? She's had promising positions already in the past, but the clock often her enemy. Pia Cramling, I think at this point a lot of people cheering for her. Nothing against Vaishali. It's just such a huge game for them.
Agreed. By the way, if she gets in mutual time pressure, don't even rule out that white could swindle this, right? Knights are so darn tricky in the time scrambles if that knight gets to e6 with check and the white rooks get going. So she doesn't want to check and take a draw. She wants to find a way to win material, but it's not so easy, and now she's under 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it seems like the path for her to get out of that pin would be to check again and then drop to e3, but will she give the check again if she's afraid of repetition? She takes the rook.
Ooh, now she has to be careful. She will be 2 pawns up, Pia Cramling, but look at the eval bar slide. Also, it's the wrong colored rook's pawn. The black's H pawn promotes on a light square. You have a dark squared bishop. So if rooks come off the board, if the white knight trades itself for black's e pawn, that might become a draw. So Vaishali still needs a bit of a miracle, but getting closer to saving this game.
She's getting closer to losing on time there. She moved with 4 seconds, it looked like, gets 10 seconds back. It's hard when we have 2 boards going. You think they're both in Armageddon, but no, this game is classical, everybody. They're still getting 10 seconds added to the clock with every move.
And you can see both players visibly nervous, understandably. So much on the line here for Pia Cramling. First classical win of the tournament, if she can convert. She needs to start pushing her pawns, though, at some point. They're still stuck on their starting squares. Black's bishop temporarily a bit offside, not coordinating with the rest of its army. What do you predict, Anna? Can she do it?
I am scared of the knight. Obviously, black is up 2 pawns, but time scramble, and yes, the knight jumps, the knight forks. It could still go either way. 3 possible results.
I agree. I think a blunder is not out of the realm of possible here. Knights are a forking problem when it comes to time scrambles and often to be preferred in blitz situations. Bishop h6 was a move to eliminate the threats of the knight, but it's also a move that puts yet another piece in front of the passed pawns. I mean, this is an awkward position for the black pieces. Just look at them. They're all in front of the pawns, and so despite the advantage, this is a weird spot.
Really weird spot to be in, Anna.
And what are we thinking of the Pragg-Hikaru game in terms of the opening?
To my eyes, it looks like Pragg is doing well, not just because of the clock and the eval bar, but also it feels like white's moves are very natural. Okay, Hikaru changes the pace, sacrifices a pawn. Black structure broken. The black king's in the middle. If he gets one more move, Hikaru, he might start to get confident because of his bishop pair activity. Pragg, though, good start.
And Pragg up 3.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, that's big time. Not everybody gets that kind of time advantage versus Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around. Hikaru suddenly not having any time disadvantage.
Okay,
I think a big improvement over there for Pia. The knight retreating means that I was going to say maybe she can get the bishop to f6 starting with g7. I actually don't know why Vaishali retreated the knight. The knight was holding everything. The bishop was imprisoned there. It was awkward with checks, but this is huge, and Vaishali getting under 5 seconds. I think Pia's going to get that bishop on f6, and then she's going to push the h-pawn, and that's a problem for Vaishali.
Suddenly, Pia Cramling's position becomes easier to play. Clear plan, Vaishali. Knight for bishop trade won't cut the mustard, won't help her there, won't save her. So she just has to move her rook, but the white king is cut off. Anna, it looks like Pia just needs to start pushing at some point, but first a threat to the black e-pawn. Okay, she drops her king back to defend. Pia Cramling, so much control to her play. Feels like she's getting closer, but Vaishali, wow, defending still.
I have no idea what's going on here. I think it's rook g5 check has to be played, then h5. I think if you don't defend the pawn actively like that, you check the king and then play h5, it's actually kind of awkward. So we'll see if Pia finds that move. She didn't look like she was about to move the rook.
Meanwhile, on the other board, Pragg is trying to swing his pieces across towards the black king. White is so active. Hikaru, passive pieces, low on the clock now. Nearly a 5-minute difference between the two. Pragg in great shape. He might end this tournament on a high.
She didn't see rook g5 check and play h5, by the way, speaking of Pia Cramling. And I think this is getting closer to a game that could somehow be a draw, although as I say it, I have to remind myself, this is not Armageddon yet. So a draw, black does not win. It is a draw, black wins on the left side.
Vaishali needs to trade rooks. She needs to get the rooks off somehow. Wrong colored pawn.
That's her only remaining chance. While for her brother, the chances are getting better and better. It looks like knight b6 by Hikaru is a mistake. And Pragg can increase his advantage further if he finds the move order that would be queen to g4, threatening checkmate on g7, and then take on b6 to then push b4. That is, according to the computer, the most precise. I'm sure there's other ways to play as well, but that seems to be one of the ways in which Pragg can capitalize on this inaccurate move by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, that position actually looks identical to a game between Carlsen and Nakamura from a World Blitz Championship a few years ago, when that plan, actually, Anna playing kingside, queenside, all flanks, was utilized by Magnus to beat Naka in that game. So Pragg in charge, but he's eating away at his time advantage. He goes for checkmate.
And he plays it. Yeah, he plays queen g4. And I think he calculated it that now he takes on b6 and will push b4.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow.
That's Pragg the engine.
Anna, analysis.
Anna, analysis engine. Pragg is dialed in, and he's an accurate calculator, especially when he senses it. He can smell the blood, and he goes for it. He's going to convert this. And as you said, Pragg finishing on a high note, it will actually still land him in third place. Hikaru Nakamura has clinched second place with the draw that they had in Classical behind Magnus Carlsen, who, if you're just tuning in, is your 2024 Norway Chess champion. By the way, I've been watching the side on the right. Sorry, I'm just Team Pia here. I've just been rooting for her to get her first and only Classical win, and it hasn't gone well. The advantage is slipping, and Vaishali is holding.
Yeah, and now there is a chance to go for rook and bishop versus rook. We'll be here all night. And there goes White's knight. Sacrifice.
She's doing it, and she will want to defend the rook and bishop against rook, which, with a good defense, should be a draw, but black can play for a win forever.
She can, although if you listen closely, you can hear the stress of Anna Cramling's heartbeat right now with her mom objectively losing her winning chances going into a theoretically drawn ending. Yes, this ending is won on a regular basis because it is hard to defend, but Vaishali, I would not put it past her. Crazy stuff.
50 more moves of fun once the final black pawn is removed from that board on the right of your screens. And yeah, Pia will try. She should try to play for checkmate. Vaishali surely has spent dozens of hours studying this, but under the duress of time trouble, no guarantees of saving it. Meanwhile, her brother, Pragg, is right now a pawn to the good, and with an ongoing attack, he should be a big favorite to convert, but Hikaru is one of the best defenders of our generation. So still in the balance on both boards as the clocks tick down. It feels like eternal time trouble between Vaishali and Pia. This is just fascinating. So much at stake still for those two.
And I think we probably will end up having time to focus on Hikaru and Pragg. Not to say we shouldn't stay right here, but given that we've entered the endgame that, as David keeps saying, is going to keep us here all night, despite the fact that we've already crowned our champions in each division, that's going to be a long one. Because here's what's going to happen. They're going to keep us here for another hour like this, and then we're going to go to Armageddon if Vaishali holds a draw. But good call out on Hikaru being a great defender, because he's only down a pawn now that he's sort of stymied the kingside attack. And remember, all black needs is a draw. So despite what the eval bar says, Hikaru is not out of striking distance to hold the draw here.
Should we go into analysis mode or zoom in on the camera to see the Prague Nakamura Armageddon from a close-up. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's something we could well do. Prague now is going to go for the Black King. There we go. When in doubt, push the H-pawn. Anna, here we have it. The Black King so open. White a pawn up. The White C-pawn, a huge thorn in the black side. And Prague, he's just trying to throw everything towards the Black King right now. The Black Bishop is the glue holding the G5 pawn, so cannot go greedy and trade off bishops right now. I just love what Prague is doing. He's trying to trade off. He's trying to go for that Black King.
He's going for it, and it doesn't matter that that means giving back some material. The weakness of the Black King is what he's aiming for rather than collecting pawns. Queen to e5, threatening queen takes e6. The e4 pawn is still hanging, of course, but he's going for the more precious one, the one that's closer to the Black King.
He's going to get the win, Prague. I don't see anything else in this position. Bishop takes bishop. Not only loses the g5 pawn, it will lose the rook after a check. So Black is bound, hand and foot. You can barely move right now. You cannot really hold the e6 pawn for much longer. Maybe you can try to shuffle your queen across, but pawn to h6. There's checkmating patterns all over the place. The kiss of death checkmate with the white queen coming into g7. Watch out for that one. Hikaru, this might be the last few moves of his Norway chess. He's played great, especially in classical, but it might well end on that sour note.
It may as well end on that note. And for Prague, what a tournament this has been. We should not call this a win yet, but he is getting very close to a resignation by Hikaru Nakamura, who is threatened by this checkmate in one. And even if it's prevented with a move like bishop takes d6 or bishop to f8, the attack of white keeps going. Queen takes g5 check, king f7.
I keep trying to look for the mate, but Hikaru may resign before it's on the board. Queen h5 check, and then the bishop comes to the dark squares is also up next. Nope. Oh, there it is. Hikaru resigns, and indeed, Praggnanandhaa ends 2020 for Norway Chess on a great high note. Unfortunately, it's a sour note with back-to-back Armageddon losses for Hikaru Nakamura and watching Magnus Carlsen take the title.
And what a tournament this has been for the 18-year-old prodigy. He beat Magnus Carlsen in classical chess earlier in the tournament. He beat Fabiano Caruana in classical chess as well. And today he takes on Hikaru Nakamura in an Armageddon. What's the future like for someone like Praggnanandhaa, and how near is that future? It feels like it's present time already.
It's pretty bright either way for both Prague and his sister. Just two fantastic players at this tender age. I mean, like you say, Anna, they are shooting for the stars right now, but yeah, we have to jump over to that board. Prague's sister still in action.
Yeah, and there's only a few seconds on the clock for sure. But you're right, Anna. I mean, we keep calling it the future. The future is now when it comes to Praggnanandhaa. You highlighted it well. He finished 1.5 out of 2 in classical against Magnus Carlsen. He finished 1.5 out of 2 in classical against Fabiano Caruana. Only a half out of 2 against Hikaru. Hikaru did get the better half, although ultimately it ends in a bittersweet way because Hikaru may have won the classical battle, but he lost the Armageddon affair there. Again, it had no bearing on the prize money, but these guys don't like to lose chess games, and congratulations to Prague for getting it done.
Huge congratulations to Praggnanandhaa. And will his sister also manage to get the results she wants? She's down a piece, but as we mentioned, this is a theoretical draw. The only thing is, you do need to know how to defend it, and very many strong players have lost this, actually. So it's not impossible to play this for a win, and you need to know very well the defensive technique, especially under time pressure.
She's done everything right so far. She's checking from the side now. There's two motifs you need to know. Often you defend on the second or third rank, depending on where you are on the board. And then you want to check from afar. In this exact scenario, Pia has been spending a lot of time on the clock trying to work out the winning idea, or at least ways to test Vaishali. But Vaishali, she's built up a bank now. Almost 2 minutes on the clock. It feels like she's really confident. She's definitely studied this before, from what I can tell. Great defense so far. Can she keep holding? That's the big question right now. The magical number is going to be 119, move 119. The last capture was move 69.
Wow.
And 50 moves without progress will signal a draw if Vaishali claims it correctly.
Well, I think this is going a direction that gets us even more certain that we're going to have Armageddon. I think that just one misstep can add 10 moves to the total agenda in terms of getting the white king to the edge of the board. One thing about this endgame is even if you get the white king to the edge of the board, it's still a theoretical draw if white knows how to defend it, but that's usually where the blunders happen. But if you make one wrong shuffling with the king, which, to be fair, I actually think Pia just did. I think king e6 and bishop d6 was sort of moving the opposite direction rather than king e4 and bishop d4, which would have kept the white king in the cage with rook to g7 to follow. This is such a great move there by Vaishali because it's a hard human move to play, but threatening to get out with the king, now the white king will come back to g4. She does it before I can say it or as I say it, and I don't think that Pia is going to make enough progress here.
Yeah, like you say, Danny, the king, the bishop, they're just too far away. They want to be on the central squares. They would rather be king on e4 and a bishop on d4, but hard to achieve that now. There will always be annoying checks from the side. So,
and it's funny, she had the opportunity just to move a go. I was surprised she went to e6 because king e4 and bishop d4, the white king was actually going to get forced to the edge of the board. There was no way to stop rook to g7. And so she will come back, and but this is, the king and bishop are getting closer to the white rook, which is actually moving further away from the white king, which means the box is big. There's no way to trap the white king, and again, it's difficult because converting these theoretically drawn endings requires a practical pressure point that you find where your opponent blunders, and so, you know, one sidestep the wrong way, you add like 15 moves onto the plan of get them in that tough spot, and I think we're definitely going to Armageddon here.
And did you say 119, the magical number? They are not that far from it.
Yeah.
And that could be that even if Pia manages to get a winning position, but if it happens on move 118,
yes,
and you're not getting checkmate before 119, that is 119 moves in total, it still would be a draw.
Yeah, and she's getting further and further away here. Unfortunately, Pia Cramling, the white king, is back towards the center. Back where it started pretty much 30 moves ago. So 30 moves now without any progress. Yeah, Vaishali, she's done her homework. We should give her credit. But missed opportunity, huge miss by Pia Cramling.
Yeah, it was incredible how Vaishali was so resilient, so resourceful in the defense. I think huge credit to her for holding her ground in an endgame where she was down 2 pawns, and she found the right moment to sacrifice her knight for the 2 pawns earlier too. It was really difficult to play it from White's perspective.
Agree. Vaishali was on the ropes. I admit I'm a little surprised by where where it's going here, because I think Pia at this point is trying to trick Vaishali in some weird way, because she probably just knows that she's run out of time to actually corral the king. But let's bring up the analysis board, because I want to show that it really was one shuffle, David. If you just pop back quickly, after rook a5 check, black could have played king e4 instead of king e6. And it's actually ideal because the bishop is on the diagonal that protects the g7 square. So even if rook a4 check, which is what Vaishali probably does, and rook a6 was played on king e6, exactly, David's showing the line I was going to show, there's no way to stop rook to g7, even if you play king g6. And so once that happens, the king will be on the dreaded edge file. Even if you play king h6, move my rook to g1 to safety. And this is the ideal, because now you actually can't stop me. I'm going to play things like king e5 and king f5, and then the bishop will go to e5 and just highlight those squares. e5 and king f5 there, right? And that's actually threatening checkmate with a move like rook h1. So there are all kinds of ways to still draw this, but now they get tricky. Now you are in blunderable territory. And it's sad, because I know that in theory she already kind of blew it, but literally, right when we joined the game, I was so surprised to see king e6, because king e4 was forced, and there was no way to stop this position, and I think she could have won that game, because that's the exact position where people start blundering.
Great chance, Danny. And just to show one trick as well, I've actually had this endgame several times, and exactly in this position. For example, actually, if here, white just drops back. Now you can get that, and it's winning immediately. We see the bar drop, king f5. You break the pin, you threaten checkmate, and immediately it's winning. Suddenly the cage is ever smaller, and this one, it's just a matter of time before black delivers checkmate. So you're right. It takes a lot of study, these types of things. You need to know where you want your pieces, but ultimately centralization was the key. And if we catch up with the live board, now white's king miles from being pushed to the edge. This one getting closer now. This is move 107. It's the countdown, Anna, shortly to the Armageddon.
It is the final countdown. The reason why we keep saying the number 119 is the move that Vaishali needs to reach to claim draw for 50 moves without any pawn push or capture. And as you can see, there's no pawns, nor there will be any trades as far as it goes. You can only try to win this with the rooks on the board.
Yeah, and she has been involved in 2 contentious claims, Vaishali. One where Lei Ting-Jie claimed falsely against her, one where she claimed wrongly herself. So it will be interesting when she decides to call the Arbiter over. Will it be after meeting 50 moves, or will we see more drama, more stoppages?
She doesn't want to do what happened earlier and make a claim too early. What move number are we on now?
111.
Okay, so we're moments away.
8 more moves.
And this will get us to our final Armageddon battle of the day, which this is maybe just what we asked for, Anna. We didn't get every game going to tiebreaker. We didn't get a Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen thriller, but I guess we're probably going to end up with the longest day we've had, honestly, which is, in round 6 is kind of, or sorry, round 10 is kind of awkward because if you're just getting here, we have already crowned Magnus Carlsen and Ju Wenjun, respectively, as your Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's Champions. So, okay, here comes Rook to B2. This is the same idea, just flip it, the script it. And you called it, Anna. You said she might even get a winning position, but not enough time. Don't be surprised if that eval bar drops, and at some point this is winning in the next 5 or 6 moves, but it's still going to be a draw. Okay, that was great.
Great move.
Allowing Rook to C2.
Yeah, blocking the second rank just in case of any checks, keeping the White King off the bottom row here. If the White King's ever forced back, then alarm bells start to sound. But yeah, that's the thing. Often you know you're about to lose your Rook, about to get checkmated, then you stop the clock, call the Arbiter, and hope you've reached 50 moves. And Vaishali here, it looks like she's going to be safe right now. Pia just waiting with her Rook here. It feels like she knows as well, just the body language, she knows she's run out of time, simply. Second rank defense here from Vaishali. It's still a drawn position. And the move counter, 4 more moves. And we get the draw.
And she will need to claim it. That's the only thing. I wonder if she looked at the score sheet when was the last pawn move or capture. And she can look up to the screen where she would see the move number they are on currently.
Check from Vaishali, and she needs to drop back. There we go. She drops
She
back.
knows the second rank defense too, which is just ideal. I don't know if we have time to analyze it, but if there are fans here who are still looking to get better at chess, take a picture, snapshot this with your face camera. I don't know if that works. Take a face camera picture. This is the defense you want, and note that it's the king and rook, both on light squares, opposite color square of whatever color bishop. And let's bring up the analysis board just to highlight why Pia doesn't give check. When you give a check, it doesn't matter because the king goes to the first rank, and now you're threatening to trade. So you either give another check and we go back, or you move the rook somewhere else. Let's move it somewhere else after the check, because I just want to show why the second rank defense works. So check on h2, king d1, rook goes anywhere. Here comes rook e2 check. And the point is, after bishop to e3, you can still move the rook over to even c2. Because when the king comes to d3, what's the second rank defense? Wait for it.
Put it here.
Rook to, it doesn't matter. Rook, king goes to d3, rook d2 check. And this is the idea that you want to know if you're looking for advice on how to defend king and bishop versus king and rook at a high level. If you remember that stalemate idea and the key point that the king and rook can guide each other on light squares, this is sometimes hard under time pressure, but if you know this defense, even with seconds on the clock, you should be able to hold these endgames, and you're welcome, right? Pro tip.
This is move 119, by the way. Will Vaishali claim the draw?
And interestingly enough, on the board that I'm watching on the server, it says draw already, or at least popped up briefly saying half-half. So, yeah, the players don't know that. Ultimately, Vaishali will claim once she's 100% sure that she's made 50 moves. It's hard to know. I think the Arbiter is allowed to step in after 75 moves without any progress. So
75, so another 25 more
that
moves
might be
if they don't claim.
Hungry Arbiter who's like, hey, I'm stepping in because this is a draw and we need to get dinner and we still have Armageddon to go.
Ultimately, it looks like Vaishali, she will at some point claim, but maybe only if things go wrong.
Yeah, she's holding her ground. I don't think she feels like she needs to look for any claims because she is defending the position perfectly. There is no danger.
Happy to play forever. Why not?
Yeah.
I love the second rank defense on full display because it looks scary when the king and rook are there and you're waiting for the check, but there's just nothing to it. And as I already highlighted, even if the bishop was on e3 and the black king is coming to d3, there's still stalemate tricks. And literally the only blunder white could make is if you move the rook right now from c2 to a2 or something and get skewered.
Ironically, that would force Vaishali to claim a draw, and she would get it before she loses her rook.
That's funny.
But no, she keeps the king and rook intact, in touch with each other even. And yeah, this one, I'm getting dizzy. We've been going around the board. We tried to checkmate on the right flank on the king side. Now trying to checkmate on the bottom here, but Pia.
So it's very instructive. It's very instructive for all of us, including myself, that would lose this endgame, because it's not an easy defense to hold on to. The second rank defense, to know the stalemate pattern, all of those are extremely important when it comes to holding this endgame. It's a theoretical draw, but not many people can hold it, and that includes myself. So I am learning here a lot.
Yeah, and that's the thing with training. Vaishali, she's probably spent dozens and dozens of hours studying this type of endgame, and ultimately it does pay off. You might get a game like this in a final round where everything's on the line, and you need to know how to save these. It might only come up half a dozen times in your whole career, but it is important at the very top level. And we're learning a lot. I hope everyone's learning a lot at home. Pia, she's trying. She's desperately trying. Bishop to c3.
It's good training to know that when you get these positions in a real game, you're not going to have an hour on your clock. And so I love that what you said, David, is that part of the reason you do work hard and master it. And we used to play training games where we would play these positions with okay, here comes rook d2 check.
Here comes the stalemate pattern.
It is indeed on the board. We would play these positions with 30 seconds aside just to really practice it. We did it with knight and bishop checkmate too. And the theory was like, hey, obviously it's a little extreme, but if you can master it with 30 seconds on the clock, then you're no longer stressed about getting it OTB, right? And so that's a good training pro tip if you're looking, often way more effective than studying it in a book and thinking that somehow seeing the pattern that way is going to allow you to execute it when you're under pressure, under a minute, often nervous.
Yeah. Now, all of these need to be practiced, and also the checkmate patterns. I think checkmate with knight and bishop, for instance, that needs to be practiced a lot if you want to be able to do it over the board, because you can't quite figure it out on your own without knowing the patterns.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny, actually, I studied this ever since I was a young child, but I never got it in my career until I was in my late 20s.
Did you get it from the defensive side or attacking side?
I had it many times from the attacking side, but never from the defensive side of my whole career. And it was a struggle to remember. I was able to hold that. But
it's funny. I've actually also never had it from the defensive side, but we trained it a bunch. And then I ended up in a series of tournaments where I got it on the...
Oh, it's stalemate, though. King d3.
Oh, my God. Boygan, I almost had a heart attack there, Bob. Okay.
Because that's a capture. There's no longer a claim if it was gonna be king to f3.
Oh my
and
God.
White is losing the rook, but rook takes e8 is a stalemate. What a pattern found by Vaishali. Cool as a cucumber. She knows this so well, and she knew that she's not losing her rook.
Yeah, but does she know it's 50 moves so we can get something to eat there? Oh my gosh. But anyway, like I was saying, I had 3 tournaments in a row, David, where I got the winning side of it.
Wow.
It was crazy. And
did you win
I won 2 out of 3.
Nice.
One of them, someone actually knew the perfect defense. And
that's good odds.
I never got it from the defensive side. I think I had it once from the attacking side. And that was it. My entire lifetime playing chess, and you get it once in your life.
There is an English Grandmaster, shout out to Keith Arkle, who has won it, I think, 29 times out of 29 or something.
See, that's the kind of stat that tells us why we were telling everyone that this is often won. 29 out of 29 by an English Grandmaster named Arkle. Shout out to you. But when your opponent knows the second rank defense and your opponent is Vaishali the Destroyer, she's not going to blow this one at this point. And
the arbiter will step in at some point, because I think they're getting close to the 75 move rule, where the arbiter can interfere.
68 moves and counting right now. This has been a real marathon. We saw a world record marathon. This one might not go to the distance. Anna Cramling, though, she looked resigned to the fact that she's not going to win this final round in classical. Still one last shot in Armageddon.
It's a heartbreak because she was winning earlier. She had a really, really big advantage, but Vaishali defended so resourcefully, so resilient. She earned this draw. For Pia, quite a few missed chances in classical, starting with the very first day where she was winning against Hampi Koneru.
Yeah, I think just playing it a bit too safe, and Pia now takes off her glasses, ready to call the arbiter, ready to allow the draw.
She's about another 30 moves away from the draw, given where the I mean, 30 moves away from a position where maybe Vaishali blunders, and she's already proven that if she's put with her back against the wall, she knows the second-ranked defense. So yeah.
Remember, she had a one-move win against Ju Wenjun as well earlier in the tournament.
True.
Yeah, heartbreaking and
crazy.
So
heartbreaking for Anna Cramling. The other Anna, we've had 3 Annas on the show today. Anna Rudolph, Anna Muzichuk are on every show, and today we also had Anna Cramling, and unfortunately, her mom is going to finish Norway Chess without a classical win.
Could still end on a high in the Armageddon. I think she looks devastated, Pia Cramling. Look at that on the camera, taking off the glasses again. She's trying to keep her calm, but so devastating, so frustrating.
Yeah, when you know that you were winning earlier in the game, that's the really tough part, and the arbiter interferes because it's 75 moves. Since there was no pawn push or capture, it is a draw officially.
145 moves.
Oh my God.
Cannot fault their work
The
ethic here.
fighting spirit.
The fighting spirit. And there we go, the handshake. But they'll meet again very shortly.
Yeah, they will be back in about 10 minutes' time for the Armageddon. They played 145 moves, and they will still play more chess.
Speaking of the players being back in about 10 minutes' time for Armageddon, we're going to be back in about 10 minutes' time for the Armageddon. We're going to take a break. You've all been with us now for been a couple hours straight. We have seen every single classical chess game here in the final round of Norway Chess come to an end. We've seen 2 champions crowned, Ju Wenjun and Magnus Carlsen, respectively. We had them both in the studio. We've seen everything at this point. I think we've seen it all, but guess what? We still have one more Armageddon game ahead between Vaishali Rameshbabu and Pia Cramling. Don't go anywhere. It is truly the final moments of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women when we return after this break.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Do you do shitty push-ups?
No, I'll be fine.
So I could like drop down and do 10 on move 1?
Well, yeah, we start the clock and then you just decide when you want to do that.
All right.
Wait, are we?
Look at the form!
And
look at the shoes! We got a clown on the shoes!
How many did you do?
Get the shoes!
Wait, what does that mean?
Yo! Levy! What's up? What's up? I'm fit as bro! We should have got this one! Oh, Bobby's got game too! Oh man, I gotta take off my shirt. I gotta take off my Alright.
Need an arbiter for the count.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
Yeah, we should have brought Jim.
There you go. Okay, good. Actually, it's actually not. 5-3 is a big format, I feel like.
Okay, now we're tied. We're tied. Okay. Oh, he's trying to get a lead. He's at 31.
In that late night month. seriously transformed.
These pieces are crazy, man. That's okay. I'm not trying to do
All right,
that.
so that was a really good lesson for me. That little pattern.
This is how you learn.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, we made 3 move push-ups.
Right?
I can't imagine
Queen
chess
d5
boxing.
check was fine, but taking the rook was stupid. But if I took the knight and blocked the check,
right? Our bishops were staying more push-ups, less time. Right. I take queen d6.
it's a pretty even position. So I'm gonna like go here and here.
Oh damn, the sneak attack. Taking the lead on the push-ups? Going to 60? Oh, I have to play faster.
The 3 minute is 1.
Yeah, he could just do that though. It was a cool move. But it was a bad move. No.
All right, I got it for 3 minutes.
At least I did my push-ups. What a tragic way to end the game.
So we've got the
long enough break.
So, hello everybody. I wanted to come here now very quickly. I've been thinking quite a lot, so I will need to use my time to stay at the board. So we have Alapin. I've got a very exciting position. White has more center, and yeah, it's just very unsymmetrical, this position. And we all now, yes, we have developed our pieces, and now the winner game will just start. So this is the last round. I've been very happy to play here. I hope this will be an exciting last game also. Okay, so now I will need to go back to my board.
All right, everybody. This is going to be the final confessional booth visit by me during this tournament. This will be my 32nd time in the 10th round. So yeah, I think I'm not going to talk too much because there's still some play left in the positions, very unclear. But I've basically decided to take a sort of a half, maybe a semi-bluff or a little bit of a gamble here. I could have played c5 and just been a slightly worse endgame, which I should have drawn. But I decided instead to play this bishop c4 move because I don't see a win for white after knight f5, g6, rook e7, takes, king g7. And if I don't see a win for white, the knight on e7 can also potentially get stuck there. So I'm trying to create a bit of a mess here to try and create some complications. So I might have some chances to win. I mean, I really don't know whether I can win here, but I'm trying to create some imbalance rather than make the draw. And we'll see if it works or not. But it feels like the right moment to do it rather than just play a slightly worse endgame, which I could draw. Because I think that if Prague plays knight f5, g6, rook e7, takes, king g7, it's going to get very tricky. And the knight on e7 could be good. It could also be very, very bad. And if that happens, well, I mean, you play the game, you see what happens. But I figure that if we get there, it's not going to be necessarily be a draw. And their chances, I mean, if I'm wrong, I could lose. But if I'm right, I could also win the game. So for that reason, I'm deciding to go for this. And hoping it works out. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it doesn't work out. I mean, obviously, the computer will know. Those of you guys at home will know also immediately what's going on. But I'm going for it. So we'll see if it works or it doesn't work, but it's showtime. So that's going to be it for now. I mean, maybe I'll come back one more time, perhaps later, but I think this is probably it. And I hope you guys have enjoyed the show, and let's just keep rolling. So I'll be back in a few, or probably never again. But we'll see. We'll see.
My king is a little open, and I need to develop my pieces. How about pawn to a3 with the idea of pawn to b4 and then bishop b2, pressuring the e5 pawn? Hey, I need your help with this position.
Yeah, for sure. It's knight d5.
You think so?
Yeah, you either get a beautiful knight on d5 or black captures and gives you a strong pass pawn.
No way, the little guy will never survive without active pieces protecting him.
I'm just saying, I win positions like this all the time.
Hey, coach, we need your help.
What do we do in this position?
Oh, play bishop e3, develop the knight. This is a textbook case of a bishop-knight imbalance. You play b3, restricting the knight, and that sets the stage for a later pawn a4, gaining some space on the queen side.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
No worries. I'm International Master András Tóth. I'm presenting to you Jeremy Silman's masterpiece, The Amateur's Mind. In chess, in order to win games, we need to come up with masterful ideas, and that is exactly what this course is going to teach you about. We are going to weed out the faulty amateurish thinking, and we are going to replace it with masterful habits. And today, you are welcome to start this journey for free on Chessable.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go Platinum to add unlimited game review or Diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Norway Chess. It is me, David Howell. I'm speaking to you from my mind. Right now it is I, David Howell, and I kind of got a little bit in, I don't know what that was. It ended up being like some sort of New Zealand with Australian with English.
You did so much better before.
I did. The moment the camera went live, I lost it, but I was...
He keeps doing the British accent
I was in the right
in
space
the
as David
breaks.
Howell, and I lost it. All right. Well, before we lose it here, we are in the final moments of 2024 Norway Chess. Thanks for being with us. He actually is Grandmaster David Howell and sounds way better than I do at being David Howell. International Master Anna Rudolph and Danny Wrench right here. We've had a wild event. We've already crowned 2 champions, Magnus Carlsen and Ju Wenjun, but we still have some chess ahead here. Our last and final game is giving us all that we could ever ask for. After 75 moves, a rook and bishop versus rook endgame was considered and declared a draw by the arbiter. That's how much fight these two ladies have in them in the last game. And now we have Armageddon, the last Armageddon we will have here from Stavanger. Let's do it. We got a weird London. Might as well be a weird London. Last game.
Yeah, weird London, and there's some theory here. If black attacks this bishop, I believe c4 is the right move here. That would be real dynamite on the board. So some really crazy tactics potentially incoming. Anna, this looks like Vaishali first to switch things up, first to try and spice up this game.
Yeah, and I think she's right to do so. She wasn't doing too well in the classical game. Double exclamation mark, by the way, to the move that David mentioned, sacrificing the bishop.
It's dynamite, literally on c4 right now. Huge bishop sacrifice. Pia says no. If the bishop had been captured, there would have been chaos in the center. There would have been actually some tricks against the hanging black knight as well. So, of course, that wasn't a free gift, and Pia's done her homework. Impressive stuff. She's trying to neutralize White's attack here. At the right moment, she will take this bishop and rid herself of that pesky loose black knight.
Yeah, that is the plan. So instead of accepting the sacrificed piece, this is a lot more solid of an approach and the right approach from Black's perspective. Pia knows her theory. And she only needs a draw. Reminder, this is Armageddon. She only needs a draw. Black has draw odds, but White has more time. This is our final game of Norway Chess 2024. So buckle up, everyone. There's going to be no more chess, as sad as it is, but this game is promising. Fireworks for the end.
It's promising for fireworks. I agree. Let's get a wild game to bring this thing home. Might as well, right? And Pia Cramling has played g6, trying to complete development before her king gets in trouble there. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, she would love to fianchetto the black bishop and get the black king castled as quickly as possible. But watch out, there are tricks. If you play a move like bishop g7, there might be rook takes h7 ideas and bishop capturing on g6. Bishop taking g6 is a threat right now. The black rook on h8 is unguarded, and pressure along the h-file. Pia with some questions to answer, definitely on the defensive in these early stages.
On the defensive and spending some time now to make sure that she has the right decision here. She plays knight to e7. Is that still theory? It just looks very passive.
Looks very passive. Maybe she could have given a check with the black queen, at least stopped White from castling potentially. My one thing I will mention with Pia, she's played very safe at the critical moments, and often it does come at the cost of her active pieces. She's often retreating. In the classical encounter between these two, she was winning this endgame 2 pawns up. Then she started pushing her king back to the back rank, bishop back. She allowed some simplifications. Feels like she just wants to play it safe here, but there's not much playing it safe, and the blue arrow appears.
I was going to say, the blue arrow appears because queen e2 threatens bishop takes g6 with check. That's a huge threat. The knight can't take because it's pinned to the king, and if h takes g6, wow, and she finds king f7. Look at that. No fear. It's the delayed bong cloud. You were going to call it. It's the reverse delayed bong cloud, kind of.
Almost. You know, you need the e7 square, theoretically. But the idea, the spirit, is the bong cloud spirit. I agree.
You know, sometimes that's all you can hope for. The spirit of the bong cloud.
That's right, and finally makes an appearance. The White King not doing the same, though, not stepping forward. It steps to the side. It castles. Nice safe haven for the White King on the b1 square. Pia offers a trade of light squared bishops. I'm slightly surprised by that one. Normally, you don't really want to trade off one set of bishops if you've got the bishop pair. But ultimately, I think she just wants to trade as many pieces off as possible because a draw does favor black in the Armageddon. She wants to end this event on a high. Okay, the White King goes all the way into the corner, shuffling, doing its work, doing its work out there, exercising all the way over to a1, Anna.
Yeah, you love to see. That's a very safe king. Watch out for back rank, though. That's the only thing that the king is not safe from. And black is taking the c5, very logical move. I'm guessing Pia will also want to fianchetto her bishop. The dark squared bishop is still yet to be developed, and connecting the rooks, that move would do both in one.
Okay, first a bishop trade. Looks relatively healthy for black. It does cause a bit of discomfort, the fact that your rook is tied down to the h-pawn for now, but at the right moment, you might even push the pawn to h5 and finally centralize your rooks. Symmetrical-ish pawn structure?
It's funny, the computer likes white here. I'm like, I don't know. I think black is fine. I mean, I know the activity of the rooks on the e and the h file are optically better, and certainly white has a little more space. But the bishop long term is a good advantage, right? And the d4 pawn is stuck on a dark square. So at some point, if it were totally safe, you would try to get that bishop free. Do not do that right now. Pushing the f-pawn would be absolute suicide. White brings in knights to multiple different squares. But okay, I think Pia's long-term chances here are good. That's what I'm trying to say. She's only down 2 minutes on the clock. Remember, she started down 3 minutes. So, all right, Pia Cramling. It wasn't in classical, but what can she do as black here in Armageddon?
Yeah,
Stay solid, hold.
Yeah, I agree, Anna. That clearly is her strategy. Will it be a happy note for Pia Cramling? The white queen slides across. Given a question mark, but I think that's a bit harsh. Looks like a decent move posting up on this diagonal. Maybe making the opponent a bit nervous, especially in Armageddon. Maybe there's something better for white, but now the knight moves. H5 will soon come. The black rooks will be free. I think it's just a level position. The better player, the more on-form player, is going to win this one.
Yeah, and I think the time, as it has been with most Armageddon games, will play a crucial role. Vaishali has been really good in time pressure situations, so Pia definitely needs to make sure that she doesn't go very low on time.
Clever move, G4. Don't get distracted if you're the black queen. Don't grab this pawn. It's poisoned. The D pawn would have fallen. The black queen a bit overstretched there. Instead, Pia Cramling advances her knight. Maybe in the wrong direction. Her king slightly uncomfortable. The white queen moves, hitting that knight back, forward. Where do you jump?
She might have to go back, but it feels like her idea is to go forward. Knight c4 is on the board.
I was going to say, could she have just protected the knight so that bishop f8 was coming? I think that's why the computer liked black, because the bishop could relocate with Tempe, and maybe black gets some initiative going on the queen side. But we'll never know, because right now we've got more action coming to the c file than we can keep up with. So,
okay, question for both of you. Is greed good? Do you grab or do you not grab?
I think Vaishali is looking at the other side of the board, isn't she? I thought she wanted to push g5 and
yeah, I love
it's
that
happening.
Move. Good call, Anna.
Very good call.
g5 is a great move.
Black's king feels the heat now. You don't really want to push the pawn forward to f5 because there will be an eternal hole in the center of the board, the e5 square. Even if you don't jump immediately, that will be a launching pad for the white knight. What else to do, though? Not clear now, suddenly.
Very hard, and probably that's why this whole idea with knight a5, knight c4 was criticized by the engine. It allowed white the time she needed to push g5 and weaken the squares for those knight jumps.
Great move, Pia Cramling, though. I really like this one. She's finally freed up her sleeping giant, that rook on h8, which now can slide across to challenge white's rook on the e file or drop behind its fellow there on this c file. Yeah, the h-pawn was causing a bit of discomfort, and the bishop...
I love that move, yeah.
Yeah, the bishop neutralizing the knight for now. Looks fine, looks holdable, tenable. Black's position.
Yeah, and again, long-term features are good for black. So the pressure for Vaishali is real, but you'd like to take advantage of the king on f7 somehow. But if more pieces get traded, you have even less chances. So you take f6, and what's next? Black will double rooks on the c-file, and if the pieces simplify, Pia's in a great spot. Oh, more pieces getting traded.
She gives a check, and now she has an e-pass pawn threatening to win the queen with e6. Baby fork, as I learned it in PogChamps.
The baby fork.
That's a new phrase for me. I should have been paying more attention. That would have been nasty, but rook e8 stops that threat in its tracks. No baby fork here. Baby shark's in my head now. Oh god, what have you done? What have you done, Anna?
You can also exchange shark with fork. Baby fork, do.
Baby, we are losing our minds after 6 hours of
It's been a long 10 days.
in Norway.
Been a long 10 days, and we have crowned champions. If you missed it, Magnus Carlsen is your Norway Chess champion. Ju Wenjun is your Norway Chess women's champion. Great interviews. They'll probably be thrown up to our YouTube channel at some point. If you missed them, you can check them out in full. But we'll get into all that, remind you of how it was in just a little bit. Right now, we've got baby fork, do. There you go.
Yeah, and black's a pawn down. Pia did drop the a7 pawn. I think Vaishali decided I might as well grab something to cling on to long term. Black's king not entirely safe either. The blue arrow appears. Pia Cramling, she's not reaching for her rook. Again, safety first. That's the name of the game for Pia, but retreat in the last game with her king back to g8 was a mistake. It is again this time around. What's the punishment? Does white start pushing pawns forward? Is it the e pawn? Is it the f pawn?
Is it queen h6?
Ooh,
I don't know. I mean,
looks tempting, especially for an Armageddon game.
Yeah.
And she pushes f3 solid. I was expecting f4, but of course she also is trying to make sure that she's not blundering anything.
She stops that blue arrow move from the last turn. Rook to e4 was a bit of a threat, hitting the e5 pawn. So not the most ambitious f3, but Okay, keep it control.
But it also prepares g4, speaking of ambition, right? So it guards rook e4, and she might be playing g4. I wonder if that was her idea with f3. And indeed, she does it. I was going to say, Vaishali's got... Vaishali the Destroyer. She didn't earn that nickname lightly, okay? She's got chaos on the mind, and she's going to go for an attack here. I love that move.
Yeah, g4 for the score. d4. Will that score hitting the white queen? The white queen now has to choose. Do you step forward? Do you kind of jump into h6? You've got to be a bit careful about a counterattack against the white a2 pawn. Pia might get ambitious if the white queen flees too far from the center, from the queen side.
Yeah, this is going as I guess Vaishali wants it. She is in a must-win situation in the Armageddon, but she needs to play it precisely too. Queen to d3. It seems like it wasn't the right square for the queen. The computer is judgmental.
Ooh, Pia throws a pawn away just to try and lock down the king side, but she should have been looking at the other flank. She's not going for the white king, which was a bit of a sitting duck in the corner. We saw the arrow appear. Some huge threats actually against the white king over there. There would have been some tactics on the board, but okay, it's all about the other flank, and the bar drops again. Maybe Vaishali could have just grabbed the h-pawn. Now Pia, it's her last chance. She has to go for the white king. Otherwise, it's too late. Otherwise, she's just going to get steamrolled in the center. f5, a huge threat. She has to create counter threats now. Rook a8, hitting the a2 pawn. If a3 there's rook c3 ideas. So
yeah, she really needs to find rook a8, and she's
She
doing it.
I love rook a8. Here comes rook takes a2 with check, discovered checks. Wild stuff could be happening here.
Rook c1 is a nasty checkmate in 2 threat as well, throwing the rook out the way to land the queen on a2. I mean, queen b3 still walks into rook c1 right now, and a pin on the a-file will make the white queen pretty much undefended there.
And a3, rook c3, you already called it. That's a problem.
Yeah, she has to find this now, Pia Cramling. She'll be forced to find rook c3 after a3, otherwise she just loses on the spot. She's pawns down, the black king not safe. Vaishali suddenly realizing it's no longer one-way traffic.
Yeah, I'm watching Anna stream at the same time. She's getting very excited. I would love to know what's her heart rate in this moment, watching her mom's game.
Wow.
I am excited, and I'm wearing a Fitbit. Maybe I should have checked my heart rate.
White maybe has to play queen to b1 then, if not a3.
Queen to b1, the black rook slides to a4. That looks scary, but
you
maybe
can
you're right.
play a3 there, I say, with a slightly elevated voice.
Yeah, maybe a3, and you have to calculate some sacrifices. So much to calculate, but only 1.5 minutes for Vaishali. She's lower on the clock, despite starting with 3 extra minutes at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, this went wrong, big time.
Huge.
Yeah, I don't think she expected the counterplay on the a-file.
Yeah, it is an illusion. It looks like there must be some way to keep the white king safe, but no. The a-file is going to get just ripped open by one of the black rooks sacrificing itself, and the clock, Vaishali needs to speed up, but where, how? Is it a3? Is it, b3 looks ugly, landing a rook on c3 now. I think Pia's actually going to take this.
I think she'll win. And the time situation is making it even harder for Vaishali to find something that is already really difficult to find, the defense here for white.
Yeah, and David's already pointed out all the blunders. If queen to b3, rook c1 check, and then you win the queen. If you don't stop rook c1 check right away, you're losing in 2 moves. a3, there's rook to c3 for black. And again, after a3, rook to c3, you can't take it, because rook takes a3 will be followed by a checkmate attack. This is...
Vaishali might flag if she doesn't make a move. This is only move 32. There's no increment for another 8 moves. She plays b3.
Oh, rook c3. She has to be really careful now. If she takes the pawn, there's going to be sacrifices on a2.
Yeah, queen takes a... Sorry, rook takes a2 and then queen takes b3. No, she backs up, but that just hangs the b3 pawn straight up, right? Queen takes b3.
Yeah, take it. No reason not to.
b3, threatening rook c2.
Oh, this has turned so quickly. Vaishali, she didn't have her eye on the ball there on the queen side. But shout out to Pia Cramling. Impressive stuff. I wonder whose heart rate is beating faster. Anna downstairs or Pia right now. She looks so calm the way she's doing it. Queen takes b3 on the board.
Queen b2, queen trade offer by Vaishali. Pia doesn't need to accept it. She could just slide the queen back to, for instance, c4 and continue threatening rook c2.
Yeah, and this is one mistake she has made a couple of times in the tournament, trading off, simplifying when she's on the front foot attacking. So will she buck that trend and back up her queen here?
Queen A4 and Queen C4 are both better. Queen D5 is a little far because now you're not threatening Rook C2 anymore. So that was surprising. Oh,
Vaishali's down to 10 seconds, though.
Yeah, Vaishali, I think panic mode there. No time to think. Now the black rooks are threatening to gang up on the A2 pawn. Queen for 2 rooks situation might appear now. Oh, Pia's going for it.
D3 is a great move, though. D3 shows she knows she can get it.
4 seconds left for Vaishali and 2 more moves to be played before she gets any increment.
Pia just needs a draw. I think she can force a draw pretty much by force, even if she takes this pawn now.
Yeah.
Gives up the black rooks for the white queen. The black queen's going to do so much work there.
Good reminder that all she needs is a draw in Armageddon. If she can just sacrifice and open up the white king, there's got to be a perpetual. So
now, do it now. There's Queen B3 check at the end. The white rook on D1 is loose, undefended, and hanging. It's going to be over any minute.
Queen to B3 check is going to do it. And just like that, Pia Cramling, she's going to finish this. Finish on a high note. It wasn't a victory in classical chess, but it is a victory in the final round for Pia Cramling. She takes it in the Armageddon. The oldest player in the field beats the youngest player in the field. A true battle of generations to bring this thing to a close. And a pretty good way, I think, to celebrate an event that has made history for women in chess. Equal prizes for the first time in a classical elite affair, and well-deserved there for all the players, but well-deserved for Pia Cramling to end this thing on a high note. She earned it, given where women's chess has come.
Absolutely. Sorry for cutting you off. I'm just so excited for the win for Pia Cramling because she deserved it in the classical game already. She had probably a winning position earlier today against Vaishali, and she had so many missed chances against Hampi Koneru, against Ju Wenjun, the tournament winner Ju Wenjun. So definitely something that she will have in the back of her mind, that there were missed chances here and there, but overall, great finish. For Vaishali, she had an amazing run for the first half of the tournament and the second half. Lots of lessons to learn from for the 22-year-old that honestly we call the future of women's chess, but again, this is sounding like a very near future.
Completely agree. And you have to refer to it as lessons sometimes because she's so young, but we do it in the complimentary way, that she still has so much time to learn and to grow. Okay, it doesn't end on a high note for Vaishali, but the event itself does end on a pretty decent note. Let's actually just jump right into the Norway Chess Women Final Standings and show you, in case you missed it. Again, as we've said, Ju Wenjun was dominant. She's the women's world champion for a reason. She wins by a full classical victory. Even a classical victory would have still had her in a tie for first. That's 700,000 NOK, which is $65,000 US dollars for the quick translation, as long as I'm up to date on my foreign exchange rates. Anna Musicek takes second place with, again, about $32,000, 350,000 NOK. Lei Qing in third place. Vaishali does get fourth place, a great payday. Hampi Koneru in fifth, and Pia Cramling ends the event on a high note and takes home about $12,000, 120,000 NOK. So, should I say NOK instead of NOK?
Yeah.
Okay.
NOK or Norwegian kroner.
Norwegian kroner. I mean, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I kind of knew the whole time, but I started saying NOK, and so I just kind of kept going with it. I knew it was I knew it was NOK, but I was just, sometimes you make a mistake and you double down on it on camera.
Sounds A-okay to me.
Sounds A-okay to you. All right, well, an awesome event. I mean, Anna, before we move over to the open section, actually, we're just going to do that right there. Was going to get your thoughts, but we're pushing this thing along. Again, the same prizes for the men, so I will not talk about whether it's Norwegian kroner or NOK or NOK. We're just going to let it stand for what it is. Magnus Carlsen wins by a score of 17.5 points, 2 points ahead of Hikaru Nakamura and 3 points ahead of Praggnanandhaa, who won his last round in Armageddon over Hikaru. But ultimately, again, it was a 1-2 finish for Magnus and Hikaru. Firouzja, Caruana, and Liren round out the rest of the field. But yeah, it was awesome. It was a wild last day. To be honest, we'll unpack it now and give our final thoughts. This is a day that delivered with all kinds of lessons learned and so much instruction as well, but also in the end, the two players who entered the final day leading were the ones on top when it was all said and done. David, your final thoughts on the tournaments of both Ju Wenjun and Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, they were the pre-tournament favorites. The world number one, Magnus Carlsen, the women's world champion, Ju Wenjun. They lived up to expectations. They both had a few bumps in the road. Ju Wenjun was struggling to win in classical, lots of Armageddons in a row. Magnus lost to Prague early on, but ultimately quality, class is permanent, as they say, and both of them really, really impressed. They felt like they were in control every game, and the format suited them as well. They're not just strong at chess, they're also very quick, and they loved it here in Norway.
It's funny, Ju Wenjun was almost surprised, and she was saying that she was like, yeah, I did pretty good in Armageddon, which she's like, I haven't played a lot of Armageddon, but she definitely delivered. And same question to you, final thoughts if you have them on Magnus and Ju Wenjun, and I also want to get your final thoughts again on just what this event does for women in chess and how exciting it is there to see the final standings and see the equal prizes for both fields.
This is incredible. I think this event, David already has described the winners' performances. Absolutely, Ju Wenjun and Magnus Carlsen stood out. Deserved winners. Magnus Carlsen wins for the 6th time, and Ju Wenjun wins for the 1st time. But she's winning for the 1st time because this is the 1st time that there's Norway Chess women, and they started on the highest note possible, organizing the first ever classical super tournament with equal prizes for women. And this is a huge step for women in chess because not even the World Championship for women has even a close enough prize fund. I think it's roughly 20-25% what they get in comparison to the Open World Championship. Huge gap, and Norway Chess is here to lead by example. I'm hoping that many tournaments will follow. With the format, the confessional, the equal prize fund, this event has delivered on every single note.
Couldn't agree more, and very well said. And as we've now said a few times, right, it's the first step has to be taken, right, for all womankind, I guess, in terms of chess, and ultimately for it to become history, it has to happen. And so such an amazing thing to see. Super excited to have been a part of it and with the crew here. This was a lot of fun. I think the event delivered, as you said, not just in terms of making history on the notes of the equal prizes, but the format itself, and just kept us on the edge of our seats all the way till the end. Yes, in the end, it was Ju Wenjun and Magnus Carlsen, the pre-tournament favorites. But we had drama in the final day, even final moments where Magnus Carlsen himself in studio, a little surprised that the handshake happened there between Hikaru and Prague. So that's what we want, right? That's the drama that the people show up for, and ultimately it happened here in Stavanger. We hope that for everyone watching, you feel the same way, and that you're already thinking about what am I going to do next with my life? What's the next chess event I'm going to watch? Well, the Bullet Chess Championship is coming, even with Magnus Carlsen no longer in the field. There's going to be so much incredibly fast-paced action ahead. We got some chess pieces over there. Not sure if you heard it in the microphone here, but things are getting wrapped up here because it is time to go home. For everyone who has absolutely worked so incredibly hard to bring you this event, my entire team behind the scenes, the entire team organizing this event, bringing it all together, the players who've delivered yet again. Are you not entertained on the board by these amazing players? For Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Anna Rudolph, I'm Danny Wrench. This has been 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and we will see you next year.